Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite Adam Friended. And today we're joined by Wick and Tali. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're
doing great.
We're okay. Okay.
We set this up before the Charlie Kirk incident happened, I believe. Yeah,
we did.
So
yes. So
yeah, there's
coincidence. Yeah.
Yeah,
but, so. I mean, originally we were going to talk about the Ukrainian woman who was murdered on the train, but now, I mean, we might get to that a little bit, but now, obviously, you know, the Charlie Kirk assassination has dominated the news cycle, and you know, a lot of people. I didn't have a chance to watch it. A lot of people were pointing out that you had some very contentious streams about this, Wick. I don't. Where should we start this conversation? Because we talked about this obviously on Thursday.
Well, I mean, the stream came together because one of our fans super chatted us and said Wick was talking shit on his stream.
My God.
About you in particular, Sitch. Somehow I came out unscathed. So I think I'd like to know the backstory on what the shit talking was.
Talking smack.
Okay. First of all,
Adam's law is 99% of politics is shit talking the other side, and 1% is actually about substance. So this actually falls into Adam's law.
Interesting.
Well, we'll see if it's the 99% or the 1%. But I just want to point out that this kind of framing of how this is presented does play into the topic of media bias as well, right? Mm-hmm. Looking at someone and how they respond to things. So I saw a post that Sitch made on Twitter, and I have it up here. It's a pretty long one, but basically you're replying to someone about why you thought that the story of the Ukrainian woman who got murdered on the railway in Charlotte was newsworthy, and your point. You had 2 points, right? That it was newsworthy just by the facts of the case, right? Like a story of a woman fleeing a war zone to be tragically and randomly murdered by a crazy person, right? And then your second point was that, and this is the one I disagreed with, was that it was being purposefully subdued, or at least passed over or ignored because of media bias. I disagreed with that take. I didn't think there was a lot of evidence for that. I thought it could be explained by a lot more ways, and I said that on my stream when I did the stream about it. I don't know if you'd consider that talking shit, but that is why your super chatter super chatted to you, right? And
well, did you say well, chat, I disagree with the very intelligent PSA Sitch here on this minor point, or did you say this fucking retard PSA Sitch here doesn't know what he's talking about?
Excellent question.
You know what? It is a good question. I wish I remembered my exact quote that day. It could have been either depending on my mood. Okay,
could have been a little of both, maybe.
It might have been. Unfortunately, my memory has been destroyed by the recent few days, and you asked me how I'm doing, and I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not well with all this. Like the guy who was talking to Charlie Kirk when he got shot.
Mm-hmm.
I know that guy. I'm friends with that guy.
Wow.
He's been on my show. Okay, so it's been a lot. Obviously, way more for him than me.
Yeah, obviously.
But
what's his name?
Staxiums. He
gave a very good interview about the situation. I was like, there's a very good video about it that he's talking to someone about it for like 40-50 minutes.
Yeah.
I think that's the guy who interviewed Hunter Biden.
It is the guy that interviewed Hunter Biden. Yeah.
Paul, yeah.
Yeah. And to be clear, because I know that there was a lot of whenever there's some incident like this, people jump out, they rush out with the crazy conspiracy theories. Everyone wants to kind of figure out what's going on, the situation. There was a lot of misinformation about people thinking that he was somehow
Oh
involved
yeah.
Oh yeah.
with the shooting because he was asking him a question that was about the trans stuff and the trans shootings when the guy assassinated Charlie Kirk. And so people thought that, but no, I mean, this guy had obviously nothing to do with it. He thought the shooting was horrendous. He definitely seems traumatized by the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would recommend, yeah, it's Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan, and it's the last person to debate Charlie Kirk, exclusive interview. Got 3 million views already. It's a very good video. You guys should check it out afterwards.
Yeah. But the whole idea of I could have been there, right? It could have
Yeah.
been me on that stage, or it could have been me at any other live event, right, that we go to, like the Ohio canvassing event I went to and other things, right? And the idea that someone out there thought it was okay to answer words with a bullet. It's just a lot. It's just very, I don't like it. I'm scared for the country right now. I really legitimately fear for the state of our nation, and here we are. Yeah.
Well, do you think is it the fact that Charlie Kirk was killed? Do you think that's like the scary thing to you, or the fact that he was killed and so many people seem to be cheering it on, and then so many people seem to be calling for retribution in response? That's more
yes
scary.
is the answer to that.
Okay.
Obviously, the death itself, right? The killing, the murder, that's obviously a shock to our system because while yes, there are killings in America, I mean, murders happen almost all the time. Unfortunately, even that same day, there was a school shooting, right? That no one talks about in Colorado, I believe, where some 16-year-old shot up a school, killed 2 children. But this hits a little different because of the reaction to it and how it's being, as you said, either celebrated or used as an excuse to basically call for a civil war. Yeah, I made a pretty anodyne tweet that day calling for de-escalation, right? Like, okay, this is enough. We need to tone down everything. We need to turn the temperature down. Stop trying to celebrate this. Stop trying to use this as an excuse to fight your enemies or whatever. We just need to recognize we're all Americans. We're all citizens. We are all people and humans in this country. And I kid you not, over 1,000 comments telling me that we are going to fucking kill you, right? And going through with images of polar bears mauling people and shit.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy the amounts of animosity that existed in that. And I thought it was a pretty tame statement to make. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, well, people, I mean, right as it happens, people are going to be a lot more on edge, emotional about the situation. You hope that after a few days, some of the temper is cool. I think I've seen some people's tempers seem to be cool. Some have not. They seem to just keep going. And obviously social media plays a part in kind of roiling everyone up. It's, to me, it's very disturbing because I do think that his murder, theoretically, it could have been a moment where people came together. And obviously that's not at all what's happening whatsoever. I think largely because of the fact that there are so many people that were cheering this on, which, to me, the interesting thing, one of the interesting things about so many people cheering it on is that even though the mainstream and all the, almost every politician I think I've seen and every mainstream newscaster has, said very strongly that that this is disgusting and this is horrible and you should never, react to someone you don't agree with politically with violence, which is good. But then when you look at the comments and a lot of TikTokers and Instagram accounts, things like that, it's just nonstop, or not nonstop, but it seems like there's so many calls for violence. And the interesting thing to me is that there's so many people who are posting on accounts that have their real names on it, their real faces, their real pictures on it. who are calling for either more violence against people on the right or saying it was justified and all this other stuff. And that signifies that I think a lot of people who are on the left or the far left have completely been living just in this bubble world where they have no clue that saying something that extreme, that crazy, that batshit crazy online would be seen by most people as disgusting. And that's why there was a couple expos I saw that were interesting where people were completely shocked that there were all these people who had called for violence against Charlie Kirk or his family were getting fired now, and they couldn't fathom it. And to me, I'm sitting here like, really? You're so out of touch with the world. You've not touched grass for so long that you didn't understand that you celebrating a political assassination or calling for someone to be murdered, you didn't understand that when that gets found out and you put your name behind it, that yes, there's a good chance you'll be fired or suffer some sort of penalty because of that.
Yeah, there's a couple things here. I have seen, and it would be foolish of me to deny that there are a lot of people on the left who are celebrating this. There's videos of that. They, like you said, TikToks, Instagrams, and things like that. But I'm not sure it's as many as people want you to believe. I think that most people I've talked to, in my circles, and maybe my circles are just different. Maybe my circles are just built better. Okay, but 90% of the people I've talked to in my circles are, this is horrific. This is bad. Some of them have no sympathy, right? They don't particularly care, right? They're like, well, I didn't know Charlie Kirk. Okay, I disagreed with him, whatever, but he didn't deserve this, right? And I don't think that's necessarily, it's, I don't demand grieving from strangers, right? Like,
Sure.
I don't know the kids who were killed that day either. Like, it's sad, but, I don't know them. I can only shed so many tears. But I will say that a lot of people are trying to portray it as everyone on the left. If you like, I've seen Matt Walsh tweet about, Elon Musk has tweeted about this, that the left wants you dead. And I think that these comments are absolutely uncalled for. I think that it's further dividing us. And I think that there is a bit of a witch hunt going around with these doxing sites and things, because while yes, some are celebrating it, I've seen people post names and address, not names, but names and jobs, especially of military members, who made posts that were merely critical of Charlie Kirk and saying, look, they're justifying his murder too. But their posts, in at least in one case, specifically denounce violence, and they just say basically, well, I just don't care, and I think what he did was what he said wasn't good, and I don't like it, but he didn't deserve to die. And they're trying to use that and paint it as, look, they're calling for violence, they're condoning violence, we should fire them. And I think Hegseth is looking through the military members' posts and threatening to UCMJ anyone who spoke negatively about Charlie Kirk that day. And I think that's just uncalled for.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, yeah, you go, Tyler.
Well, I was just going to say, like, I mean, Wick, I largely agree with you. I don't think most people are celebrating his death. And I think there are a lot of people who fall into the more milquetoast category of like, I didn't agree with what he had to say, but violence is never the answer. But there's two things about that. One is that some of the people who make that statement, I mean, that's basically how Hassan Piker talks. That's like kind of what Nick Fuentes is saying, right? Like it's very easy to say like, well, yeah, no one should be killed. And then you go on to say like, but this person is an existential threat to your life and to our democracy and to our society. So that's one. I think I think a lot of people justify even when they condemn explicitly, the murder and the violence. So we saw a lot of this after the Luigi Mangione shooting and after the embassy shooting. Where people they condemn the violence, but it's the big giant buts. And so are those people necessarily like, is that stochastic terrorism? Are they like firing the flames? I don't know, not necessarily, but there's something very grim and ugly about it. And the second thing is like the bizarre Melissa Chen made a post about this, and I can't remember her exact words, and she was much more eloquent than I'm about to be. But the need that people feel to throat clear with like, well, I didn't agree with everything that he says, but no one should be killed for sharing their ideas. Like, so when you feel the need to put that in, I didn't agree with him thing, it's like, so you're just coming out and saying that murder is bad. Like, wow, brave. Like you take away from the power of the condemnation when you feel the need to put so many
I
asterisks.
I I agree and I disagree. And I don't want to hog the conversation. I want to let you guys get your words into. But just real quick, I do think that there is a power in saying I didn't like this man. I agreed with him on nothing, but the only thing we did agree on is that no one should be harmed for their speech. I think that showcases that even if you dislike someone, you're willing to stand up for their beliefs and stand up for them. I don't necessarily think that's throat clearing. I think that's planting a firm flag and saying, yeah, red team, blue team, doesn't matter. On this, we will defend you no matter what you say, right? You will never face violence from
That would
us. Right.
that would probably be a better way to say it. And again, I do sort of agree with you. And there was someone else who respectfully challenged what Melissa was saying and made a similar point that actually it's an even stronger statement,
Yeah.
right? When you can say that that I condemn this even for my political enemies or something like this. But I don't know. A lot of people, it just feels like it actually feels like a virtue signal. I think is actually what it is. A lot of times, like you can't be seen condemning it if you don't also condemn him. I guess that's what's frustrating. And I see this as someone who liked Charlie Kirk. Like I was a fan of his, and when you're a fan of someone, you develop like a parasocial relationship. And that's not even like on the table in a lot of like liberal, not that I expect liberals to like Charlie Kirk, but they're it does feel like it's a virtue signal to be like, well, yes, of course, I think he's a bad guy, like I think he's a really bad person, terrible person with terrible beliefs. And if I say all that, then am I allowed to say that the violence is not acceptable? It does feel like a little bit of that is going on. And again, I think it's just like, it's so easy to say murder is wrong. Um, I don't know. I don't know how many cookies people should receive for that, but
Right.
I don't want people to escalate the rhetoric. So
I think this when it comes to the whole like I didn't agree with him, but he shouldn't be killed. I think there's two very clear connotations. There's the one that you're talking about, Wick, which is I don't know if you ever saw the episode of Futurama, with the guy's like, I don't agree with you, but I'll defend your right to say it to the death.
The
And he's like waving the
Voltaire
American
quote,
flag.
right? It's a
Yes, right. Like so there's that connotation, which I think that connotation would be very that's like a very good connotation if someone has it in that fashion. Now, I've seen some people say it like that. I think I've seen most people say it in the other fashion, the other connotation, the connotation that Tali's talking about, where to me it comes off as like a defense mechanism of a signal to say to people on the left, look, I'm like, don't attack me, don't attack me. I think that he was, a bad man who had bad opinions too, but I don't think he should be killed. It does seem like that. Like, which to me is very interesting that it shows that so many people need or they feel compelled to throw that out there to like be afraid of getting attacked by their own team in that way. And I don't know if you saw because Harry Sisson, I'm saying his name right.
No, I
Harry.
think so.
I think it was Dean Withers, not Harry. If you're
Well,
about to,
a few of them said
Oh, I'm
things
sorry,
like,
Dean Withers. Yeah, you're
okay.
right. Dean
yeah,
Withers had that. He is very, very, very strongly against the Charlie Kirk being killed.
Yeah.
And then there's that clip going around where he was being berated, I think by a black
struggled.
woman. Yeah, through a struggle session here, and that's so many people's. I think on the left's experience is that I even was listening to some more news was kind of covering it, and it was fascinating because there was a person on some more news is very left wing. I think they're practically socialist, and they even had some guest speaker on who was talking about how oftentimes it's not the commentator that radicalizes people, it's the comment section. And the comment sections
Hmm.
will generally be far more extreme. And sometimes you don't even know if they're bots or foreign actors or whatever. And it was interesting because they were talking about, I mean, obviously they did not like Charlie Kirk, and they're going to throw in the whole thing that he's had horrible views, but they also throwing in the whole like it was completely horrible and to watch him, get shot. And, the woman was talking about, she was like crying about this and how horrible it was and,
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera. So then I go and look at their comment section, and a lot of the comments are like, he deserves to die and like
Yeah.
all the worst shit fucking ever. And it's just, this is, this is where I think the rubber meets the road here is there's a lot of people on the left who are saying that this is horrible, and that's fantastic. That's great. This is horrible. But if the next day comes or the next week's comes and everything goes back to business as usual, then I'm not going to take their thought process or their comments about this seriously. There needs to be an actual wake up call. And I do think, even though the right is saying and some very unhinged shit too right now, I do think it has to start with the left at the moment, because I think the left is a lot more in the bubble of not understanding that their views are fucking horrible. Is there needs to be this sort of, okay, we need to very strongly signal to our audience that political violence is not acceptable, that this level of hatred and vitriol is not acceptable. We're all Americans at the end of the day, and we believe in democracy and voting and solving our problems through not violence.
I think a lot
Oh,
of
go
these
ahead.
people have already been indoctrinated, though. So I'm very
Yes.
black pilled about this. I don't think a bunch of influencers are going to come in and change the audience that they've created, because it's the confirmation bias is a bitch. It's just going to kick in. It's going to be like, well, you've been telling us for 100 years that conservatism is synonymous with fascism. What changed? Like, this changed overnight? No, they're not. They're not going to buy that. They're totally not going to buy that. They're going to move on to other content creators who are going to give them what they want. The belief that they were told the first time they encountered online politics on the internet, which is
Mhm.
so super sad. Yeah.
I think
It's this is
Well,
why the retraction never makes any waves, because it's confirmation bias. Confirmation bias kicks in. Somebody hears something for the first time, and it's stuck. It's stuck in their minds.
there's a couple things. I do want to respond to what you just said, Adam, and I also want to respond to Sitch's talk here. And it's interesting to me. It's a little ironic. Friday I had Destiny on my show, and I was arguing with him basically, and Tali was there too, right? And we were both arguing like, hey, because Destiny's take was the right has to do it first. Like the Trump and the right, they're the ones that have to tone down the rhetoric first, and we're not going to do it unless they do it. And I I fought back against that because I don't think that's right. But also, I don't know if the left has to do it first either. Like when both sides are saying, well, the other has to do it first, I don't think that's helpful, and I don't think that's going to get us anywhere because neither side's going to do it, right? What we can do, though, and what I advocate for is I can do it within my community, right? And I can do it within the people around me. And I don't have to wait for the other side. I don't have to wait for anyone else to do it, right? And if my audience doesn't like that, which some haven't, right? They can leave. They can go elsewhere. Okay, we got to be willing to take that hit, because to Adam's point about a lot of people will just go with the confirmation bias, and if the influencer they're listening to doesn't agree with them, they will move on to another influencer. That will happen as well. But maybe I'm just naive, but I don't think that's going to be all of them. And I don't think we have to get rid of this entirely. We can just tone it down even by 30, 50%, and that's good, right? That's a good thing to do. Does that make sense?
Wick, a huge portion of the left believes that conservatism is synonymous with fascism. Okay. What is the equivalent meme on the right that's just as toxic as
The
that
left are
for
coming to kill
society?
you.
Now,
that,
how many people on the right do you think believe the left are coming to kill you?
I
And
think more
what is
today
like
than was a few days ago, right?
what is the manifestation of that meme? Can you give examples of it? I
Sure.
mean,
well,
I
yeah.
could pull up a
So,
thousand examples from CNN of commentators saying Trump praised neo Nazis, which I think is the ultimate expression of conservatism being synonymous with fascism. What is the equivalent of that on the right? I look, and I'll give you an example.
Well, the left is a bunch of communist perverts who are coming to take your guns, your kids, and your property.
Okay.
That's pretty standard in different variations on the right. And I think so. I do think where I feel frustrated as a centrist, I don't whatever to label myself, is like both sides truly believe that their side has been the calm, nonviolent one, and that the other side poses an existential threat to their well-being. Both sides, both of the sides who are as sort of like bought in, firmly believe this. Um, so like that's, and I guess like my frustration is I think the people on the left who are saying like, this rhetoric and political violence, this is obviously a right-wing problem. Those people they're wrong. Some of them are lying, right? But they're wrong and they're stuck in their own little bubbles. But people on the right are saying the exact same thing. Like to me, there's obviously now arguably you could argue that the left has been sort of more radicalized, and so like the threat of fascism, maybe they are more likely to engage with the threat of fascism with violence than the right is to engage with the threat of communism or transgenderism with violence. But I think an honest assessment is that both sides do frame the other side as like trying to ruin our country, trying to take away from the life that you enjoy.
Well, I would want
Feel-
to see the numbers on how many people have been indoctrinated with that meme that you're talking about. I would think if
So,
we looked at the actual numbers, I would think the indoctrination levels of young people thinking that the left is what was your meme?
We're
um,
the left is all commie
they're
scum coming
coming
to
to
take
take
your
your
kids, your guns, and
and your property.
destroy
Yeah.
Right.
your property. Yeah.
Maybe to trans your kids. I see that
Yeah.
meme around occasionally. I don't know how big a buy-in it is. I don't know if
Oh,
Fox
it's
News is out
big.
there actively promoting that the left wants to trans your kids. I mean, maybe they are.
I actually kind of think, and again, well, I don't have numbers to back
Yeah,
any
where
of
would
this
we?
up,
I'm
but
I'm
like,
just curious, real quick. Where would we find the numbers on this? Like, I just don't know if there is like
Well, I
a way
did.
to
There was a
measure
poll
it.
talking about, and I was looking for it, but I couldn't find it, where they were talking about how Gen Z thinks political violence is okay, is
yeah, that
completely
violence is an
fine with political.
appropriate response to
Yeah.
preventing speech that you disagree with.
Look,
Yeah.
I,
So,
I, I, I think you can make a cogent argument that political violence is a correct response to fascism, to actual fascism.
Well, it would also
But
be the correct response to someone to taking your property too, right? Like there are incidences
exactly,
where
sure, sure,
violence is okay, right? There's incidences
sure.
where violence is justified even. Um and
But
yeah,
my
go ahead.
argument is classifying bog standard conservatism as fascism. I think that's where the problem is coming in.
It is
And
a
I
problem.
I see constantly all, I see so many people that just believe conservative means fascist. It's a fascist ideology. And I mean I see what you're talking about, Tally, to some extent, but I don't see it as widespread. I don't see just a constant flow of this. Everyone on the left is a communist baby killer.
I hear you, and maybe it's not exactly one to one. I just think it's like it's pretty
Do
abundant,
you, do you
and I'm
think
not
Charlie
even.
Kirk made that argument that everyone on the left is a communist baby killer?
No, I
Wants to
think I
steal your
think
money and
no, definitely not. I think well, so no, absolutely, I do not think that at all. People can
but
clip lots of things that Charlie Kirk has said, right? Or lots of one-off
right.
statements or punchy responses to try to make it sound like that. But no, he spoke with a lot of nuance, and he was someone who spoke all the time. So we got to hear
But
really
does
like,
this the Charlie Kirk equivalent on the left constantly says that conservatism is synonymous with fascism? Like Destiny will say that, Hassan will say that. They
Yeah,
constantly say
but
this
just real
stuff.
quick, like Kirk isn't the isn't the only influencer on the right, right? And I can point to a lot of people, especially if you just take influencers, right, on the right
Sure.
side, who are absolutely convinced 100% that the left is going to destroy them, right? And they are in an existential battle between good
We
and
criticize
evil.
those. Yes.
Yeah, no, as you should.
Elijah Schaefer, I think, is one, but he's not on the same level as Charlie Kirk. He's not on the same level as Hassan,
Yeah, but there's a
because I don't
lot of
think that
them.
message. Oh, so you're saying there's a lot of them, but they're smaller. Who are they?
Yes.
The
Oh God, I don't. And
So
this is the thing. Like,
your argument is in aggregate they have the numbers of Hassan
I don't
or
know if they
Destiny
have
or
the
some of the
numbers.
bigger content
I don't
creators.
know if they're a 1-to-1 equal, because you could be right. I just
Well,
don't
I'm
know the
trying to figure out
numbers.
how many people are indoctrinated with this toxic fucking meme that
My
the other side
Sure.
is irredeemable.
My
Well, so
issue.
that's
Hold on, just real quick. My issue
yeah.
with your framing here, Adam, is that while I agree with you 100%, the people who are conflating all of conservatism, bog standard stuff, with fascism, is a problem. I would contend it is not the problem. The problem is the constant reciprocal radicalization that is happening in this country, where both sides are using the extreme actions of the other sides and the extreme beliefs of the other side to justify radicalizing further and going further with their own stuff. And I think that this is a perfect example of this happening in real time, that a lot of people on the right, I see more and more and more, are justifying, like, okay, we tried peace, now let's go to war. And it's not all of them. I'm not saying it's all of them.
The
They're being
numbers
great.
matter though. Like if one strategy is effective and the other strategy is not effective, obviously there are bad elements on the right that want to turn every single conservative into a white supremacist, right? I don't think they're being effective. I don't think they're working.
I think
But
they're working now
there
more than they
are
were a week ago.
okay, yeah, maybe now that Charlie Kirk has been assassinated, but I think on the left there are elements that want to paint every single right winger as a fascist, and in turn want to make every single left winger a radical. And I think that strategy is working. And I think the fallout from the Charlie Kirk assassination is just like in my face how well it has worked. These people, they live in a completely different reality. They think we're in the midst of World War II here, and that Charlie Kirk is the second coming of Hitler and he just got killed.
But there again,
To be
I would
fair though,
hold on. Just I know you have to go, so go ahead, Talib. So
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just gonna say, like, I think like the left is kind of predisposed to this. So again, like I think, Adam, I really do think that there is like kind of a lot of this type of rhetoric, not calls for violence, but just like framing the opposition as evil and maniacal. I think a lot of that a lot of that does come from the alt-right media space, or the alt media space on the right.
Elon Musk is the guy with billions of dollars who is willing to put billions of dollars into our social media where all this is spreading. He's telling people you need to fight or you will die, right? The left will kill you. He's saying that, and he said that in several tweets recently. I don't know.
So
how
interestingly,
anyway,
wait, so on that point, this is back to what I was saying before also, is like both sides think that they're in self-defense right now. So that's what Elon Musk is saying, right? Like if you don't fight now, they're literally going to kill you. And when we were talking to Destiny on that panel the other night, he views it essentially as the same way. Like they're coming for us. We can't just lay down our arms. Destiny literally said our options are to like fight back tit for tat or to be exterminated. And then when I watched his stream, his first iteration of it, he was calling it genocide. So and he's like he's not far left wing really, Destiny. So this is common on the left though. I mean, I even think back, sorry, just to like RBG when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. Before her body was in the ground, leftists were coming out saying, we're not going to whitewash the racist ass history of, this woman. I remember that very clearly while I was mourning the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, is people saying, well, she was racist towards Native Americans and she voted this way and did this thing. And so the left, like, there's a segment of the left at least who really like finds joy in this, and it's their natural inclination, kind of no matter whether the person's on the left or the right. Like their natural inclination is to purity spiral basically about everyone. So I don't think it's like even it's not I guess that's another thing too, is like it really is worth making distinctions, because the people like Hassan Piker et al., again, they would say a lot of the same things that they're saying about Charlie Kirk about like bog standard liberals. In one of the many freaking articles and interviews that Hassan has been doing in the last few days, because for some reason Charlie Kirk dies and everyone wants to talk to Hassan Piker about it. But in one of the many interviews, he was saying, you know, like, it's the liberals who cozy up to Kirk, basically. The liberals didn't see Kirk as a threat to their way of life. So like the people on the left who are being super callous at the death of Charlie Kirk, and they would do the same for the death of
Biden.
Josh Shapiro. Yeah. Or yeah. Or Destiny, even, frankly, which is kind of the irony of Destiny taking this approach.
So people are going to make the calls. I don't think pointing to people making the calls is relevant, because it's the number of people who take up the call that is the relevant thing. Scott Adams said the same exact thing Elon Musk is saying now before the election, that if the Democrats won, Republicans were going to be hunted. Okay. This was before the 2020 election. When Biden won, no one was ever hunted. People laughed it off. Nobody ever took up the call. Obviously, Elon is making up for lost time here because of the situation. Maybe people do take up Elon's call now. Elon wasn't making this call 2 years ago, 5 years ago. So I just, in my sense of this whole situation, is the left is eager to take up the call. There are people on the right that are eager to take up the call. I don't think they have the numbers. I think they have the numbers.
I think that to echo my co-host here, the left, I think you're painting with way too broad a brush. I think the far left, I'll give you. On the far, like the tanky left, the illiberal left, I like to call them, I might even grant you that. But when people say the left, they're including me and liberals and just bog standard Democrats, which I think is the majority of the Democratic Party. And I don't think I don't see that within my cohort. I don't see it at all. And I know maybe I'm in a bubble.
I see the callousness. in the rank and file Democrats.
Callousness is different. I think it's still
concern, though. I saw the callousness of rank and file Democrats after the Luigi Mangione shooting, and again, that actually really shocked me. Like, I was shocked at how many normal people that I know who really aren't like far left crazies, normal kind of liberals, whatever, who were like,
yeah, but
you know, we really do have a problem with healthcare in this country. Like, just like instantly going to justify it. So so I don't know. I agree with everyone here. I'm super black pilled. Like, I don't know where the
take a side tally. Okay,
I can't. I can't. Yeah.
But I guess I disagree with Destiny's advocacy and what he wants to do, but he does have a point when he says that there are a lot of people in power, in positions of governmental power on the right, who do see us, and influence on the right, who do see this as a war and want us to fight and want the right to take up arms. How effective that's going to be, I don't know if it's even helpful to play, well, the Democrats do it more, the Republicans do it more. Oh, we could play that game. I don't think we should, though. I think we should just condemn it whenever it happens, and whoever happens to say it, by turning it into this like game that we play, right? That you see people playing with anytime some sort of tragedy or horrific event happens, people are always going to try to turn it into a weapon against their political enemies. I find that gross. I find that disgusting. I don't like it when the right wing does it. I don't like it when the left wing does it. Everyone's like, well, look, it was a white man that killed blah, blah, blah. Or look, it was a Republican that did X, Y, Z. It doesn't matter, because not all Republicans are bloodthirsty animals. Not all Democrats are bloodthirsty animals. The only person responsible at the end of the day for the killing of Charlie Kirk was the guy who pulled the trigger and tried to say the left is
I completely disagree. I completely disagree.
How?
I mean, if that guy believed half of the insane lies I'm seeing about Charlie Kirk on the internet now, then I don't know how I don't know how you can say it was just simply him. Like it's probably going to come out that the guy believed he was a fascist, that he believes all this insane shit about how Charlie Kirk advocated to lynch trans people. Like he's probably going to believe that.
Maybe that is very possible, but again, there's a lot of people who believe that, who also didn't believe that he deserved death because of it, right? And that's the difference, because I can believe that someone is a bad person, even a fascist, really. I can believe someone is doing harm to this country, but I would never, ever advocate or believe that they should die because of that. I just don't think that's not within me as a person, right? That's the difference at the end of the day, because frankly, I disagreed with a lot of what Charlie Kirk said too. Does that mean I'm celebrating or condoning violence against him? Absolutely not. And I think that this kind of conflation of, well, everyone who shares the same beliefs about Charlie Kirk would kill him, I find incorrect.
I mean, there's just something completely sinister about killing someone who is completely innocent of the crimes he's been accused of. So I understand what you're saying, that we should foster a culture where anybody can do anything within the bounds of the law and they don't deserve a death sentence.
Absolutely.
But just not grappling with a culture that completely demonizes a person unfairly, the same way that Jordan Peterson has been demonized, the same way that Ben Shapiro has been demonized. It's just, I mean, you're just sidestepping the number one issue. The number one issue is that people can systematically demonize people, turn them into something that they are not, to the point where someone is going to pick up a gun and murder them. I mean, I just like that.
Well,
if we're talking about, look, I'm going to defend your right to free speech, I think I'm willing to have that conversation about what people are saying. At this point, I'm like, oh, we're in a completely different world here. It is completely blackpilling, because these people have been, look, it is easier to fool a man than to convince him he has been fooled. And we are swimming in fools. We have fools up to our eyelids here.
I don't disagree. I just don't think that you were looking at it in a way that is balanced. And I understand why, because I don't. I'll just grant you, I have my biases, okay? Mm-hmm. And I know that there are certain issues that I can look at that I am going to be tilted on, right? I'm going to be stilted on. I'm going to be one way on, and I recognize that I have to work to kind of overcome that, to really help me see the other side's
Wick, look at how I'm framing this, okay? There's a number of right-wing radicals out there in the world, okay? An actual number that we could write on a piece of paper. There is an actual number of these NPC violence loving left-wingers out there, okay? A number that we could write on the paper. What is there to be balanced about? Do you honestly believe that that number is like a 50-50 situation, that they're equal numbers?
I think that yes, I think that it is, I don't know if it's like exactly 50-50. It might be 60-40 or 55-45, but there is a growing cohort on both sides that are thinking that extreme action is the answer to this. And I see this because I interact a lot with right-wingers who come into my show. And again, the posts I've made since this,
right, okay,
mostly, and I'm sure you get the opposite, right?
That's obviously not, that's not obviously that can't be an accurate representation. It's like you're out there looking for right-wingers to bring into your panel. So
yeah, but
your whole panel is structured to be like a 50-50 situation.
I'm not talking just about my panels, though. I'm talking about my viewers. I'm talking about my audience. I'm talking about the people I interact with on Twitter. I'm talking about the people I act with in my real life.
Look, right? I don't know. I don't know what the number is either. Okay, so yeah, but I just in that situation, I don't like. I'm not reaching for this has to be balanced, because For all I know, it's 90% on one side.
But even if it was 90% on the right, I would still condemn it across the board, is what I'm saying. Because I don't think, like, turning it into an issue of right versus left is going to put the people who are on the other side of the issue, who identify as right or identify as left, it's going to raise their hackles. They're going to become defensive about it, and it's going to be much harder to fix the problem. But if you make the problem into a neutral one where you aren't attacking the right or the left, but attacking the problem itself, a lot of people on both sides are much more willing to actually do something and change their behavior and to change the scale.
I'm attacking neither right nor left. I think this is a problem with the media. I think the media is the one that is out there gaslighting people. So I think it's more prominent on the left, but it's the same exact problem.
Well, but that's the thing. Like, if I say I think it's more problem on the right, people on the right are going to take that as an attack, whether I mean it to be or not. They just are, right? Because it's like Julia Galef. Are you familiar with her? She wrote the Scout Mindset. She does a lot of Bayesian kind of thinking. But in the book she writes, she mentions how she tries not to swallow different identities. So she tries not to call herself a feminist, even though she shares a lot of beliefs with feminists. She tries not to call herself a Democrat, even though she shares a lot of beliefs with that. And the reason she does so is because as soon as you swallow those identities, if a feminists do something wrong, you become more likely to defend that wrong thing just because you identify with the group. Does this make sense?
Yeah, look, yeah, but identity creation is an important part of most people's lives. I don't, if you're arguing that nobody should adopt any identity, it's kind of a laughable solution.
I think we should make it much less important in our lives. And I think that we recognize, hold on, we should. Do you disagree with this?
I completely disagree.
Okay. I think.
Wait, why do you disagree, Adam?
Identity creation that's part of being human. Everybody needs to know who they are. Everyone needs to build an identity.
The argument that lots of like psychologists and philosophers and this Bayesian person that Wick is talking about make is that like we should be careful about which type of identities we hold so close, right? So it's healthier to have your identity be, a father, a brother, a son, right? All of these things, as opposed to a Democrat, a feminist, or just things that like put you on teams that aren't necessarily core to who you are.
Sure. I mean, it's good advice. I don't see it as useful advice in the current situation.
It's not necessarily
just real quick.
Well, me neither. But I think
it's just like we're fucked. We're basically fucked. So.
The use case of it in this situation is understanding that most people have swallowed these identities. I agree with you. Most people, it's very important to them that they're on the right. It's very important to them that they're on the left. So what I'm advocating for here is that we attack this problem not from a right angle or not from a left angle, but just attack the problem because it will get more buy-in from people listening. And so I'm not attacking the right, and they don't feel attacked, and so they're more willing to listen to what I have to say. That's the use case for what I'm advocating for here.
Right. Well, a lot of the reason people get in these identity groups is so that they have someone to attack. So
unfortunately, you are correct with that.
That's part of the huge problem. So. But look, Sitch, did we lose you, or are you just sitting back listening, or
letting you guys go back and forth?
I think like where I'm inclined to agree with you, Adam, is it does seem like it's interesting that you blame the media, because the media obviously has a lot to do with it, and the narratives that we say about people and about sides have a lot to do with like how people react. But I do think there's differences culturally between the left and the right, and by that I mean the people. And this is like one of the reasons that I ended up voting for Trump, that people on the left really don't like, and they yell at me for being a vibes voter and whatever. But it's like, to me, the people on the left, the people seem kind of crazier to me than the people on the right. Or rather, I felt like I was able to meet more normal people who were like, who believed the same true things that I believed, whatever, on the right or on the center right. And so I do think that the left, there are more people within the culture of the left, right, who believe that violence is an appropriate tool, to use against even like speech that you don't like we were talking about that most recent poll of the young people 18 to 29 or whatever. And Konstantin Kisin said something to this effect. But it's interesting. I'll agree with you. The left
More
seems more
people on the
inclined to
right
go to
agree with
violence.
violence. Is that what you just said? That's what it sounded
No, more
like
people
you
on the
said.
left. More people on the
Oh,
left
see, I
agree
thought
that
sounded like you said
violence.
right, but okay, just to be
Oh, okay.
clear,
Well, if
yeah,
I might have said right,
more
but I
people on the
definitely meant
left are
left.
willing to go to
Yeah.
violence. Okay,
And that's because they see speech as violence, right? So it does
right,
kind of go back to that conflation, right? They think that violence is an appropriate reaction to violent speech, right? Because they
right.
kind of water down what violence actually means. So yeah, I do see this sort of like, and there could be like lots of reasons for this. Even I wonder if like people who have like served in the military or served as like first responders and stuff are more likely to be right wing, and so like they have a better grip on what like civil war or this type of violence might look like. I'm totally projecting and speculating here, but it does seem like more people on the left are less
I
disturbed
think
by
it's
like
honestly, I think
political
it's because they're
violence.
younger. A lot of the left wing is younger, and the older you get, the more you realize how that's it's a problem generally, right? I'm talking generally, but anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
If there was a conclusive study that showed there was a much bigger problem on the left, that there were more of these people on the left that just thought all conservatives were fascist Nazis, that violence should be used on, and it was like, say it's doubled in the amount of people on the right that think we should use violence to deal with the left, who is a bunch of baby killers and child molesters and whatever. Do you think the mainstream media would report that, or do you think that they would bury that study?
Um. Good question. I think they would. I think they would report it, but they might skew it. And what I mean by that is they might frame it as right wingers say that left wing is much more violent and therefore the right wing is wrong, right? I can imagine MSNBC or someone doing that, right?
Okay.
Well, you can imagine that too, right? How they
Of
frame
course,
these things,
of
right?
course they would spin it. They'd spin it as hard as they possibly could once they were forced to report on it.
But the media landscape we exist in, a lot of the mainstream media, such as Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, these more kind of traditional mainstream organizations, a lot of their coverage and their reporting is influenced by the alternative media sphere. The alternative media sphere's influence on both the public and the mainstream has grown exponentially in the last 20 years. And as we've seen with a lot
In a
of
terrible way, though. I think it's that the mainstream is looking for examples of the other side misbehaving and then highlighting those examples and trying to make it sound like it's the entire left or the entire right.
I think all media does that. I think
Yes.
all tribal media does that, whether it
But that's
be
not good.
alternative
It's
or
probably a
mainstream.
bot from Russia that
Oh
they're
yeah,
signal boosting.
that is also a problem that we need to talk about, is the foreign influence on our media sphere from Qatar, from Israel, from Russia, from all these other countries that have agendas. And they want to influence the American public's mind so that they can influence the electorate to vote in who will be more supportive of their country's goals and vote out who will be less supportive of those countries' goals. And we have to keep that in mind. But we also have to recognize that a lot of our problems come from in-house and from just the incentives of how clicks, views, etc. Like I'll confess something to you. I almost put and we were talking about this backstage, a very incendiary title for my YouTube channel. I was almost going to title it something very clickbaity, something
For your
like
live stream. Yeah.
yeah, for like the right calls for civil war or some shit. But then I thought about it and I was like, no, I'm here to turn down the temperature. I don't want to do that. But I recognized, and my initial instinct was to do that because I knew I'm going to get more clicks with that title. I'm going to get more attention.
Yeah, because there's a bunch of people out there who've been brainwashed into thinking conservatism is synonymous with fascism, and you're just taking advantage of that market reality. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That is the problem.
I agree with you there, right? It is an issue, and it's something I have to, because look, gang, I got to make money. I got to feed myself. So I try to kind of tamp down these incentives, right? That I have to just to do crazy shit like that.
Right. Let's change our title to
Wick calls
all
for
left.
civil war.
Well, yeah, all left wingers want you dead, and see what our numbers
There
are.
you go.
Well, and there are of course like people saying that
Doing
right now.
that.
Mhm.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
yeah, yeah. Okay, unfortunately, I have to run. I'm very
Okay.
sad I could talk about this much longer. In case you guys are still going when I get finished at work,
We'll see.
I'll be happy to
Mm.
jump back on, but thank you for having me. Thanks
Okay.
everyone.
Thanks
Yeah.
for coming.
Bye bye, Tom.
All right.
Thanks
Talk
for
soon.
joining in. Sitch, what do you think of all this?
Now that just the men are here. No, I think Ty made a good point a while back that both sides in some of any of these sort of issues or conflicts, they're both going to inherently view themselves as the party that is in self-defense. And because that's the case, and I agree with you, Adam, that there is some objective fact claim out there about, who is worse or who is more radicalized at the moment.
Right.
Now, to answer that question, I'm more inclined to think that the left is I think there's a lot of radicalized elements to the right, and I do think that broadly the right is radicalized in a different way, not in the way of doing violence against the moderate left, at least maybe now, but not before this. But I think I've seen two polls recently that show that when these questions of political violence prop up, that the left is a lot more on the side. The majority is still against it broadly, but it shows that a lot more young people on the left are a lot more in favor or of the possibility of using political violence than at least on the right. Now, maybe that's just because obviously, there's this Charlie Kirk was killed, so that's like in people's minds. And maybe if it was someone else, I don't know. But it just seems like the young left is far more widespread in its radicalization from my view, is far more spread in its radicalization than the groypers who are horrible, but I don't think they're as
They don't have the
widespread.
numbers.
Yeah, I
Oh,
just don't think that they have the numbers. But since both sides do view themselves as being in the self-defense posture, I think that's why I do agree with what you were saying, Wick, which is that every individual person just needs to be okay. I don't, it's not really indicative of me to like say, well, I'm not going to do, to have the destiny position, which I think is the bad position. I'm not going to chill out until the other side chills out. Because if that's everyone's position, then no one ever chills out
Well,
ever.
and you can always find evidence of people not chilling out. So
Of
you can always
course.
go, look, I found this tweet.
Right, right. So I do think it's indicative on every individual person to be the one, to be the change, to be the one who says, okay, well, I'm going to chill out. And unfortunately, I think we're kind of living in a very bad timeline where honestly, after Charlie Kirk was killed or murdered, most of the large left-wing pundits and commentators and newscasters, they all did do that. They all did say that the political violence was wrong. And I'm saying it's like the worst timeline because even though they did that, there was still so many people
Totally
that were
unrewarded. Yeah.
just like either not pundits, like just random TikTokers, or just random people or X accounters out there, and on the internet on the left, or just random commenters on the left who just didn't take that message whatsoever, who were just
Yeah.
completely, die hard, yeah, fuck them, fuck them.
I
Because of the market reality.
and well,
Like we have to do something about the market. That's what we have to do.
Well,
yes, but oh, go ahead,
let me
Sitch.
just say, there's an interesting thing I was thinking of because I was trying to wonder like who would be the left wing version of this if there was like a murder on the scale. And I think on Ryan Long's podcast they posited that it'd be the equivalent of like if AOC was killed. I think that was like
Yeah.
the closest I could think of too.
Bernie Sanders
And
or something. Yeah.
yeah, or well,
Bernie Sanders would be much bigger.
Bernie Sanders would be much bigger, and I
Yeah,
think it
yeah.
would elicit a different reaction because there are a lot of people who are
Who
sort
voted
of on
for
the
both
right
Trump and
Mm,
Bernie.
who
fair.
are
Yeah.
kind of Bernie stands, where I don't think that's the case with AOC, except for Sammy, but she's a unique one in that respect. But that if and I was trying to think like now obviously this is just hypothetical, but I was trying to think of like, well, what happened if AOC was killed instead of Charlie Kirk, and what would that look like? And I realized that I think so much of this and so much of people's reactions is seems to me to be based in the fear of their audience. Because if someone like AOC or Charlie Kirk dies or is killed, and then that commentator comes out and they're like trying to say about how bad it is, there's going to be so many people in their audience that are going to get mad at them. Like, well, you told me this person was evil. You've been telling me this person was bad for so many years. Like, how can you say that them being killed is bad? And so I think like, and all the commentators and creators and people in X, they're all aware of this. And I think that colors their own reaction is that they're just so terrified of the audience and how the audience is going to perceive that they have to throw all these caveats or kind of tiptoe around the issue.
I think I think that the market goes both ways, and what I mean by that is that there is an incentive for the right to showcase these voices that are going crazy, celebrating, condoning, what have you, right? And I think that makes it look like it's a larger cohort than it actually is. I think that they have put these people on a pedestal, and you are seeing all these left-leaning people just be very callous, celebratory, all these things. That isn't to say that they aren't real. They absolutely are, and it's something that left needs to deal with. But I would caution you that you are seeing, like, the right has every incentive to pedestal these people. The right has every incentive to make the left look as bad and as unhinged as possible. I think that we also got to look at, while I think that largely the Democrats' response, the elected representatives' response has been great, I think Trump's response to this was a failure. Did you guys see his announcement
Yeah,
after the
it wasn't
incident?
a good response. Sure.
Yeah,
I'll agree
it
with that.
was,
Yeah.
he had one responsibility, or one main responsibility in this incident, or in this incidence, is to tone down the temperature, to remind us that we should be unified, to do all that. The first half of the announcement was fine, nothing wrong with it. But then he goes in how it's all the far left's doing, and we have to punish the far left, and we're going to dismantle them. And he goes on this screed about how he's going to attack the far left. I think that was a failure of his presidential duties, and it did nothing to turn the temperature down, but instead cranked the thermostat up. And being he's the president of the United States, I do think that bears greater scrutiny than some rando on TikTok.
So, you know, did you see the governor of Utah's like 20-minute speech about this?
I saw his press release when they caught
Yeah, it
the
was a press release
guy.
where he was telling people to like touch grass and to
Yeah,
de-escalate and
yeah,
all.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
I didn't see anything too terrible about that, right?
Well, no, because yeah, I listened to. I mean, I didn't listen to the whole thing. I listened the parts I saw that I listened to the speech sounded very good and about being unified and kind of detaching from the hate of social media and all this other stuff. And yeah, I mean, I wish that Trump had given some sort of speech like that. I not sure Trump is capable of giving a speech like that. It I think so much of the problem that we're in now is that the way the sort of political environment is set up is that if you're not angry, then you're perceived of as being a cuck. And everyone understands this on some sort of deep level. And it's like, okay, well then I like if I'm not angry and the other commentator is angry or the other politician's angry, then they're gonna yell and then they're gonna call me a cuck and my audience is gonna call me a cuck. So I have to be angry. And it just seems like everyone's incentivized to continually be aggressive and on the attack and angry all the time. And then with kind of what you're talking about with how much of this is, being elevated, like, well, it's true, obviously, that comment that Elon Musk put out that I think was stupid and unhinged about how the left is coming to murder you. It was based on some post that had didn't even have any views or really anything whatsoever, and it was being
Yeah, it
elevated.
was just this.
And
If Elon Musk hadn't tweeted it, we would have never heard it.
no one would have
Right?
seen
It,
that post, right?
would have been.
And now there are posts that I've seen, and there are videos where people have said the exact same thing, and it has hundreds of thousands of likes. And it's hard to tell. And this is where I think Elon Musk is very responsible. Is that I don't know how much of this is bots. I hope it's mostly bots, but I have no fucking clue. It would make sense that there's massive amount of bots that are flooding the likes and flooding the algorithm to try to get America to be as, at each other's throat as possible. And the fact that Elon Musk, he talked a lot about getting rid of bots on X when he first bought it. And I don't know that, I guess he's given up on that. That seems to have all gone out the fucking window. So I'd hope that most of those likes on the we need to kill all the left people or we need to kill all the Charlie Kirk people that are hundreds of thousands of likes. I hope those are all bots, but it's unclear to me that that's the case
I
at the
think that
moment.
also it is worth noting that even before we knew anything about the shooter, right? Even before we had caught the guy, before we had any evidence, before we even heard about the bullets and things like that, everyone was like, "It's the left. Let's go to war." Immediately, Matt Walsh, Tim Pool, all these people, it's the left. Let's go to war. They had no idea. I had no idea. No one had any idea. But immediately the call went out to let's go get them. The left has declared war on us. It's time to fight. We're in an existential crisis. I think that this
What was Tim
showcases.
Pool saying? Was he
Uh,
advocating for violence, or was he saying, let's go win in the midterms?
I'd have to look at Tim Pool specific. There was a
I
lot
mean,
of
you're saying
comments, right? I don't know.
let's go to war.
I
Matt
might.
Walsh saying, was he saying like, let's string him up? Time to
Matt
go
Walsh
lynch
was
him?
being super incendiary, and then he sort of slightly pulled back, saying, "I don't mean violence. I'm just talking about like politics or something." But his
Right.
original
Okay.
posts were like pretty fucking fire brimstone crazy
Yeah, it was
shit,
a.
and
I
it
it's
does get into like the stochastic it does get into sort of the hypocrisy, the stochastic terrorism of like, okay, well, there's the claim, which I think is a valid claim, which is if there's all this attacking on Charlie Kirk of being a fascist and that could lead to violence, then obviously, people on the right saying that the
And
left wants to murder you or kill you,
in.
I don't see how that
Mm,
wouldn't obviously lead down the same path road.
yeah,
I
If
did,
that's
totally.
the argument.
yeah, I did see Tim Pool's chat when it happened. And Tim's Pool's chat was like, yeah, I think he had 35,000 live viewers. War was being spammed by all his viewers. War, civil war, let's get them. So Tim Pool himself may not have said it. I think he did tweet out civil war. I'm not 100% on that though. But his comment section, right, as a kind of like a throwback to what Sitch said when even you have content creators who have pretty anodyne, tasteful takes on this, their comment sections are unhinged. Tim Pool's chat room was unhinged. And again, I remind you, this is the moments after it happened when, again, no one knew anything about this. And I think that this exposes the level of hate and radicalization that exists on certain elements of the right. And I think that I don't know if it's that they can't see it because they're on the right, or is it because the media downplays it? I'm not sure, but this is absolutely a thing that exists, and I don't think we should ignore it. And I agree with you, and I'll just see to you that the left does it too. Yeah, yes, I fought back against the left doing it too, right? I've always fought back against the left doing it too. But we can't ignore that the right is also guilty of this, and it's both, it takes two to tango. Both sides are radicalizing each other, and I am, as I said at the beginning when you asked how I'm doing, I'm scared, Sitch. I'm
Mm-hmm.
scared of what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't
When
like
you,
all there's a lot of theys being thrown around on social
I
media.
know, yeah.
Yeah. They killed Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, who's they? They killed Charlie Kirk? I don't know. And that is
The
disturbing to
media,
me
they did
because,
kill Charlie Kirk.
well, there's some people in the media you could say were definitely responsible for this. There's some pundits that definitely contributed to this. But when you just say they, that's so broad. And everyone interprets that as just the left in general. And, as Wick said, a lot of people are going to say that Wick is left. A lot of people say that we're on the left. And it's like, okay, are we, are we responsible now for this? Like, I don't feel comfortable when even people that I like, people I'm friendly with, are throwing out the they on X just because they're angry. And I understand why people are angry, and that makes perfect sense to me. But it comes down to something else I post on X, which is I don't so much of I think so much of this is people are afraid of being called cucks. so much of it is just you have to be angry because if you're not angry, you're a cuck.
There was a meme after the Destiny debate I did, where they were like, they had a picture of me and saying we should just cuck out more, and
Yes.
yeah, that's
Yes.
all it was. Is because and there's people in my chat right now who are very mad at me because I'm not pushing back enough, whatever that means. I think I've disagreed with you this whole time, at least Adam, a lot. I don't think, I don't know. I just don't know
I,
what they want, and I don't
I don't.
know what.
I don't see it as cucking at all. Like a political solution will last the next 50 years.
Yeah.
A violent solution is not going to last 15 minutes.
Of
It's
course. Right. But that's
yeah.
because you're, smart and mature.
So we're
Like,
not.
understand.
Yeah. So
Right.
look,
Yes. Yes.
we need a real
We need a real solution.
political solution.
Yes.
And I think you can't, we can't live in an environment where
Well, what's the solution?
you're allowed to just completely turn people into to delusional NPCs that hate their political opposition.
Well, it's kind of like, okay, and maybe I'm trying to think of a way to say this that's not horrible. So let me try to think of how to frame this. Kind of going to this argument that Destiny made on your stream that a lot of people make, where they're like, well, we're not going to be better until the right is better, till the other side is better.
They will
Which
never see the other side.
I know. But if you think about it, that doesn't even really that's not a logical position to make, because no one is saying, well, no one's saying to people on the left, well, you're not allowed to keep advocating, for get out people to vote. You're not allowed to keep advocating that you should be politically against the Republicans and Donald Trump and all this other stuff. No one's saying that you shouldn't continually make videos saying about how their policies are shit and all this other stuff. All they're saying is don't basically demonize these people to such an effect that it makes killing them seem morally just. Okay.
It works
And
though.
and if even if you're on the left and you think the right is doing that to you, okay, so what? You can still be just as politically effective. You can still do all the same content you're doing without going to that level. You can still get people to come out to vote without going to that level. So it is kind of like a whataboutism in the effect of it's not relevant to changing your own behavior. You're not going to suddenly be like there's this idea from both left and right that like, oh, if you don't demonize the other side with the vitriol of 1,000 suns, somehow that makes you defenseless. And it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Whether you call the left or the right demons isn't going to lower your own defenses or lessen your chances of when you walk outside and give a political speech of you getting shot in the head. I mean, I would say it increases your chances.
I think there's a lot of parallels between this and the Israel-Palestine stuff, where everyone demands they struggle session you. Like, oh, you can say it's Israel's bad. You can say Israel's doing wrong things. You can say Israel's doing war crimes. But unless you scream genocide 1,000 times, it's never enough, right? And even then, even if you don't think Israel should be completely dismantled and driven into the sea, even if you admit it is a genocide, some of them will still be like, you're cucking out. You're just an APAC scum, right? And I think that a lot of parallels are happening here, where it's not enough to label your enemy as your political enemy as bad, right? As harmful, as someone who's going to hurt the nation. You have to label them as the worst thing possible. And if you don't, you're cucking out. And there's so much demand for that. Look, I'll say this. I think Trump is harming this country. And I don't think I should have to mince my words about that when I say what he's doing to this Constitution and this country. That is not in any way, shape, or form a justification or a condoning of any violent acts. I want to beat him in the ballot box, and this is where liberal democracy needs to be fought, is in the ballot box during the elections. This is how we fight, quote unquote, right? But too many people see that as ineffective, and on the right and the left, that there is a growing idea out there that is being pushed that electoralism doesn't work. Right?
That's true.
Because every time I say this, like, hey, I think that we will win electorally, or the side that's going to win electorally is the side that can rein in its crazies. The side that can return us to normal. The side that doesn't go insane every single time something happens. And the side that does that is going to win electorally. And I say this, and they'll be like, well, what about 2024 when Trump won? Doesn't that prove your whole point wrong? And I mean, look, the 2024 election was unique in a lot of ways. The candidate got pushed out, right? Biden got sidelined, right? And then we had the economy that was just in a shitter, where we had incumbents across the world globally lose their seats. So trying to draw any kind of conclusions from that election and assuming that, see, cucking out doesn't work. And by cucking out, I mean acting normal.
Yeah.
It's just insane. I don't know. It feels insane. It's driving me crazy, and I don't know what to do about it.
Well, in terms of like the whole people cucking out thing with the anger, which I did see a lot of people on, I did see a lot of people on the right after it was talked about that he was assassinated, saying like, oh, the people calling for calm, like they just want you to sit down and take it.
Yeah.
Right. I saw that language repeated a lot. And it's interesting to me, and this is just sort of a facet of human nature, of how when things affect you or me on just an individual level, it really hits you emotionally, and you're thinking in a different mindset, where if it's something that happened to someone else or something that happened a long time ago, we view it through a much, a more logical lens. We're not really having this emotional connection, because the same people that I hear who are like calling for escalation, those people would not have, like, if we were having some conversation before Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
If before that ever happened, we had some conversation about like riots after Martin Luther King Jr. died. They'd all say like, well, that was horrible. Obviously, no one should riot. No one should turn to violence.
Yeah.
They would never frame it like, well, black people, cucked out after Martin Luther King Jr. died because they didn't like go to civil war with America. They
would now. They totally would.
Well, I don't know. See, I don't know if they would, because it'd be weird. Like if a lot of people on the right were like, yes, the black people should have, started killing white people after Martin Luther King Jr. died.
Well, no, the
Because you could
left
say,
was saying that. The left
oh
was
yeah,
saying that.
the radical left was saying,
They'd say, look, Martin Luther King cucked out. A lot of them want to make the argument that he didn't cuck out.
Exactly. Yes, the radical
left. Misremembering history. So.
Well, they're intentionally being dishonest about the whole thing.
Of course they are.
But yeah, because all the same arguments I'm seeing about the whole like, well, they killed the peaceful guy, they killed the talk guy. I'm like, these are all applicable to Martin Luther King Jr. Like way, like 100 times fold to Martin Luther King Jr. And none of those people, I assume, would be in favor of black people in the 60s just saying, okay, well, we're just gonna, all become black violent nationalist radicals and start, doing terror attacks everywhere in the country. So that's what I'd say for everyone to just sort of take a step back and to try to disassociate emotionally somewhat. I think there's actually, I'm trying to remember what it was. I wish I could find it. There was some quote. I think it was a quote from Charlie Kirk that someone posted, that he was talking about how like there was some Bible passage about kind of distancing yourself emotionally from situations to have a little bit more clarity of mind sometimes. And I do think that people need to do that at the moment.
The problem with the situation now is people are looking for some sort of threat resolution path. And just because they got the guy and they're going to execute him, there's still this giant threat because we're in an environment where people are celebrating that. It makes it seem like the threat has not been resolved. So until we find some way to resolve that threat, you're still going to get these calls for escalation. The calls for escalation are a call for threat resolution through violent means. That's exactly what it is.
I think
we need to get all these people and do away with the threat.
Well, that's how they're going to portray it, right? They're all going to portray it as, well, we're in self-defense. I think we talked about that at length. I think that part of the threat that we are under are the people who are, I would say, overstating the threat. And there are a lot of people who are incentivized to do that. The media is incentivized to do that.
Okay.
Well, no, look, people who feel like there's existential stuff happening are more likely to turn into the news every day. They're more likely to scour and to really pay attention to what's happening. They're more likely to go to the influencers to look like, what do we got to do, right? Well, what's going to happen? And I think that influencers, media, all of them have the incentive to make it out to be bigger than it is. I really do believe that most people in this country, if left to their own devices, would choose peace. Peace. They would choose peace. They would choose to come together. They would choose unity. It's that there are forces in our society, right, who are accelerating and wanting to divide us. And I think that that is playing up the threat. I really do.
So I somewhat disagree. I think the threat is only, I think it's somewhat exaggerated or hyperbolized, but not that much. And I was kind of there. I saw something that really blackpilled me. I think it blackpilled me even more than Charlie Kirk being killed, the way that he was. And but let me just say, I do agree, Adam, what you're saying about the threat not being resolved. I think that's a
Yeah.
great point because that's also a lot of like what causes anxiety and panic disorders in people is you perceive that there's a threat and it's never resolved, and you just kind of your brain just hyperfixates on it and keeps reliving it because it
Yeah, you
never
hunker
is.
down and fucking
Yeah, it's
in
never
terror.
right. It's never been resolved. But the thing that blackpilled me, and the thing that why I think that the threat is only somewhat exaggerated, is after this event, and I saw the people, saying what they were saying, and even though I saw if most of the left, mainstream left, denounce the shooting, and there was the one person on MSNBC who had that insane remark about like, well, maybe it was someone who was doing it in celebration of Charlie Kirk, right? Which is the stupidest fucking thing a person
Yeah,
could ever
it's
say.
really weird.
And I was very glad to see that guy got fired very quickly, which was great. But then the blackpilling was I saw almost every large news outlet did an article on Hassan Piker and his reaction to Charlie Kirk, dying and being killed, and including the New York Times, who did post a really good op-ed from Ezra Klein talking about, how horrible the violence was and how Charlie Kirk was doing the right thing by trying to talk and persuade people to vote. That the New York Times then turns around and they publish this op-ed from Hassan Piker. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, even though Hassan, when I watched the original clip, Hassan did seem to be emotionally, visibly distraught by the killing, at least at first and everything. And he, at least at first, was saying that he's not in favor of it and all this other stuff. I do think that his rhetoric is definitely some of the most incendiary rhetoric in the entire ecosystem of radicalizing people and getting them to become more extreme and more violent. So even if he's going to say he denounces it now, that's well and good. But I definitely think he is very responsible for creating this ecosystem or helping create this ecosystem. And there's that clip of him talking to Second Thought, the people who were pro October 7th, and they're literally applauding Hassan, saying, you do such a good job at sucking people down this radicalization pipeline. And Hassan agrees with them. And it was so blackpilling to me, so disgusting, so enraging to me to see all these articles come out, all these puff pieces coming out about like, well, we need to get Hassan Piker's reaction to fucking Charlie Kirk and how he was assassinated. I don't think until those people can be held accountable, until some adult will enter the fucking room and say, fuck you, Hassan is a fucking the mainstream
Held
media on the
accountable
left needs to
how?
say, Hassan is a piece of shit. He's a radical. He's in favor of terrorism. He's literally in favor of terrorism. We have no fucking clue how the fuck this guy is still platformed on Twitch. And we know we need to start writing these fucking bullshit puff pieces about him. Until that happens, it's hard for me to see how this is going to ever get better on the left.
So two things with this, like whoever is Hassan's publicist is a genius, okay? Just from the ability for him to get coverage in these times and get exposure. I don't know who it is, but I want to hire the guy. He's or the girl, I guess. So let's be equality, right?
It could be non-binary.
Who knows, right? Um, yeah, they're a genius. They're just doing their job extraordinarily well. They're getting them in touch and in contact with these media figures and getting these puff pieces done. I will agree with you that it is a problem, and it is a problem for the Democrats that Hassan Piker is being seen as the face of the left. That does need to be fixed. But I also would say that the bigger problem is, have you guys seen the Fox and Friends clips, right? One where Trump is basically, what was he say? He's like, I don't really care. I think that about right-wing violence. I'm paraphrasing, right? But the left-wing violence is the real problem. And then another Fox and Friends host or Fox co-host or something saying that they need to involuntarily, lethally inject homeless people. Insanity is not just on Hassan Piker. The insanity in our discourse is the ocean we're swimming in now. And I think that we can't just blame Hassan Piker or just look at Hassan Piker. I agree with you. Hassan Piker's a problem. I don't like the guy. I'm on record being very against Hassan Piker, wanting to kick him out of the left entirely. But I think it would be incorrect, and incorrect to point to him as like the problem here. I don't know.
I don't think Hassan is the problem as a sole person. I do think I think he's the biggest problem, one of the biggest problems in terms of creating that environment on the left specifically. You know, I heard Donald Trump's comments, and yeah, I don't like that Donald Trump said there's no right-wing extremists, or the right-wing extremists just are in favor of policing, or whatever the fuck he said, which was stupid.
Yeah, I'd have to get the exact quote.
Yeah,
I don't
terrible,
know.
comment from the make. That's fine. But I think we both agreed, because we had this, and even Destin agreed when they has that conversation about like, who would be worse as president, Donald Trump or Hassan. And I thought it seemed like most people were agreeing Hassan would be worse and would be more dangerous.
Yeah, but Hassan
than Donald Trump.
But Hassan isn't the president, and Donald Trump.
No, I
is,
understand that, but
right?
I understand that, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not, anyone who listens to the show, I'm constantly attacked as being very anti-Trump. Every time I start talking bad about Trump, 200 people will immediately leave because they're way too sensitive and their little, brains can't handle any sort of pushback on Donald Trump. Okay. So listen, that's, people who listen to the show know I'm not a big
I want to be clear.
whatsoever.
I'm not trying to do the what about game, right? I really am not. I'm really not trying to say, well, oh, Hassan says this, what about Trump? Or this person says this on the left, what about this person on the right? As I said earlier in the show, I think it's unhelpful to even do these kind of like measure things and where we turn it into a competition. I just worry that that's going to be the takeaway from people who listen into my conversations and listen into my panels and listen into my things, because it's, as much as I try to get away with it or get away from it, almost every conversation I have goes back to it. And I think that also is a problem that we have in America, where we're trying to turn it into a right or a left issue when it's just an issue. It's just an issue.
Maybe this is what I would say to you and to other people on the left,
Sure,
which is that whenever you talk to someone on the right, and whenever there's some criticism of Trump, the defense seems like it almost always goes back to, well, Trump is reacting to the left, or the left is crazy and you need someone like Trump to fight back against them. Yeah. Whenever I had these conversations, it seems like that kind of always is a very like base part of the argument. And so the only way to, if you're on the left, if you want to take away the people's like emotional need to have Trump, be the boisterous kind of radical person he is, I do think the solution to that is to fix the left. I do think so much of Trump and his popularity is in response to the insanity of the left.
But that's
why
that's the trap we're in, though, right? Because a lot of the left is in response to what they see as radicalization on the right.
Yeah, but they're wrong.
I don't know
if I agree. They're factually wrong, because all this woke shit started before Trump.
Yeah, but what was the woke shit in response to? It was a response to the religious right in the 90s going crazy.
Everything is in response. Well, no. First of all, I don't agree with that, because there was like a very minor woke shit that came out in the 90s and it disappeared. And then all of a sudden, seemingly for no reason, in the 2012s and 2014s, it sort of just flew back with a vengeance. And it wasn't really in response to anything on the right. I'm not even sure what set it off, but it definitely set off. So, and then the woke stuff, I will say that once Trump won, that allowed the woke shit to spread more, because the people on the left were like so
scared of Trump.
Well, they're so scared, but like when Trump in the first election, people forget it's been so long. It's been 10 years ago. No one thought, or most people did not think that Trump was going to win in 2016. It was like a joke. Everyone thought Hillary had in the
Well,
bag. And then when Trump
Trump didn't
won,
think Trump was going to win in
Trump didn't
2016.
think Trump
Yeah.
was winning. Right. Yeah. When Trump won in 2016, like the left was in shell shock. And I think part of why they grabbed onto woke shit is because woke shit was some explanation of why Trump won. It's like, oh, well, obviously Trump won because everyone's racist. So, so, but putting that aside, okay, I'm just saying I'm looking at where the left is now, and I'm looking at where the mainstream is now. And it's hard for me to take seriously the mainstream left saying that we're going to be reasonable or sincere or anti-violence or any of this stuff when they are platforming people like Hassan, and until they actually call out the radicals on their side. And I get it. Yes, Trump says fucking crazy shit, and that's fine. Whatever. You can do both those fucking things. You could say Trump says all sorts of crazy shit, but also Hassan Piker and all these other fucking communists are a blight on our society. And that's, I guess, what frustrates me is that it feels like, and I don't think you're doing this, Wick, but it feels like so many people will just use the what about Trump thing to defend against the fact that they should be, until the left actually has some pushback on the radicals on their side, then it's hard for me to say, well, why is the right not,
I
pushing
I
back on their
I
side
would
either?
I see this, and maybe it's because I do swim in these waters, in the left waters more than I think that other people do, because I've been involved with left-wing organizations and things like that. There is currently that pushback you say you wish is happening. We are fighting a civil war in the left right now, right? There is an internal conflict in the left, and it's crazy. We had a lot of content at this very recently over the whole Pisco and Aaron thing, right? And this idea of communists and socialists kind of infiltrating the left and what we should do about it and these things. Like, we are currently doing that. There are a large number of moderates and progressives that are more moderate progressives, right, and centrists on the left that are currently calling out, pushing back, and trying to get rid of these cancerous elements that I agree exist on the left. I don't see that same pushback on the right to the same degree. I do see, and I will say after this thing, there are a cohort that are pushing back against the people calling for civil war on the right. I agree. I see that. But it seems to be lockstep on the right, which is a problem because, again, they tend to vote as a cohort more than the left does. The left is much more fractious. But I don't know. I don't
did
see
Donald
anyone
Trump
pushing
throw
back
Nick?
on the right.
Why did Donald Trump throw Nick Fuentes out of his house? Why did Richard Spencer get kicked out of the RNC?
But I'm saying that Trump
Why
is the
why
radical
did
left.
Alex Jones try to talk Kanye West into some fucking sanity?
Yeah, but Trump
Why is
is
Ben
the radical.
Shapiro pushing back on? Look, you just said nobody on the right is pushing back against the radicals.
Okay, but Trump is the radical. The MAGA is the radical right. There are more radical right, but I think MAGA is the radical right.
You're saying it only counts if Trump pushes back against the
I want to
radicals.
see people push back against Trump on the right. That's what I want
Oh,
to see.
so that's all that matters.
Not all that matters, but I think that like when Sitch talks about
Ben
people
Shapiro
pushing back against
calling out
Hassan,
anti-Semitism on the right doesn't count.
it does count, but it does count.
The RNC throwing Richard Spencer out doesn't count.
These all count, but it counts for a lot less because their figurehead is someone that no one calls out on the right, except for maybe Thomas Massey and I think Rand Paul, and maybe a couple more. But other than that,
do you think Donald Trump is on par with Nick Fuentes or Richard Spencer?
He is radical in a different way, but he is a radical president. He absolutely is.
So he's as radical as Nick Fuentes.
In a different way. He is destroying our Constitution as we speak.
Okay.
I do really believe that.
So I guess I would say, and maybe this is the way to conceptualize it, is I agree that Donald Trump says and does all sorts of insanely radical things. Yes. And I do think that if he had been successful at getting Pence and the Supreme Court to declare him president, when he tried to throw out all the people votes. I do think that would have sparked something far closer to a violent civil war than we'll ever have in the coming time period or anything relating to this whatsoever. I think there would have been mass political assassinations and mass political violence that we haven't seen in America in, decades. If he had been successful doing that. Okay. So I'm sympathetic to that. But I'm just kind of looking at it from the perspective of just I get it. I get it. I get it. The right is not in a great place, and that's all fine. But as I said, the left, to me, I think the emotional kind of response that even I have and other people have, I think you have to some extent, to sort of be defensive about this and to go after, Trump, I don't think it's useful. I think if you really want the left to be stronger, to go after Trump, then the left does need to be healthier. And you can't have a healthy
Don't
left
disagree.
until they can pull the plank out of their own eye. And I think the plank out of their own eye is they have a bunch of radical far left psychos that are indoctrinating the youth in the movement. And as I said, this is why it was so blackpilling for me to see all these articles written about Hassan.
Didn't they kick Hassan out of the
They
DNC?
did.
Like, what the fuck are they doing?
That's
And
what I
they're
don't
writing a bunch of
understand.
puff pieces.
That's
They're
what
trying to blow him up, get him invited back
Because
next
That's
year.
what I don't fucking understand.
The
And
media
that's
are
why I'm
also
like,
the enemy of the Democrats.
that's why
gonna
I'm
be
like
real.
desperate to understand what the fuck. And this is where I think the right is so fucked up here and so dropped the ball here that I actually wonder if there's some weird conspiracy going on. I don't understand. You have like all this energy from the right to get people canceled, to get people fired, to really push, 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 push. Why is there not? And this is what I was trying to do with my X post. There needs to be the right as a whole needs to come together and demand from the New York Times, from CNN, from all these other outlets to say, why the fuck are you A, writing these puff pieces about Hassan, and then B, not telling your audiences the truth that this is a person who literally supports terrorist actions and terrorist organizations. I want that fucking answer. Everyone in America deserves that fucking answer. And until that happens, the left is not going to be strong enough to fight against Donald Trump.
The reason the right isn't going after all these news organizations for platforming Hassan and things like that is because it's a gift to them. I would just posit to you that a lot of mainstream media is biased against the Democrats too, not the left. The Democrats, they're not the same, not at least in this conversation here. There are forces that are on the far left that have been seeking to undermine the liberal order of America and kick out its pillars, and they want to see the Democrats fail because that gives them personal power. It gives them personal influence within their various spheres. They make a lot more money when Republicans are in power and things like that for a lot of reasons. I think that there is a two-pronged attack. The Democrats are in a bad place because there's a two-pronged attack. They are having to deal with attacks from the right, and they're also having to deal with attacks from the left, and it is frustrating. And I share your frustration that we haven't won this battle yet, but I would posit that the right lost their battle, right? They lost their battle to their extremists. And it's the Democratic Party is the only party in America currently willing, or at least has a chance, to defend liberalism. And I am a liberal at the end of the day, right? We talked about identities earlier, right? And I try not to swallow many, but that is one that I have to admit that I have swallowed, is that I am a hard R liberal, okay? Liberalism has been framed as a slur from both sides. The left will, if they want to insult you, they call you a liberal. The right, if they want to insult you, what do they call you? A liberal, right? And I think that we need to get back to our liberal roots in America. And the Democratic Party is kind of the only way I see it.
No, 100% agree on like the whole, making liberal a slur was one of the biggest mistakes that the right ever made. And they were not people, they were doing it because they were just, when they said liberal, they just meant like people on the left. They didn't mean like the ideology of liberalism. But unfortunately, now that we have socialists, that distinction is suddenly important. And now that we have people on the far right that are advocating for, I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to call it, anti-liberal, anti-individual right-wing collectivist ideologies or monarchies or whatever
Post
the fuck it is.
liberalism, I think they
Yeah,
call it.
post-liberalism, right? Then now suddenly the label is important. So I agree with all that, but completely. But someone asked me this like a year ago or something. They said, Sitch, what do you think? What is like more worrying to you uh, in terms of the long run? Are you more worried about like Trump and MAGA, or are you more worried about, the alt left and where they're going? And my answer to that, which I think is sort of pertinent in this conversation, is as much as I don't like Trump, and I do think Trump is doing a lot of bad things, and I think he's, probably going to be at the end of the day, a net negative for the country. The MAGA movement is based around Donald Trump. When Donald Trump is not president in 3 years, I don't I don't think JD Vance can try to pick up the mantle, but I don't think he's going to be that successful. He doesn't have the charisma. He doesn't have the personality. He just doesn't have the je ne sais quoi
The
to sort of hold together
yeah.
the MAGA right, because the MAGA right is sort of not. I don't even think it's an ideological movement at all. I do think it's mostly a cult of personality that has a lot of people that have a lot of different ideas that are kind of vaguely populist, that are vaguely angry, and Donald Trump is the glue that holds them all together. And when Donald Trump is gone in 3 years, I don't see it really growing into anything else. But if I look at the alt left is not based around a person. It's just based around this fucking insane toxic ideology. And that to me is more worrying because I don't think it's going anywhere. I thought it was kind of it looked like, oh well, now that Trump is president, people are kind of waking up and this shit is kind of going out of fashion. But then I look at, okay, so many people that were reacting, to the Charlie Kirk assassination with glee. When I see, all these mainstream outlets platforming Hassan, and I think they're doing it because they have all these. This is my theory: is that all these newspapers have young people now, or millennials now working for those publications, who just lie, who fucking straight up lie to their old, boomer bosses about Hassan, and they just platform him like crazy. And that's so worrying to me. And so I guess that's why maybe I'm a little bit more worried about the direction that the alt left is going, is because I see that the MAGA stuff is going to go away in 3 years, and I think the alt left stuff is not.
So I don't know if the MAGA stuff is going to go away. I hope you're correct. And look, I saw Vance try to order donuts. He doesn't have any charisma and things like that, but that
Look,
doesn't. Go ahead.
well, I mean, to say that the MAGA movement isn't about anything. I mean, you really think the MAGA movement's not about anything? Let me just make a point about the media, and I'll let you guys
Please.
respond. So, look, I think the goal of the media, most media, not all media, obviously, but most of the media and most of the left is to fight racism, sexism, and homophobia. They see the Republicans as a party of racism, sexism, and homophobia. And I just think all media bias flows from this reality. This reality is undeniable. And whenever telling the truth or reporting the news intersects with this prime goal of saving the world from racism, sexism, and homophobia, the truth takes a hit. And that's exactly what's going on. So if you look at the inverse of that with MAGA, I mean, MAGA, they care a lot about immigration. They care a lot about the changing culture. They care a lot about the women, trans women in women's sports. They care about fighting a lot of these things that they perceive are being forced on them by the left. So I just, how are those things going to go away when Donald Trump goes away? Well,
So
first,
let me
go
be
ahead, Sitch.
let
You say
me
whatever.
let me specify. Okay, there are issues in the MAGA movement that people care about. Immigration is the number one issue, which will calm down as immigration and so many people are getting deported and immigrants are not being allowed in the country and all this other stuff. So that will naturally calm down. But I'm not saying that there aren't that the MAGA movement doesn't have issues it cares about. I'm saying that I don't think there's like a binding, clear, principled idea of what the world is that unifies them. There's people in the MAGA movement that are like, George W. Bush Republicans. There's libertarians. There's post-liberal monarchists. There's people that just don't like immigrants. There's a lot of fucking weird, like left-wing populists that were Bernie Sanders voters. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's issues. that binds people together in the MAGA movement. There's Donald Trump that binds people. I think the most unifying issue that binds the MAGA movement is a general anger towards the shittiness of the governance of our country for the last 20 years. I think
Mm.
that's the
Yeah.
primary thing that's binding the
I
MAGA
think
movement. I'm just saying that there's not a
Don't you
philosophical
know?
version of what the world looked like that binds that movement together. And that's why I'm saying that when Trump is gone, I think there's going to be a lot of trouble coalescing that, continuing it forward.
okay. The I think that one of the mistakes we might be making is viewing this as a left-right thing. I don't know if it is anymore. I see it as a populist versus establishment thing, like anti-establishmentism versus establishmentism. People who like our institutions, trust our institutions, people who don't and want to destroy them. I think that's why you have Bernie overlap, and Bernie and Trump voters overlap, because both I would consider populists to various degrees and also anti-establishment. They do not like the status quo. They want to see it brought down, and they have just different ideas of how to do that and different like goals of after. But that is their general kind of cohesive bond, is we don't like the deep state. We don't like the politicians. We don't like where we are as a country. We feel betrayed. We feel like we've been hurt. We feel like we've been attacked and we've been let down, and someone's got to pay. Right? I think Michael Moore said it best.
Where does the media, who's specifically interested in fighting racism, sexism, and homophobia, fit into the establishment populist framework?
They see the Democrats as part of the right, who are establishing, helping to uphold the status quo. And because the media is too broad of a
So
term.
they see the Democrats as racist, sexist, homophobes?
A lot of them do.
They nominated a woman
Hold on.
candidate.
Media is too broad of a term, I think, because there's many different sources of media. There's alternative media. There's the mainstream media. There's influencer media and things like that. And these all do not operate the same and do not have the same incentives. So just broad brushing it as the media, I don't think is helpful to the conversation.
Well, look, I think it's a cultural phenomenon that everybody's sort of opted into this project to fight racism, sexism, and homophobia. I think people obviously in different institutions are fighting it as well. Medicine, they're fighting it. They want to fight it in law enforcement by getting more female cops, right? It's a cultural thing.
No, I don't disagree that there are some people who see the world that way, and that's the lens, right? The critical race theory lens, the
Is that the
oppressor
thing
versus
that's
oppressive
most important?
lens.
Is that the most important thing we should be fighting today?
I don't think so. Not now.
Okay. Look, I totally agree. I think like we're spending a lot of time and effort fighting something that's really making things worse. But look, it's their project. That's the project. I don't know how we turn them around on that project.
I think they've lost. I think that they've lost their project. I think the 2020 BLM stuff was kind of the apex of that worldview in their influence and their power, and it's been waning ever since, even on the left and obviously on the right, right? They just don't have the same cultural power they did. They don't.
It's funny because this horrible stabbing thing that took place on the light train, you could see this project rear its ugly head again. The only way they could cover it was framing it as the right is trying to spin this into a reason to hate black people. That's the only way they could cover it.
I think that you're right with some of the coverage, but I saw the CNN coverage of it. I saw there's a few other news organizations that did cover it, and they covered it just fine. I felt there was nothing like they weren't trying to paint it a certain way. I would absolutely grant you that there were a few news organizations who did it poorly. Axios being the main one that I can think of off the top of my head, right? It framed it as MAGA's using this to push their anti-crime narrative, and that was callous, cold, and totally off the mark of what they should have done. But let's look. The murder happened on August the 22nd, I believe it was, and no one covered it. Not the alternative media. No one did until the video footage released, which was like a week or two later of what actually happened. And once the video footage released, then everyone started. Then it became a.
Do you deny that the story was suppressed in the mainstream media?
Yes, I deny that. I don't see any evidence of that. Let's say that.
Okay.
Well, with the they're not becoming viral to the footage is released. I mean, that's common. I mean, that's what happened with most of the BLM stuff.
Yeah.
It would happen and then no one would talk about it. And then a video would come out and people would see it and they go, holy shit.
Yeah.
Right. I think the same thing happened with George Floyd. I don't remember how long it took for that footage to come out. Obviously, if that footage didn't come out, like it wouldn't have been
came out
an
the
issue.
day of, right?
The first CNN talked about it. They framed it as Charlie Kirk was a racist for talking about this. That was the first CNN covered it.
Because I saw CNN cover it again perfectly fine. I don't know if it was the first article or the first version of the article.
It was Vance Jones saying his stupid shit about Charlie Kirk.
Oh, on their live stream or whatever? I don't know. I don't watch their live stream. I just look at their website and their publications. But the publication and the website covered it just fine, in my opinion.
Well, I don't like that the publications, when they finally covered the story, they all had to cover it. Well, felt compelled. They didn't have to. They all covered it in the context of like, all the right wingers are making a big stink about this on social media. And that's why we're talking about it.
Yes.
Which to me is insane.
Because they're racist.
Right. That you'd even have to put that in there. And in terms of like suppressing it, like, yeah, obviously I don't have, there's no email that shows, there's no email list that has been leaked. That I wouldn't be surprised if there was, honestly, but there's no hard evidence that shows, yes, the media 100% knew this story existed and 100% suppressed the story. To me, it strains credulity. To me, it seems impossible that when the story, I think, was like going viral on social media for, I believe it was like 2 or 3 days before the media finally responded to it. And I think they only responded to it. Well, hold on. I think they only responded to it because Trump brought it up. And once Trump brings it up, they feel compelled to finally respond to something. That there are all these journalists, these people are addicted to social media. They spend all their time on social media. And not only are they doing it just because they're addicted to it, but also because they're always looking for viral stories. And it doesn't make sense to me that if this massively viral story is going on social media, that the newspapers wouldn't immediately run and be like, oh, well, we got to talk about the viral story because we need to get eyeballs on our stuff. Like, to me, there's no other explanation for that.
But if I recall correctly, it was going viral over the weekend. And the weekend news is famously not viewed as much as the Monday mainline story, start of the week, everyone's tuning in and things like that. I think it just makes sense from just a bean counter perspective that they wanted to save that big, huge story for the Monday. No, you're laughing, but this is their incentive, is to make money at the end of the day. They want those clicks, they want those views, they want those eyeballs. And I think that when the story broke, or went viral, if you will, we saw it, like, I think it was Friday nights when I first saw it, and Saturday and Sunday it was a huge thing. I just don't think it's fair. And I don't think that there's evidence, really, to suggest that they chose not to cover it until the president talked about it and they had to. I will agree with you that there were certain publications who covered it poorly. Axios is the one I can point to because it's the one I read. But CNN, MSNBC, and there were a few other publications I read that covered it just fine. They went through the facts. They went through what was being talked about. They didn't frame it as a Republican MAGA is using this as a crime issue and things like that. They just talked about what happened and the fact that he was released, the perpetrator was released from custody like 14 times or some ungodly amount. I said it at the time, and I'll repeat this, like, obviously, this reflects poorly on our justice system. Our criminal justice system failed that poor girl. We need to have better ways to deal with crazies. I'm personally for bringing back involuntary commitments to mental institution facilities, right? Like, I think the couple days before or a week before, he had called up 911 or 911. He called up 911 a few times, talking about how there were chips implanted in his skin, and the cops came and then they just kind of let him go. They shouldn't have done that, right? It does no kindness to let these people wander the streets. He should have been given the help he needed by being put off the streets, right? Into a facility where he wouldn't be just wandering around. Now that he's done his crime, I think he should pay for it. But the criminal justice system failed in this case, and we need reform to it. Absolutely.
I I'm skeptical of the concept that it was held back just because of the weekend. I mean, I understand that, these newspapers do like to talk about stuff during the weekday, but if there's a breaking story on the weekend, if there's some viral story on the weekend, I do think they're just going to cover it on Saturday or Sunday. And it's not like they would lose anything by covering the story on Saturday and Sunday and then repeat talking about it on Monday, which is generally how I've seen them in the past handle these situations where they, want to make sure they get the full eyeballs or audience from the story. I don't think they would I don't think they would wait 2 days just because of that.
Do you accept that if the goal of the mainstream media is to fight racism, sexism, and homophobia, that the media is incentivized to downplay stories that are going to be like black people misbehaving or gay people misbehaving or women misbehaving, because obviously those are going to create negative stereotypes of those groups, and also to find stories of white people being racist and acting badly to kind of shame white people into being against, or men being misogynistic to shame men for being sexist.
Yeah, I think that there are incentives. If what you're positing is true, then I would simply agree with you that yes, there is these incentive structures as well. But I would also argue that if you are wanting to fight racism, homophobia, sexism, you have a bigger incentive to be honest so that people trust you. Now, I would agree with you that the media, a lot of the reason that people don't trust the mainstream media specifically is because they have failed in their duty to be honest. They have. I'm granting you that. Media bias is a problem, right? The way that they frame attacks, if the victim is black versus if the victim is white versus the perpetrator is black versus the perpetrator is white, I'm sure you can find me examples that I would agree with you. It's in this specific example, based on what I've seen, that I disagree with Sitch's tweet, and this is the whole reason.
Well,
Right.
do you think if it was if the victim, if the perpetrator was a white MAGA person who targeted the person because they were Ukrainian and they were, I'm pro-Trump and I want to pause the war in Ukraine, do you think they would have waited till Monday to report on the story, or do you think that would have just blown up?
I think a political angle comes in
Mm-hmm.
that situation, which they might have run with it. But if it was just some rando white guy, okay, who killed that woman, I don't think they covered that either. Remember, gang, most murders you'll never hear about, right? Most
Of course.
murders, there's 23,000 a year ish in America. You're going to hear a small fraction of that. Again, I think even if it was a white man who was killing a black woman on that train, you just wouldn't have heard about it till the Monday, maybe. Now,
I
again,
don't not
if
I no wait, hold on.
go ahead.
Let's game this out a little bit in our minds. Okay.
Okay,
It's Friday night.
Okay.
There is a video of a white man randomly killing a black woman on a subway car, and no one going to, well, there were people in real life that went to help her,
Yeah.
but in the video, no one saw anyone go help her, right? And that goes viral on social media.
I don't think it goes viral on social media in that case.
Well, I think it would. You would have all the people on the left saying, look, this is the racism that black people face in America every day. Black people have to be worried walking around. Everyone talks about black crime, but the real crime is, there's always racists running around that are trying to kill black people.
I don't think
Okay.
I think if this was 2020, you'd be correct, but in 2025, no one, like, it wouldn't
Well,
have
let's just say
it wouldn't have gotten traction.
First of all, I disagree with you, but let's just say hypothetically
Okay, hypothetically
that it does,
Okay.
this story does go viral. Okay. And it does have, and people automatically would jump to the same conclusion and say, okay, this is a race related crime, right?
I mean, the Daniel Penny story went viral, and I mean, it wasn't
Yeah,
but
I don't know.
that
white
went
guy
viral
killing anyone. It was a guy just restraining
but that went
black
viral
man.
because there was a conflict on whether Daniel Penny did anything wrong. There was a argument to be made about whether Daniel Penny was self-defense, whether it was murder, whether it was manslaughter, what it was, because there was so many questions around it, and it
It
was an unclear thing.
Oh my
if
God.
yeah, but if
That's
it could be
hilarious.
packaged, the story could be packaged in a way that not everyone who works in a
Well, why?
mainstream
Hold on. Just
publication.
why are you
Hold on.
laughing at that, Adam? That's just true.
Well, I think most people look at the story. The reason I'm laughing is because I think most people look at the story as Daniel Penny did absolutely the right thing, that it was not controversial about what he did. And you're making the opposite claim, which that's why I was laughing,
Okay,
because most
I
people
think it
thought,
was a
wow, a guy
controversial thing.
saving a car full of people from a murderous maniac is
Well, wait
not
a minute. No, it was
controversial.
part of the Daniel Penny story where people are arguing about whether it was justified or not. That was part
Of
of the
course.
story. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Yes,
then what do
yes,
you? I'm
yeah.
not sure we disagree with then.
Well, no, most people, I think a portion of the left was arguing that it was wrong because
Right.
they were seeing it through this framework of we're looking for stories of white people misbehaving, white people being
Yes, of
racist.
course. Of
So
course.
they wanted to package it in that package. That's what
Right.
made it
So
controversial. So the media made it controversial. The event was not controversial. Did you
yes.
see the difference? You
No,
see
no,
the
no.
giant difference there?
Of course. But that's why the media would report on the Daniel Penny story because
But the argument was if it's not a controversial story, the media doesn't report on it. Well, if they can make it
well, no.
controversial, they sure as hell
It's
report on it.
think of it this way. Not everyone who works in a mainstream publication is going to be some alt left woke person, but there's going to be a bunch of them running around in the organization at some level. Okay. There's probably not that many right wingers running around in a lot of mainstream publications. But since there's some amount
Not at
of alt left,
TMZ, I guarantee
yeah,
you.
right, definitely not TMZ. But since there's some level of alt left people running around these organizations, even the people that are not alt left that work at the New York Times or CNN or MSNBC or whatever, they're aware that those people exist. And they're aware that if they do something that those people don't like, there's going to be some level of friction or pushback. And that's going to add some element of friction to any story in any way that is reported. And so with the Daniel Penny thing, there was a way that you could frame the story that, as you were saying, Adam, people would, some segment of the population would say, well, he wasn't justified. So like it would make sense for them to report on the story because they could frame it in that way, or people could interpret it in that way. With this story, there is really no way to frame it in accordance with like an alt-left worldview, because it completely goes against the entire alt-left worldview. A black person kills a white person who has been in and out of prison. There's no framing to that whatsoever that the alt-left would really want to find
Yeah, that's
palatable.
why they suppressed it.
Right. So, but that exactly.
No, I disagree, because for that to work, you'd have to, like, why suppress this one, but also report on other incidences where you have the same conditions, where it was just there's been a lot of reporting on immigrants.
One
who
second,
kill
one
white
second.
people. They don't
I want to
suppress
make
that.
this point. I want to make this point before we go past. Like, Sitch, you don't think Kyle Rittenhouse should have been brought up on charges, right? It was kind of open shut case. They really shouldn't have charged him, right?
Yes.
So then that makes it an uncontroversial story because it's open and shut self-defense. It's not controversial.
No.
It's not like
No. Well, I don't know if I don't think half the country agrees with me. So that's why I say it would be controversial to do that.
yeah, but the way that they made it controversial was spinning it up into a story about a racist.
Yeah, people. If the media all reported it correctly, then yeah,
then it wouldn't have been a story. It would have been open shut, like self-defense.
Well, actually, I don't even know if that's
with the Daniel Penny story.
I don't even know if that's true, because so much of the environment right now is social media. And I remember being on social media like the night that all the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff came out. The narrative about Kyle Rittenhouse being a racist and being a bad guy formed like the moment that story came out on social media. So I don't know if even if like all the normal media came out and said, oh, he was completely justified, it might have been too late at that point. It's like people still would have been like, oh my God, this is so controversial.
Yeah, we're looking at this from the perspective of the trials done, all the information's out. We know every single bit of it. When it happened, there was a lot of unknowns. there were a lot
There
of
was
unknowns.
no unknowns. There was zero
There was
unknowns.
zero unknowns. We had
the
from
first
the moment
time
it
I
happened, we had
encountered
all
that
the
video.
information.
There was zero unknowns.
Well, not all the there was some there's some information we didn't have, but that night that it happened, we had, I believe, because I remember watching it, we had the main video of him running away and being attacked. That those two videos, I think, came out the very night that everyone started talking about, or the next day that everyone started talking about. So it was very clearly, very early on in Kyle Rittenhouse situation that he was in, that he was
Yeah,
justified.
self-defense, clear case of self-defense.
I don't think we saw the videos till the trial.
No, you're misremembering. You're misremembering because
like I didn't look.
Yeah, you're misremembering. It was on social media like very fucking quick, because I remember watching this video and being like, "What the like? What are people like? Why are people freaking out about this?"
Yeah, I remember the night the videos dropped. I turned on CNN and Don Lemon said, "Oh, it's a terrible America that we live in when a white kid will shoot into a crowd of people just because he disagrees with them," and immediately framed it like a school shooting about a white kid who hates black people.
Yeah, if you want, you could do like a So the shooting was on August 25th, 2020. So do like an X search for Kyle Rittenhouse, August 25th through August 26th, 2020, and see if the video pops up. Because I'm pretty sure if you do that, it will pop
But
up.
look, my central argument is there are a lot of stories that are not stories in the exact same way that you're saying, Wick, because it's not a controversial situation. It's a guy who is self-defense, right? They're going to report it, but it's not a big story because it's self-defense. The cops are not going to charge him. Like, it's obvious this was not any sort of moral infraction. Same with the Daniel Penny situation. A guy saved a car full of people from, well, a lot of people might report that as he's a hero. Obviously, a lot of people on the right did. So if the left agreed, if the left was like, oh yeah, he's a hero, he totally saved them, and didn't have the race component, then the Daniel Penny thing wouldn't have been a giant story.
I think it still would have been newsworthy. It might not have gone viral as it did. But I think that your guys' argument here falls apart when I can point to like a lot of coverage that goes against the idea that stories that have been covered where the victim is white and the perpetrator is a minority of some sort, right? They have covered these things in the past. Immigration crime has been covered in the past by the mainstream media. These things have been picked up, reported on ad nauseum, even when it's very clear that the victim is completely innocent and the perpetrator is completely guilty. There's no controversy there. I am saying that,
What story are you thinking of? Specific stories?
Lake and Riley, good one.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Lake and Riley. Okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty obvious one, right? And I think that we can look and see that I just don't like. I think you guys are being a little conspiratorial here with the Ukrainian refugee murder. I think that it fits the narrative that the media is biased in this way, and I think that it's just we don't have enough information to say that that's the case. But you guys,
well, do you not
decided?
Do you not think that there are people that work at every mainstream publication that troll social media for viral stories? Do you not think that occurs?
Of course they do. They
okay,
absolutely do.
So they would see this story about the Ukrainian woman murdered, right? Because it was going viral. Okay.
Yes.
So they see it's going viral. Now, I presume that part of their job would be to send the story to someone up in the editorship of the publication and say, this is what's going viral at the moment. Should someone write a story about this, right? Like, I'm just assuming this is the normal workflow for these publications.
I agree.
Okay. So
but
then
how long does that process take?
Desk, I don't know. Like,
I don't know either.
Less 20 minutes? Like,
does it? Right?
Sure,
like, I don't know if it takes 20 minutes where they just approve or click. I think it takes.
Well, no, not approve, but it would. I'm assuming, and I think you agree, that for like a mainstream publication like New York Times or CNN, that they're going to have people trolling social media 24/7 constantly. Their job is just to look for viral stories and send that information up the chain so that they can make a decision whether to report on it or not, right? You assume that there's someone whose job
is doing that, but there's a lot of assumptions also baked in that would require to be made that would mean that they purposely decided not to share it, not to decide it.
Well, no, hold on. Let's not jump ahead. Let's just not jump ahead.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm assuming, and you're assuming, that there's someone whose job it is to go through viral trends. The story goes viral on Friday night or Saturday, whenever it was. And I'm assuming that they would look at that and they would send that story up to someone in their up the chain of command, right? So do you agree with that assumption?
Yes, that is going to happen.
Okay.
See it.
So then it comes
say,
up.
Here it is.
Okay. Right. So we both agree that there was a decision, I guess, by these large publications when they probably got this information about the stabbing and the video about the stabbing on Friday or Saturday. There was a conscious decision for them to not report on the story on that day.
I disagree with that because I don't know the workflow, and neither do you here. How long does it take for them to write up a story on the incident? It's not breaking news in the same way that Charlie Kirk stuff was, where immediately there's a lot of stuff we don't know that we
this
have
is
to
2 weeks.
report on.
This happened 2 weeks ago, though. They
Okay,
could
but we
call up
only
anyone they
saw
wanted
it,
to.
and it only went viral on Friday. On Friday,
Yeah,
but
but I'm saying they could
48
get the
hours
facts
to write a
in like
story
5
about it.
minutes. They could call the police
It takes
chief.
way longer than 5 minutes to get the facts of the case and write a story and have it fit for publication. I do believe they could do it in probably a pretty quick turnaround time, but I don't think that, look, it's very possible that they get it Friday night, it's brought to their attention, they look at it, and they decide, yeah, we're going to cover it, put it on our Monday headline. And then you got to decide how you're going to cover it, what framing you're going to put on it, what angle you're going to take. Like all these decisions that I don't know the workflow for. I'm admitting I don't know how long this takes. But I'm saying neither do you guys.
Yeah, no, I'm making we're making assumptions here.
And that's why I think that it's
right.
I mean, I would bet that there's an email out there
now,
talking about negative stereotypes.
If you find me that email, we got a different conversation, okay? But
if I had to bet all of my money on force of gunpoint on one of these outcomes, I'm going to bet on what I'm saying, that there was a decision to not report on this.
I'm not willing to bet my money at all based on the facts of the matter.
No, I'm saying if you're forced to, if someone says you have to bet everything on this, what you're going to bet on the. I think that they were just innocent.
Well, this is my problem with your framing here is we don't have to bet all our money, right? We don't have to make these assumptions. And I think it's not good that we make these assumptions and we just go out and say, hey, I think this was covered up probably, or I think this was downplayed probably, when we just don't have any evidence that this is the case. We're working entirely off of assumptions and conspiracy.
Well, I don't think it's conspiracy, but it is an assumption. Now, I will admit I don't remember the Lake and Riley situation. I don't remember how quickly they reported on this, and I haven't really been looking at other stories super critically to be like, okay, how often is the mainstream media reporting on like an immigrant murder or all these things? So you're right, I don't have like a statistical analysis of it. I just have this one incident. It looks super fucking sus to me whatsoever. And then the fact that once most of the publications, maybe not all, but most of the publications, it seemed like when they talked about the story, did add the element of the fact that the right was complaining they weren't talking about the story into the story itself. And to me, it does seem like a weird coincidence that they only responded to it once Trump talked about it. But I don't know, maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe it was over the weekend. Maybe you're right. But I don't think so. I don't think you're going to convince me, but we're not going to.
I can't. You, so. Well, there's nothing I can give you to convince you because you've already made your decision. Well, if there was not an evidence-based decision that you're making, of course. It's based on your suppositions.
I mean,
we're both basing this on assumptions, and neither of us has we don't have the Project Veritas video.
Yes,
of the hussy on the undercover date talking to the reporter.
But the difference,
about
the difference here is my position is I don't know, and I don't think there's enough evidence for us to know.
Well, if you just say you don't know.
And your position is we absolutely know.
I don't think,
and I just don't think that.
If your position was just I don't know, then I think
we
that's
all know they made an editorial decision not to.
You're more on the side of you think that they're innocent, not that they don't know, which is fine. That's not my.
I just think I'm against accusing them of guilt when I don't
That's
have
fair.
evidence of their guilt.
Listen, you're a better soul than I.
Well,
Okay. So
look,
that's
you're better at me than
I'm
in a
not gonna
couple
hold that
things,
against
but
you.
this is just something like I
Okay.
see this, and this just plays into the Charlie Kirk stuff too.
Hmm.
Everyone wanted to jump on their particular ideological push of who this murderer was and what his motivations were. And immediately I saw people pushing, oh, he must be a groyper 100%. We know 100% based on he was a white guy and he was raised by Mormons, and so he must be a groyper in that case. And I see people on the right, even before the guy was caught, we knew who he was, saying it was the left. It must have been the left. And then first it was he was trans, and then it was, oh, the bullets were trans, and then, oh, he's dating someone who's trans. And I am scared because so many people are basing their decisions off of these suppositions without evidence. And so it just is something I am pushing back hard against on both sides.
Hmm.
Don't make these assumptions based on your gut. I think it's bad. We don't need to. It's
Yeah. Listen,
unnecessary.
with any of these shootings, and I do agree with you. With any of these
Thank you.
shootings, everyone rushes to judgment about the shooter's motivation, when very often the shooter's just like a crazy person.
Yeah.
There isn't even really a clear motivation whatsoever. Um, and I don't like that either. And everyone should chill the fuck out about that. Now, from what we know, I think that this person now is, I think there's a lot more evidence showing that
Yeah.
they were,
Now.
on the far left. Yeah, now, with more evidence coming out, it seems like they're much more on the far left. So, those people would have predicted correctly, and all the people saying that he was a right winger, defensively or whatever, were completely full of shit.
But
So
that doesn't make their
I know it
heuristics
doesn't
and their
justify
way
the act.
to.
I agree with you. I
Yeah,
agree.
it's just they were
Everyone,
lucky.
yes, they were lucky. Everyone should just chill the fuck out when these breaking news stories come. I agree with that.
And again,
Uh,
he's
yeah.
alive, so we'll find out like for sure, right? Soon.
Well, we hope. I mean, even with the guy who killed the Democrats in Minnesota, you know, and I got really mad at it because like a lot of the right still doesn't. They still try to like take no responsibility for that in terms of rhetoric or whatever. And say that he was on the left, even though it seems like he was doing it for abortion reasons. But then when I looked into it, that's kind of further complicated because the guy seems, at least he either seems or he's pretending to be completely insane. And even the FBI, at least from the article I read, said that they don't even know whether he's insane or actually pretending to be insane because he has this whole hallucinative, he gave his whole story about how like Tim Walz told him to do it for
Yeah,
some
but
psychotic reason, which is obviously not true.
yeah.
And so it can be very unclear oftentimes with these shooters what's going on. The same thing with like Crooks. I mean, people didn't really, it's not really clear what the fuck Crooks was motivated, if he was even motivated by anything political whatsoever. So
Yeah, we don't know much about Crooks. On to
yeah.
the Minnesota shooter or whatever. There was a lot of people who, and I remember being mad about this because they would post the picture of a guy who it wasn't, who was in a Democratic shirt. And this was after
Yes.
they caught him and everything, right? And they were like, look, he's obviously on the left. And I saw they would get thousands of likes and thousands of views. And I remember having to community every fucking one of those things because it was just gross what they were doing. Um, I'm not here to hold the right responsible for what that crazy person did because he was a crazy person. Even if he was right leaning, even if he did it for right wing reasons, I don't hold any right winger responsible for what he did because, again, I think the idea of stochastic terrorism is kind of bunk. It's been overused and overdone and overplayed, and I don't think we should be holding responsible people who didn't pull the trigger. The one person who's responsible for the Minnesota shootings is the Minnesota shooter. The
Well,
one person who's responsible for the assassination attempt against Trump with Crooks is Crooks. The one person who's responsible, right, ultimately for the Charlie Kirk shooting is Tyler Robinson.
well, I like half agree, but I half disagree because I think when you have someone who's crazy, like the Minnesota shooter guy, it's very possible probably very likely that that person is going to do some kind of violence. But where it's channeled or how it's channeled, I do think can be influenced by the media. And, we talked about this on Thursday. You had like the whole thing with Bill O'Reilly, who, he used to continually talk about this guy who legally gave abortions to people. And he kept calling him Tiller the baby killer, like again and again. And he fucking was always going on about this. And then eventually someone went and, attacked and I think killed that guy.
Yeah,
Um,
murdered him.
and murdered him. And it's like, okay, you could say Bill O'Reilly, didn't pull the trigger and, he wasn't telling you when to go kill someone. But I do think he has some responsibility. Even if the guy's crazy, I do think he has some responsibility for putting that message out there continually again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And
again. Yep.
I worry about that. And I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm accurately portraying what someone is doing, okay,
mm-hmm.
and I'm accurately identifying who they are, what they're doing, all these things, and then someone, because I'm accurately doing that, goes out and does something horrible to that person who I'm calling out for a bad action, I don't feel guilty for calling that person out for their bad action because they're actually doing it. I don't feel guilty for that. Why would I? I didn't advocate that this guy get hurt or things, but I think that too many will try to put blame on someone for just accurately portraying the world and saying, well, you were the one that did this because if you hadn't said anything, the guy would never have done that. And that might be true. If I had just kept my mouth shut, maybe no one would have hurt this guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that should not stop me from saying something that is true.
Is an abortion doctor a baby killer? So is that like an accurate
that is an
framing of it?
In that worldview? Yes. That's why I don't hold Bill O'Reilly responsible for this Tiller guy's death. And I think a lot of people do, but I don't. Because the only person who killed that guy was the guy who killed that guy, right?
There's a difference between someone, like if you were commenting on some political person and you were saying, hey, this person believes XYZ and it's wrong and it's bad that they believe this because of, blah, 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 blah. And I think they're wrong for doing that. Okay. And then if someone goes and kills that person, I'd say, well, you're just giving your opinion on, what they believe and why you think it's wrong. I see that's very different than you going on a stream or a TV show every day and being like, this person is murdering innocent people. This person is a demonic force in our country. This person is going to, come for your children and kill you. Like, I do think that the rhetoric and the way the rhetoric is talked about can definitely create stochastic terrorism. And I think that's very different than saying, well, yeah, you can talk about someone, you can disagree with them without stoking the flames of stochastic terrorism. And I think you agree with that because part of, what you were talking about is trying to tone down the rhetoric, trying to lower the temperature of things. So we all have this idea that, yes, people can raise the temperature. And you're critical, and I agree with you, of people like, Elon Musk for raising the temperature of the discourse.
Yeah, I mean, but when we talk about responsibility, like,
okay,
I think my worry here is that this is going to be used to tamp down on people's free speech. And I already see this happening. Right?
I understand. It's the, what was when Jordan Peterson was talking to John McWhorter? Was it? And he said, like, I forget the framing he used, but yeah, if you want to side on if you want to take the side of being a little bit more on the, I'm going to just be like more free speech, I'm not going to hold it against you. That's fine.
And yeah, that's what we see.
I think everyone agrees like incitement to violence is wrong. And I think it's one of the reasons why they frame misgendering as a genocide or some sort of actual violence is because they know everybody thinks inciting violence is
the
wrong.
question is, where is the line of?
Well, we have a legal standard for that, and I think it's generally correct. The problem I'm seeing, even now, is they are telling, like, there was a lieutenant colonel who, at the day of the shooting, he put out a list of Charlie Kirk quotes, right? There was like 4 quotes that he gave, and you could argue they're out of context or whatever, right? But he didn't call for violence. He didn't condone violence. He just put those quotes out. They're trying to UCMJ him in saying that he is inciting to violence by simply repeating the words that Kirk said. And I reject that wholeheartedly. The problem with these kind of mob justice types of looks at things and how we're going to get the bad guys is the mob is terrible at identifying who's actually doing something wrong. We saw this with Me Too, right?
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
There were absolutely terrible things
Yes.
that people were doing in the Hollywood industry that needed to be addressed, but people decided, oh, that one date I had that I felt uncomfortable, I got Me Too'd. And it was just a mess. I see this repeating again. I see this with the docs like database that they're having with like the 20,000 people that they put up saying that these people are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. You should call their places of residence or work or whatever and get them fired. I think the mob is terrible at making these judgments, and it's going to hurt a lot of people who didn't do anything worth that guy.
I think using the term Tiller the baby killer over and over every night on Bill O'Reilly's show is just an obvious example of incitement to violence. I think, something needs to happen where we have some sort of reasonable standard, because to target one individual over and over and over again. I mean, do you disagree that it was an incitement to some sort of violent act against him?
It doesn't pass the legal threshold.
Yeah, but what was the purpose of him doing that over and over again?
He wanted it didn't have to be violence. He wanted to get the guy out of a position of power, and there are much more ways to do that, especially in a liberal democracy, than fucking violence, right?
Yeah. Okay. I think something's got to give here. I think there's a lot of people who are definitely inciting violence.
I want to tone down the rhetoric. I'm with you that something's got to give. We're not in a good place. I just don't think we should criminalize, or a lot of people are calling for like a reinstitution. I forget the name of the act, but they want to call it the Charlie Kirk Act, where the government can start to go in and decide when a news organization or a media venue is lying or stoking hatred, and then do something against them. And I think that's a very dangerous road.
Well, that's you keep doing this thing where you switch over to some Twitter users on the right getting insane, and I keep thinking, who cares? I mean, that's irrelevant. I'm worried more about the institutions that are signing off on this stuff, and so much of this. Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, sure. So much of the Trump is a fascist is coming straight from mainstream media sources. It's coming straight from people with institutional power. People are constantly saying, oh, I don't care what someone said on Twitter. Trump has the presidency. Well, you can't turn around and then at the same time say, oh, well, all these people are saying nasty things on Twitter, so that is somehow meaningful. It's about institutional power. So look, if they want to look at institutions that are systematically lying to people, I think I'm in favor of that.
But they're asking a bigger institution to do that. Like the presidency, the government, right, is the institution with much more power than any individual media organization or outlet in these things. And this is what they're calling and advocating for the president of the United States to do. And I think we would agree that the president of the United States has much more power than CNN.
Well, it depends upon how the institution's obviously structured. There is
do you not agree
the community
with that
notes system. I believe in bottom-up processes. I believe in decentralized power. I do agree with you that if the decision maker is going to be Donald Trump, that's a fucking terrible idea, okay? But if they're building some sort of institution like community notes, that's a bottom-up process. It may get corrupted over time, just like Wikipedia got corrupted.
Or Me Too.
We have to do something. I mean, something has to be done. Me Too was a
bottom-up process. That didn't go well, right? Like, I think that, again, we just need to take this
hold on. There's an argument to be made that Me Too wasn't a bottom-up process. Obviously, the people making the claims were bottom-up, but this is where the meme "believe all women" came in, because the institutions came in with the idea that they were just going to believe everything a woman said. So That's institutional sign off. That's not bottom up. That's top down.
I think the institutions saw where the wind was blowing. And again, these are mobs of small individual people. The institutions got captured by a lot of them, but BLM, for example, was a bottom up thing, right? A lot of these really what we can consider corrupt kind of like not even astroturf, but like just populist kind of uprisings, they tend to lead to really bad outcomes, and I don't want that to happen. I
So
think that we need to
bottom up is bad.
I think that bottom up has a lot of problems. Like there's problems with institutions, there's problems with top down, but there's also problems with bottom up. And I think when we look at, I don't want top down or bottom up to have the ability to silence individuals or silence people who want to speak their mind. I want to take it from both the top and the bottom.
Should news organizations be able to lie indiscriminately?
Who decides what is a lie?
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah,
that totally
is the problem. That's why I think that trying to create an organization, whether it be bottom up or top down, to decide what is a lie and what is not is worse. Let me finish this real quick. Just let me finish. Is a worse solution than the problem of a media organization just being able to lie. I think that
de facto your position is, though, media organizations should be able to lie indiscriminately. I mean, that's the outcome.
That is the better solution. Yes, that is the better world than an organization being able to decide what is a lie and what is not.
Well, I mean, that process is constantly taking place. Obviously, it's taking place right now in the wake of Charlie Kirk. So,
there is some legal process already exists. Now, the threshold is very high. It's very difficult to prove that either there is some level of intentionality when the media gets something wrong, that they're lying, or to prove negligence. And maybe there's a conversation, a very boring legal conversation that might be very necessary about somewhat lowering the threshold for negligence under the law when you start fining or suing media organizations for repeating like really bad information.
You know what this is going to hurt, though?
Well, but hold on. Let me just lay out my position here first. So maybe there's some conversation about that. I don't know enough about the specific laws to really weigh into that heavily. Now, in terms of the question of like, should the government be doing this and criminalizing this? I don't think so. I do not trust the government to be able to look at the news and make some sort of declaratory statement about whether the media is fake or not. To me, that seems very dangerous in going against, the media's ability to criticize the government. I don't feel comfortable with that from the government doing that whatsoever. But when it comes to people going around and sort of canceling some of the individuals with the Charlie Kirk stuff, I do agree with you, Wick, that it seems like I've seen a lot of screenshots in the database that people are kind of the doxing database that people have sort of constructed, that a lot of people, I would agree, do not merit to be attacked. I've seen people who've said that they think that it was wrong for Charlie Kirk to be killed, but they still think that he said a bunch of hateful things. If that's a person's opinion, I think you're a fucking psycho to try to destroy that person's life. Okay. Because if that's the case, then you actually don't believe in the First Amendment. If someone says,
there's no way you should construe that as an incitement. So,
yeah, exactly. If someone says, I don't think that anyone should be killed, or I don't think he should be killed, but I think he was saying hateful stuff. Okay. That's 100% First Amendment protected. That's someone existing within the bounds and the framework of our democracy.
Exactly.
And free speech. Yes. But the flip side of that is the people who are going around saying that other family members of his should be killed, or that he should be killed, and things like that. I don't have a problem with those people, getting canceled, with people, I would say, like, especially with people who are like teachers or people that work as like HR people that have some sort of influence over other people and other employees in shaping, a classroom or a workplace culture. I have no problem with those people getting fired because A, I think anyone that has that view should not be in that position. But B, I think that, unfortunately, I think that's the only way the temperature can get turned down, is through some element of cultural shaming and cultural force to say, this is not going to be acceptable. And in fact, I do think that it is useful because, as I said in the beginning of the stream, I think a lot of people on the left, not just the alt left, but just the left in general, are exist in a bubble where they're so complacent with some of their extreme views that they feel no shame or no fear putting their face and full name on the internet when they say that someone should be murdered for speech. And
And it's
I think
clear
that needs to
incitement.
stop.
It's fucking clear
And it is
incitement.
clear incitement, yes.
Do
And I
you
do think that needs to stop.
So here's my issue with this. I think there are instances where we could all agree that step over some sort of line where you could even maybe convince me that okay, fair enough, right? But I would argue that the vast majority of what's happening now, there's two problems with it. As you acknowledged and as you saw in the database, it's a lot of people who did nothing wrong, nothing worth their lives destroyed over, who made some classless tweet or classless joke, right? They shouldn't have their lives destroyed for it. That's crazy that we're doing that. So that's one, right? Because imagine how many. Look, you guys get
Right,
clipped out of
but we
context.
agree on that.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
agree on that.
I'm just reinforcing the point. Then I got to
Yeah.
go to the second point, right? But you guys have been clipped out of context hundreds of times. I've been clipped
Right.
out of context hundreds of times. I wouldn't want like people to use that out of context clip to try to ruin my life in a database where no one's checking these things, right?
Yes,
And they're just
of
going in
course.
and starting spamming, calling my employer,
Unless
my
it's the
family.
media, then it's their free speech right to do that.
The media shouldn't do that either. I
Well,
have big
okay.
problems with some reporters and how
Well,
they cover these things. Taylor
that's
Lorenz
how
is a
that's their
terrible
bread
person
and
to
butter.
me.
They find somebody that is says something inarticulately and they turn them into a racist.
My second issue with this is it's only happening one way. It only happened really one way back when the SJWs had power, right? You didn't see their crazy shit get taken down. And what did that do? It didn't turn the temperature down. It made it worse. It made everything worse because now they instilled this sense of unfairness. And they were like, well, when we get power, we're going to do the same goddamn thing to you. And they are. And it's one way in this case because you aren't seeing people calling, like, for people who are saying, we are going to fucking kill you. There's no doc space for that, right? Of people on the right who are calling for like civil war and things like that, which are also, I would argue, inciting violence, right? In
They
the
should do that
same
then.
manner.
Then they should do that.
No,
I don't have a
they
problem with
shouldn't.
people
I
doing
want
that.
to take away
I don't
both.
have a
I don't
problem.
want that to happen.
Okay, well, I don't have a problem with that. If you're running around saying that people on the left broadly should be killed, I think that you should be canceled for that. If you work in some sort of job where you
Again,
have
I don't
influence
think
over other
this
people.
is a tool that we have proven adept at using as a species, as a culture, and it's causing more problems than it's solving. It's not turning the temperature down; it's turning it up, and we need to just
Well,
stop.
here now, this is just a guess. This is just an assumption, and maybe this is just my debate brain. Okay, I don't know, but I could theorize that part of the reason I think that maybe this situation is a little different from like the woke cancel culture stuff is, at least my perception with a lot of the woke cancel culture stuff, is that broadly people who were doing the canceling, doing the firing, they didn't care about whatever moral infraction the woke people were crying about. They were just doing it to sort of appease some sort of vicious mob, which often were lying about the person's position, or even if it wasn't, it like they just like, okay, whatever. I just want this mob to shut up, so I'm gonna just
The
appease
bottom
them.
line, they didn't want
Right.
to lose their customers and things like that.
Yes. This now maybe this is, you could say maybe I'm wrong. This is my assumption. I think the majority of the people out there in the working world who are not turning online do not support political violence for their opponents and are actually shocked to discover that a lot of people are in favor of it. And so I
Yeah.
think that's why I see, maybe that's where my assumption of why I think these situations are different. And maybe maybe I'm a little optimistic and maybe I'm naive, that maybe the outcomes will be a little bit different.
I don't know. I'm just going to admit out of the gate that I don't have the necessary information I would need to make this judgment here. But I would be surprised if suddenly corporations, for the first time in existence, made decisions based on their morals rather than their pocketbooks. It's going to be the same in general, right? That
Well, those things can
they're going to make
converge,
their decisions
obviously,
based on their
right?
pocketbooks rather than their morals.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying those decisions can converge,
I guess,
even if it's by
perhaps.
coincidence, even if it's just by chance.
Yeah, perhaps. But I just don't think that most corporate structures care. Either
We
way.
have to move on to.
Oh,
there's
sorry.
a bunch of questions.
Yeah, there's a lot of super chats.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't. But
No,
can I
it's
make
fine.
one more?
That's okay.
Just
Good
one last.
conversation.
Yeah, go ahead.
One last thing, right? I think that when we look at who is talking, right? Who's making these calls? Yes, it is a problem that there are many on the left who are celebrating and condoning this political violence. I disavow them in the strongest terms. They are not part of my cohort. They are not part of my team. I will purge them from any kind of political power whenever I can. Doesn't matter if there's a D next to their name or not, right? I do not want them anywhere near me, okay? That said, we have the richest man on earth, and we have the president of the United States on the other side, and we have a vast amount of influencers, Matt Walsh, Tim Pool, a bunch of others who are doing the same thing, but they have a far more reach and far more a loud voice and far more power. And I think we should be worried about them too. Even more so, right? That doesn't, I'm not going a destiny take here. We're saying we ignore the one side till the other side gets their shit together. I'm just saying let's evaluate the threat levels where they're actually at. That's my last statement. I love you guys. Thank you.
Okay.
For
well, I'll say, and let me say this: with even though we disagree,
sure,
I understand that Wick is coming from a position that is based on a principle that you are holding to both the left and the right. You are not doing something. You're not doing a whole like rules for my team and different rules for their team. So even though we disagree, I do respect your opinion on this, and that you're upholding to a principled standard on this position.
Yes.
So there you go. I love you.
Yeah,
love you too.
yeah. Look, I agree.
Fast. Okay.
Okay.
Fast. You guys are
now just a little to throw out a fact claim because you were wrong, Wick, motherfucker. I did find that on August 26th, all the footage of the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting was all over X, and it was already like being autistically analyzed.
Fair enough.
So it was the day
By you and I, we were DMing about it like all night.
Yes.
Like holy shit!
I will if that's the case, I'll cede the argument. Like I said, it was like what 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 4 years.
It
ago,
was 5 years ago. So
5 years ago. So fair enough. I misremembered.
Right.
I'll take the L there.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. So maybe
I asked Grok, is Tim Pool calling for violence after Charlie Kirk's assassination? And it says no, Tim Pool is not calling for violence following the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I mean, if you have examples of, I think I've seen a lot of right-wing accounts saying we shouldn't cuck, we need to get even. I don't know that right-wing influencers are. I mean, maybe Steve Bannon, which, obviously is huge. So, I mean, I don't watch Steve Bannon. Though,
I've seen a lot of, I don't listen. I don't want to go into it, but I don't want to give you all the receipts. I've seen a lot of large right-wing accounts saying that, it's all different now. We can't back down. We have to fight. They're going to try to kill all of us. And even if they're, and I haven't seen most of them, they're not saying like we need to like murder the left, but they're basically using rhetoric that if violence occurred against on the left, it would be very easy to point to that and say, well, they definitely helped ratchet up the temperature. So
okay.
Yeah, Tim Pool's definitely not. He's definitely playing into the left as a threat, an existential threat, and we need to do something, quote unquote.
Well, most of the stuff that I've heard from Tim Pool is talking about how the left is trying to spin this story so that it's right wingers who actually killed Charlie Kirk. That seems to be his chief complaint, which I don't think is any sort of incitement.
No, that isn't. Sure.
No, yeah. I'm not saying every single statement he makes is an incitement to violence, but I will say again, I saw his chat, right? So
again, stop. Okay, we are totally in agreement that the crowd is going to push for violence. Okay, we agree. Okay, I'm talking about the people in power pushing for violence.
No, but wait a minute. If we're going to say that people calling right wingers Nazis or fascists is creating an environment of stochastic terrorism, then we have to say, okay, well, if there's an audience and a right wingers chat that is like going crazy and calling for violence, and they are, definitely fanning the flames with civil war talk, and these people are a threat to us and all this other thing. I don't see how that's any different. That's
There's
exactly the same.
there are the content creators. There's the institutional power. There's those people who are signing off on it, and then there's the crowd. The question is, how many people in the crowd have already been convinced? That's a question, because are the influencers really that influential, or are they just catering to a market environment?
Well, either
right?
way, yeah, I don't know. Either way, they're still contributing.
Right.
So
So I'm saying.
Well, I'll give you an example. A tweet it took me.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
The content creators and the institutions, we have mechanisms to hold accountable. Okay, they have something to lose. They have platforms. They have money. They can be sued. All of this different stuff. You don't really have any way to hold the crowd accountable, and the only reason people are bringing up the crowd is to taint the reputation of the influencer. So look, if the crowd is going crazy and the influencer is leaning into it like Hassan does, who's that other fucking maniac with the mustache who always lays into it and takes it up to
Noah Samson.
Yeah, Noah Samson. Okay, if those people are laying in to it, I think obviously we have some recourse. We don't have recourse with a bunch of anons in the chat. So what's the point of even talking about, other than to say, okay, this is like on the verge of a tipping point here, and maybe we should do something about that?
Because the whole wait a minute, I guess I'm confused. There's all the anons in the chat is what is important, because the anons in the chat are the ones who go out and do the violence. They're the ones that are being radicalized by the commentators or by the institutions, right? So if there's a bunch of anons in your chat that are like going fucking crazy, and you're a newspaper or you're a YouTuber and you're, turning the fire up more and more, yeah, you can say like, well, if they don't do it, someone else will. Okay, but that they're still I think they're still responsible at this moment.
Sure. Okay. I've seen. The only reason why I'm not completely fighting back here is because I've seen clips of Tim Pool talking insane Hassan level shit. But
yeah,
I see it far more consistently from Hassan than I see it from Tim Pool.
Listen,
if we're doing who's worse, Hassan or Tim Pool, I might even give you that. But my claim wasn't who's worse here. My claim was that and I listed several people out that I think are stoking the fires of this.
Yeah, you said specifically Tim Pool. That's why I looked up. Is Tim Pool calling for violence after the assassination of Charlie Kirk? That's why I looked it up. Okay. But your response to that is, well, his chat is calling for violence, and I'm just like, okay, well, that's completely different.
Got to read a tweet I just found from him, right? And
please read the tweet. I'd love to hear it.
There's tons for years of him calling for civil war. It's the civil war, civil war, civil war. It's a meme at this point. Fuck my Twitter.
Well, look, he's saying civil war is coming.
Yo, that is part of turning up the temperature, though, right? You understand? Like, when you were trying to convince your audience that there is a civil war that is coming and you need to prepare, what it does is it tells your, like, electoralism? Nah, you don't want to do that. What you want to do is get a gun, build a bunker, start looking at your neighbors as your enemies. I think it really does hurt the discourse. Here's something he made 4 hours ago.
I don't want to think we're on the verge of civil war.
I don't think we are, and
What is the tweet? What is this incitement tweet? Come on, give it to us.
Sure.
I want to hear the worst.
It's the worst I found in 2 minutes of searching. Okay. Right. So keep that in mind. This is from 4 hours ago. Leftists have flooded the zone with fake images and fake news about Charlie Kirk's killers being right wing. There's nothing I can do to convince any of these people that they are fake. They want to believe the right is evil and facts don't matter. This road leads to one place. So what he's doing here is he's saying they can't be convinced. We can't reason with them. It's only going to end in one way. What do you think that people hearing that think that they need to do now?
I mean, it's bad that he's leaving it ambiguous. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't do that. I would argue that we need some sort of political solution, that some sort of violent solution is going to be short-lived and probably painful.
It's all. Can we acknowledge that that is fear mongering and turning up the temperature?
Yeah,
Okay,
it is
then
definitely.
again,
To be
4
clear,
hours.
I don't believe I've seen any Tim Pool tweets of him calling for violence. It's been mostly just
He leaves that part
ratcheting up
Innuendo.
for you
Yeah,
to fill
it's
in.
what
innuendo.
it's what you're it's kind of like similar to sort of the vein of what you're saying, Wick, or what you read, where it's just this whole there is no de-escalation path forward.
Just
you know,
leaving it ambiguous.
and
Just,
leaving it
in
sort of
this
open-ended.
situation is not a good thing to
Right,
do.
which I don't like, I don't think people should be doing that.
No.
So it's the same thing with Elon.
And
Like, I
here's
don't think
another
Elon's
one.
called for violence, but saying like, well, the left wants you dead. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
well,
here's
Wick
another
is
one.
on a roll.
People are sending me these. This is from just 2 days ago. The grooming of children is not stopping. People are calling for more violence. I do not think legislators will stop the grooming. People will not stop calling for violence. So you tell me what happens next, right? There again, he doesn't say, let's go out and do the violence now, but he's
Right.
stopping short of that, and he's basically filled in all the words for you, and he leaves it for you to fill in that
when
last
was
word, but
that?
it's obvious what he wants you to do, right?
When was that? I haven't seen
2
a
days
Tim
ago.
Pool. I haven't seen a Tim Pool tweet in forever. But look, he's still using the groomer term. Interesting.
Yeah.
Did he pull that
this
one
is-
out of cold storage, or has it been a continuous groomer fest?
This was after the Colorado shooting, not 2 days ago. So it was 9/12/2025 is when it's looking at.
9/12, day after Charlie Kirk.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, not good. No.
Yeah. This is it's a problem, right? That it is not directly calling for violence, but it is alluding to it. And we can see this all over the right, and it needs to stop. And I'm telling the left to stop doing that too. I yelled at Destiny for doing that shit, right? Stop. Everyone just needs to stop this shit. And I'm begging, pleading. I don't know.
Let's read some super chats.
Yeah, let's do
there's
it.
a
Let's
bunch
get
of
some
questions
other-
for Wick. Wick
ahead.
has got
Ask me.
like a million questions, so maybe we should do those first so Wick can answer them. And
Renault Zero's here for $100. Says us on the right need to call out what crazies like Fuentes, Ian Carroll, Daryl Cooper, Yarvin, etc. are up to in regards to advocating for their variants of right-wing authoritarianism that would deconstruct America and call out our side, like Sitch and Adam have called out the left for the last 4
Okay, I need to
years.
correct something. Someone's correcting me. They sent me the tweet, but the timestamp was them sending me the tweet, so I got the day wrong. This was from 2022. I apologize. I just want to.
oh, it's from years ago.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
Correcting the record. But the one I read to you initially was from 4 hours ago, and it was also bad. So, just
Right.
I want
Just
to
to be clear,
I want to
'cause-
be just. I didn't
Okay.
want to
Right.
give misinformation out there on purpose. Right?
Just to be clear, because
So
someone sent me
he
a
does a
message.
violent tweet every 3 years. I mean, come on.
I can probably find more. Adam.
Just to be clear, because I guess I always make the mistake because I assume everyone knows who everyone is. You fucking hate Hassan, right? Because someone was like, "What about Hassan Piker?" And I'm like, I know that you don't support Hassan in most of his like horrible positions or rhetoric.
Yeah, I don't like Hassan. I think he's a
Okay.
cancer to the left. Yes, if that's a
There you
question to
go.
me, Hassan.
Okay,
bad.
that was yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so that was... okay. T-Rex Crypto Travels for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I actually think that we've been brought together. The fringe will always be the fringe. I went to church today for the first time in 10 years. They said it's the most attended service in years. That's what Charlie Kirk would want. Look at that.
Wow.
If that's how you deal with this, that's a good thing. If what it's
There you go,
doing
look at
is
that.
encouraging you to find God and to find family and to connect with your fellow man, based.
Right. Loaded word Sitch. What am I loading? I wouldn't be confused as how someone would think that Wick was a Hassan supporter. So the point is more don't one side that blame. I don't think anyone in this conversation is one-siding the blame on ratcheting up the rhetoric. What do you mean? The whole conversation was about the whole conversation was not the whole conversation. 80% of the conversation was about, is the left, how do we deal with the left calling the right Nazis and authoritarians and whether that leads us to Catholic terrorism and what should be done about that. So I don't see how that's only calling one side out if that's the entire context of the conversation we've been talking about this entire time. Jason Mulgreen for $20 says this is not about what he said. It's that he said things. You can't qualify the condemnation of murder for expressing thought, period. Not to mention 99% of people are using quotes out of context to justify their hate. Yes, that's the case. And yes, let me read yours, Equishitox. I don't know, I got lost, even though it was right in the beginning.
Do you want me to find Wick ones?
Equishitox for $20. Yeah, you can, but Equishitox for $20 says the vengeance will not be an eye for an eye retaliation. No, it will be a right-wing swing across America in response to how the left has conducted themselves, and it will be us continuing in fearless dialogue and engagement.
I hope so, but I could tell you I could show you the tweet if you want with 1,000 comments said that they're going to fucking kill me. So maybe, right? I hope you're correct, but
The Oceanist for $50, thanks so much, says the cancerous thinking is that some on the right see Dems as communists or Satanists, some on the left view people on the right as fascists, and every phobe you can think of. It doesn't help that so many people are in echo chambers.
That's just true.
Cameraman 502 for $20 says a common throat clearing is that Charlie is evil because he wanted to take or that right. If I can understand people who support abortion are not evil, even though it is killing them born, the left can agree Kirk was not evil. Yeah, I think that's a good metric and a good point. And that's actually why I made the post I made on X, where I said that the left, I think the difference between the left and the right radicals is that the right radicals seem to be aware that their opinions are very outside the mainstream. The left seem to have no fucking clue that their opinions are outside the mainstream. And this was brought about. There's a conversation with a girl who has a fucking septum piercing, because of course she does, who's arguing with her dad off screen, and she's filming it and she uploads this herself in order to shame her father. And the entire argument that she gives is insane, where she says, her father is saying that's horrible to support that Charlie Kirk died. And she's saying it's not horrible to support that he died. And her basis for this is because Charlie Kirk said that if his daughter was sexually assaulted and became pregnant, that he wouldn't want her to get an abortion. And in her mind, that justified him being killed. And
yeah, that's gross.
She put that out there in the public space, completely oblivious to how insane that sounds. And not even remotely aware, like, of what even the argument would be from Charlie Kirk's perspective or from a pro-life person's perspective, is that, well, yeah, because they view it as murdering an unborn child. So obviously they would be against it regardless of the reason for it. But she can't perceive that because she's such in a bubble. She only perceives it through this, like, well, they just want to control my bodies for evil reasons. So.
Chi Mix Squawk? Is that it? For
Chichi McSwag for $20. Thanks so much. As Wick, do you agree with Destiny that the mainstream media denounces and rejects leftist extremism, even though the New York Times, CNN, Politico, and Mother Jones all interviewed Hassan Piker after the Kirk shooting?
We talked about that a little bit, but
yeah, I don't think it's the mainstream media that rejected it, even though I think they did. But my point was that the mainstream elected Democrats and the Democratic officials, I haven't seen a Democratic politician who has not, or who has condoned this in any way, shape, or form. They've all the ones I've seen at least have condemned it entirely, to varying degrees of sternness. But yeah, I haven't seen any mainstream Democratic politician come out condoning it at all.
Yeah, but in terms of the question,
with the media thing, I don't
yeah.
know. I think most of the media people I have seen condemned it, though I haven't. I've been making my own shows on this, right? I haven't really like delved into all the various New York Times articles.
Yeah, but to me, as I said, this is the blackpilling thing to me. The media can't say that they condemn this in one breath, and then the next breath they prop up Hassan. That's a contradictory position.
I don't think that that's like, I don't think I would hold most media responsible for that, because I think it's their publicist of Hassan, and I think it's the people who are making the decision. I don't
Wait, whoa. Come on. Wait. Come
hold
on.
on.
What do you mean? What are you
Because they
talking?
platform someone, does that mean that because you platform me and have me on your show, are you responsible for the things I say? I don't think you are.
It's not a question of platforming. It's a question
Well,
of
it is.
no, it's a question of platforming in the context of uncritically platforming, of writing puff pieces, of portraying Hassan as if he is just some voice on the left,
But
as
blowing up his
opposed to
profile, you know
right,
this
like
because you talked about his publicist being a
Yeah, I
fucking to
don't
die
like
for.
like
that
for
he's the
example,
face of
know
the
let me
left.
give
this.
you
I
let me
don't
give you
like
a
that he's the face of the
hypothetical.
left. I think
Let me
he's
give
a
you a
bad
hypothetical.
representation of us. But I think at the end of the day,
No, but
because
wait,
they have him
let me
on,
give you
doesn't make
let me
him.
give you a hypothetical. Okay.
Okay, give me a hypothetical.
Imagine that Nick Fuentes was going to debate Hassan, or I don't know, some, or AOC or something, some left winger person. Okay. And that left wing person is killed through a political assassination. I don't think that every mainstream media outlet would have turned around and been like, we need to go talk about how we need to go interview and talk to Nick fucking Fuentes because he was going to go debate that person in 2 weeks, and kind of write these pieces that make them seem reasonable or sympathetic because like they're going to talk about how against the violence they
They
were because they were
might,
going to debate them in 2 weeks.
maybe not Nick Fuentes, but I guarantee you they would if it was Tim Pool, if it was Matt Walsh, if it was Steven Crowder, if it was anything a little more mainstream than Nick Fuentes. They absolutely would.
I first of all, I don't even agree if that was the case. I don't even agree. There might have been one or two. I don't. There wouldn't be the massive, round the clock, everyone reporting on the story thing. And number one, and then number two, I think Nick Fuentes. I think Hassan is much closer to Nick Fuentes than any of those other people that you mentioned in terms of the effect that he has on the discourse.
Well, I disagree. I think that Matt Walsh and Tim Pool and things are very much akin to Hassan.
Okay.
Just a disagreement on that. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Actual Justice Warrior for $10. Thank you, Actual Justice Warrior. Says Sitch and Adam banned me from the show, and this is totally not a troll to stir up the chat. In fact, they banned my super chats too, so you can't see it. And no new Civil War. I like the airport scene as much as the next guy, but without Iron Man or Steve Rogers, Captain America, the second Civil War won't be as good.
Okay.
There you go. Look at that.
You don't want it with the Thunderbolts? The Thunderbolts Civil War?
They can get Paul Rudd. Okay, he's still around, right? Ant-Man 3.0.
Oh my God, please
Come on.
stop.
You don't want that?
Marvel stuff. I don't know, comic
Yeah.
book shit. Sorry. Don't.
Sammy G for $20 says, question to Wick, Tolly, Adam. Well, not to me, though. What would be the linchpins to focus on to resolve political violence? Is it just more conversation? Is it passing a law? Or do we fix like healthcare, housing, etc., in a roundabout way that fixes the issue?
Oh yeah, fix healthcare, housing, etc. I like that. I can go with that one.
You think that's like the main? Because I had a conversation with
No.
Sammy about this the other day. What is like the main linchpin to kind of fix this issue?
So it's not a law. There's no law or policy we can pass that's going to solve the issues that are plaguing us when it comes to political violence. What we are looking at, the problem is a cultural one. It is one where we more and more decided that it is okay to take extreme action to oppose the people that we are opposing. We have decided that electoralism doesn't work. It's insufficient, and we have to use other methods. And we need to fix it from a cultural level. We need to bring back the ideas. I would say the two main ideas off the top of my head, right? One, that electoralism is the way we solve things, and it works. None of this, the election's going to be stolen crap. None of this, they wouldn't let you vote if it mattered crap, right? And two, we need to see each other as fellow citizens again. And we have gone off the rails on that. We see each other as enemies, and we need to fix that problem. Now, how we fix that problem? Well, man, that's a huge one, right? I'm not 100% sure, but I think those are the two main linchpin, the pillars, that if we knock those out, the political violence would go down.
The left often talks about moral panics. I think there is a moral panic on the left where they think we're living in 1930s Nazi Germany and we're living under fascism right now. So I'm not sure how to deal with a situation when you have a bunch of people who think that's the situation that we're in. I like it in that situation. I don't see how you can say, oh, violence is not the answer if you're in that situation, right? So
Again, I
yeah,
think the electoralism actually meaning something and mattering, I think fixes that too, right? Like, so even if you think you are in a fascist dictatorship, if you think that you can solve it through electoralism, I think almost everyone goes that route.
yeah,
So
I think people think it's just we're living in fascist America. So all of the rhetoric points to that. Go ahead, Sitch. What do you
well
think?
no, so to answer Sammy's question, so you think it's just more um like changing the conversation would be the way to fix the problem. Is that the answer to the question?
Oh, well,
Because
the
Sammy's always
healthcare
asking me, she's like,
housing,
how do I throw money at this to fix the problem? That's how she's always kind of framing this
Donate
right?
question.
to Sitch and
Look,
Adam and donate to Wick. Okay, that's how you
and
do it. Okay, you throw us all your money. No, I'm kidding, but yeah.
I like the healthcare housing, et cetera, because it does push back against the narrative that we're living in fascist America. I think it's easier to sell that if everybody's unemployed and living at home with their parents. They're like, hell yeah, my dad lives here. I'm living under fascism. So
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just a
solving
strange
economic
situation to be
issues
in.
does make it less likely for people to choose violence. I understand.
Yeah,
It's
because then
just,
they actually have something to lose. Yeah.
um,
Yeah, no.
but
I think it's
even with like
mhm.
economic security, because a lot of the people who are going crazy about this are nepo babies, frankly,
Yeah.
and the richest people in the world, like Elon Musk, right, who's ramping this up. Like, so I don't know if it actually solves the issue. I think again, it's more of a cultural thing, but.
Well, I think there's always going to be, I mean, it is a cultural show, obviously, but there's always going to be extremists that are always trying to pull society in their
Mm.
direction. And I think we talked about this a lot. A lot of the alt left's extremists even are nepo babies, and it's because they're the overproduction of elites who are kind
Yeah.
of
Elite
mad that
overproduction.
yeah, they've never done anything that really merits anything in their life, and they have these useless degrees and all this other stuff, blah 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 blah. But the foot soldiers, because those people don't have power unless they can persuade people, and so I think it's twofold in that number one, a lot of it is the conditions. If people's conditions were better, if the average millennial and older Zoomer, had a good job, was in a good relationship, could get a house or a reasonable place to live until they can get a house, I think so much of this would be different. I think because so many people are more willing to protect the system and protect a society that they feel is doing
Yeah.
things for them.
Yeah.
When
They're
people are
invested
going to
in.
be very big on burning everything down when they look around and feel like society is failing them. So
Yeah,
I think the
but
material conditions are
I think
very
that
important
regardless
here.
of material conditions, you can be made to feel that
Yeah, of course, to some
society.
extent,
And I think
yes.
that's like when we look at polling that asks
Hmm.
people, like, well, how are you doing like economically, and how is everyone else around you doing economically? People tend to think to report at least that they're doing just fine, but that everyone else around them is suffering
Hmm.
and being destroyed, right? And so I think that that's a matter of acceleration is basically just pushing this narrative that everything's fucked and we're all gonna die.
Maybe, but I don't know. I still think I don't think that's the case. I think
Okay.
people are economically not doing great for the most part
Mm.
for the average person. But then the second element to that is I do think that we need to, and maybe by law, or have the federal government, and this is where I would say I think Trump could do this, is to have the federal government say, we will not give colleges federal funding anymore as long as they're teaching these classes that are designed to make their students hate America and be fucking racist. And I understand that could very easily go in a slippery slope, and it's very weird. You have to be very fucking careful with how you sort of frame, you know, the wording and language of something like that. But we have to get this shit out of colleges. We would never in a million years allow colleges across America teach pro Nazi classes, pro, black people are inferior classes. And the fact that we allow colleges all across America to teach people to be racist as fuck against white people and to teach people that America is an evil country is so fucking toxic that we have to do something to stop it.
I cannot begin to say how strongly I think this is the strongest point I disagree with you on, Sitch, that I've ever found. I would ask you, like, do you think this is a pervasive problem where they have classes to teach us to
Yes.
hate America? I think that
Yes.
there are a lot of, I would grant you that there's a lot of anti-American sentiment within professors and within colleges, but I don't think that there's actual fucking classes that they're like, okay, now we're gonna teach you how to hate America, right?
No, they don't. Okay, well, hold on. They're not.
So then it should be no problem because
Well,
we won't have anyone to defund because
There
there
you
are
go.
no classes that
Well,
exist.
no, the problem is and we've seen Trump do this already with the colleges, right? That he's trying. Oh, they have any kind of DEI. They're teaching American history in a way I don't like. We're gonna try and defund them, and he's actively doing that. I
think there's a very easy way to do it. And I don't know if you remember, it was a few years ago when Florida and some other states passed the anti-critical race theory bill that Christopher Rufo basically constructed the framework for. That bill, and me and Adam went through that and argued with people about it, repeatedly. I think that was perfectly structured, and it was using the framework of the civil rights legislation that already exists to say, you can't be racist. The Civil Rights Act says you can't be racist against black people, so you can't be racist against white people. And I think that's a fine framework to put down into our colleges.
Now I have to come back. I think it's beyond the scope of our conversation now, right? And we don't have time to hash this out properly, but we need to have a fight on this, Sitch, right?
Okay.
We do. We
That's
need to have a fight on
That's
this.
fine. We'll have another conversation.
Yeah, we'll have another conversation, but yeah.
They want to assassinate Rufo next, man.
Yeah.
They all think he's a fascist.
JMac for $50. Thank you so much. JMac says, I think saying Tim Pool is just as bad as Hassan is actually insane. Tim Pool sucks, but he's not really the same as the quote America deserved 9/11 host makeshift gun to politician glaze actual terrorist Hassan. What are you smoking, Wick? Can I have some?
Okay, I think that since time immemorial, since I've known of Tim Pool, he has been egging us on for literal years, trying to ratchet up the temperature and divide America, and he's been very successful at it. He's trying to turn us into this isolationist wasteland where he wants to destroy the liberal order. He thinks the liberal world order is a problem. When I was on a show with him and I asked him, did the right people win in World War II? He had to think about it for a minute, okay? He is just as dangerous, in my opinion, as Hassan, right? Like, he's a bad dude, okay?
What did he say after he thought about it?
I don't remember. It's been a while, right? But the fact that he had to think about it for a minute.
Oh my God.
Well, he had to think about it because he had to frame it in a way that wouldn't get his insane audience to jump down his throat. Because his audience is fucking crazy. I don't like Tim Pool really much at all, but I mean, I do have to say, I think Hassan is very clearly much worse than him. If Tim Pool came out and started cheering on some terrorist group that was engaged in kidnapping people, then we could have a conversation. But until that happens, I'm going to say Hassan definitely is way worse than Tim Pool.
Look, neither one. Like if I had a choice between voting for Tim Pool or voting for Hassan, I'd vote myself out. Right, I'd just go away. I wouldn't choose either.
Well, that's a good question. Who, if you have to, you have to vote.
Know.
You have to do it, Wick.
I would.
You have to vote.
I don't know. That would. I don't. I'd have. Look, I am saying that they are of a kind. I'm not saying Tim Pool is worse, but I legitimately do not know who I'm voting for in that situation.
Tim Pool didn't glaze Kanye when Kanye went on the Jews are responsible for everything
That's a great
arc.
point. Yeah,
and
look at
did Hassan glaze a fucking Houthi pirate that may or may not have
Hassan
killed
didn't call
actual
the Ukrainians
people?
the enemy of the American people either. Okay.
Well, in
Tim
the context
Pool
of the
did.
interview, obviously.
I think that's one of.
I disagree
think that's
with
one
him
of
on the
Tim
Ukraine
Pool's
issue, but
most insane thing. But I mean, Hassan has said, that when it comes to, it's what do you say? He said when you're looking at for anything foreign policy wise, you should generally go against America and the Western powers.
Yeah, and Hassan has supported terrorist
And I do
Well,
think
organizations.
that's the
Hassan.
same
Openly,
thing,
openly
though, right?
supported
Like,
terrorist
I
No,
can't
it's not
organizations.
the
think.
same thing. It's not the same thing.
Okay,
It's much
Say,
worse.
saying Ukraine is a terrorist
I think
organization.
Hassan
It's not
does
supporting
support
an
October
actual.
7th, even though he won't say it.
that's
And I
probably
don't
true.
think Tim Pool would support some kind of equivalent right wing version of October 7th or something. So that's why I think Hassan is much worse.
Okay, I think they are both bad in unique ways, and I just can't give you an honest answer in who I'm
Okay.
picking in that situation.
Okay.
I'm just saying they're both bad.
Violent Go for $20 says from the NCRI study, 48.6 and 55.2% of center left feel that the assassination of Musk or Trump, respectively, is justified. Wick is a liar. Well, I don't know how that
First
makes
of
Wick a liar,
all,
but that's a
what
crazy
did I
poll.
lie about?
Yeah.
What claim did I make that made me into a liar? I'm just really curious.
I'm assuming
Um,
he's saying that something about the both sides issue. I'm guessing that's what he was referring
okay,
to.
but let's see how many people think it would be justified on the right to kill a hated left-wing figure. I don't know. I haven't seen the studies. I can't tell you, but I can
Mm-hmm.
tell you my personal experience with right-wingers, at least in my comment section. At least they've been stoking the violence for a while. Okay, not
I
all
will
of them.
say,
Okay.
mhm.
I don't want to paint with too broad a brush. The extremists in the right have been stoking it for a while. Okay,
Right.
so
I will say, as again, I've seen this study, and then there's another study that's sort of making the rounds that does show that there's a lot more people on the left that are in favor of political violence on the right.
okay. Oh,
So,
just an FYI. I don't know how you guys feel about Soy Pill, but Soy Pill's begging. He's like, "Let me in, let me in, let me come on and yell at these guys." So I don't know if you guys want to do that, but it's
I
just a
think you. I
possibility.
think you wanted to yell at Soy Pill, but we just there's like a million super chats
I mean,
for
he
that
can
were
come on
questions
Tuesday if
for
he wants to
Wick.
come on Tuesday and yell
Well,
at us.
not yeah.
Okay. So you hear that,
But
Soy Pill? Tuesday, if he
I don't know
wants
if we have
to.
time
Yeah.
today.
Yeah. Fair enough. I'm
We're
just
going to go through the super chats for a
reporting
long time.
the reports
But
I'm
yeah, no,
getting.
if
Yeah.
if he wants to come on Tuesday, I'd be happy to have him. So just DM, I guess,
Has
Adam or me.
Soy Pill's been on before, hasn't he? I think we've talked to him.
Have we? I
Oh,
don't
Okay,
remember talking to Soy
I
Pill
don't
before.
remember either.
So
I thought we did. Soy Pill would know.
I've never seen him on your show, and I sometimes will tune into
DM
it.
me Soy Pill.
Yeah.
Alpha
We,
Fox
we
for 20.
like the extra soy on the show anyway.
There you go.
There you go. Okay. See, I'm booking for you guys. I'm getting you guys some content.
Thank
Okay,
you. Look
you're
at that.
welcome. Yeah,
We appreciate it.
I'm a buddy.
Alpha Fox for $20 says, I'm a liberal trans and a U.S. service member. I'm 100% against the killing of Kirk. It goes against the oath I made to the Constitution and everything I believe in. Look at that.
Thanks.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yes. Daniel Irish for $20 says, why tone down the rhetoric if it's just the shooter's faults?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, because we can recognize that it makes it look. When
Never
we talk about
say that
accountability
again,
and
Rick.
responsibility,
That's ridiculous. I think you should just drop that argument. That's a terrible fucking argument.
it's a terrible argument to say that no one is directly responsible except for the shooter.
Yes.
Well,
Okay, I
directly,
disagree.
but you can say has some responsibility, right? Because directly means like literally.
But when you bring in responsibility, people get to ask, okay, then how should we hold them responsible? And I think that's where we get into the dangerous territory. Where
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. This whole conversation is about how we should hold them
I don't
responsible.
want the mob to hold people responsible for their words when they didn't do anything violent.
Right.
They just spoke. I don't want that, and I want to back away from that every time.
Actor Justice Warrior, thanks so much for the $10. Says if it follows logically that if Kirk is a Nazi, him being allowed to speak will lead to genocide, and that you would support assassination. There's no quote. I think he's Goebbels, but I don't support this. Makes zero sense.
Well, that's not true. We've had neo-Nazis be able to the Skokie trials, right? The Skokie case back in the 70s, right, where we allowed Nazis to
look. It's just if a Nazi if Charlie Kirk was a Nazi and was doing the things Charlie Kirk was doing, winning people over, building his movement, it getting bigger and bigger, more and more chapters, more people subscribing, that would be a terrifying situation.
Yes, but you can solve
The
it in
Hitler
many more
Youth would
ways than
literally be
violence.
building in front of us.
But
I'm just talking about the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation. If Charlie Kirk is a literal Nazi and he's building a Nazi youth in front of us, isn't that a much more dire situation for America than if Charlie is a bog standard conservative that's telling kids to get married and go
of course,
and like get
yeah,
a good job?
of course, it's a more dire situation for America, but it does not involve or require or even justify murder, right, or political violence done against him.
Look,
That's
I'm
the
not
trick.
sure. I'm not sure you can say that.
You absolutely can, because we've had neo-Nazis in America for years.
We're
And
not
we
building
haven't,
yeah, but there's some small fringe that's not building a Hitler Youth of millions of people.
again, it's the idea of
That's a much different terror threat.
again, I can think that someone is building up a fascist regime and as a fascistic threat to the nation that has huge amounts of power, who is even in the presidency. I can make that claim and still not want political violence done to him, because I could acknowledge that the political violence would A, help him out, it would justify what he's about to do and strip our liberties and things like that, and B, not work, right? It wouldn't take him out, wouldn't actually be effective in what I wanted to do. And three, it would be morally incorrect to do so, because while I might fear he would do it, he's not actually doing the thing, and so I don't punish people for future crime in that way. So I just don't think it's a...
Wick, this might be a little bit bad faith. I'm warning you ahead of time, okay?
Oh God, okay, I'm ready.
But I want to get you on the record, okay? There is a literal Nazi, someone who says the white race is the best race, like just a flat out Nazi, building a movement across America. Millions of young kids are joining this movement, okay? You're telling me you're going to sit here and say, I am going to fight for that guy's right to speak, to build his movement of millions of Nazis.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because, yes, there is power to words, and they are dangerous, and it might lead to some sort of fascistic government or horrible situation if I let him speak. That might happen. But if I kill him, if I take physical and do physical violence and shoot him, I guarantee the bad outcome. I leave no room for a maybe. It makes everything worse. And so, yes, I will protect his right to speak, even if I think he's a fucking Nazi.
I think if that was the situation America was in, 99% of Americans would say, we got to do something about this shit. This is fucking crazy.
Okay, they would be wrong. Those 99% would be wrong.
And I think the reason the left has so much power is they've convinced so many people that we are literally in that situation. These people think Charlie Kirk is that guy. These people think Turning Points USA is the Hitler Youth. So they think we're in that situation already. That's why they're condoning violence.
Again, I don't necessarily agree that it condones violence. I am saying, and I would tell these people that even if you think that, even if you think we are in some sort of dire fascistic thing, we have the ability to remove these people from power through the ballot box. That still exists. We still have elections, and this is part of the strength of our Constitution, which, even though it is under attack, still stands.
Well, there's two points here. The first is the point about like how you feel about it, Wick, which I think I used to have your exact position on this. I think I've been somewhat blackpilled to unfortunately not have
corrupted.
Corrupted. I think I've been corrupted by watching the rise of extreme rhetoric that I don't know where I'm at the moment. So, but that's one point. The second point, which I think was actually more aligned with, I mean, Sean wasn't really asking a question, but I think it was more aligned with sort of what the super chat was alluding to, is even if you are personally have the position that you have, what I think you would agree that the most people, it seems like a lot of people in the country don't have that position,
no,
at least at the moment. And so for most people, even if you disagree with them, for a lot of people, it would follow to them logically that if Kirk was allowed to be a Nazi or if Kirk was a Nazi, then allowing him to speak would be supporting, would automatically lead to genocide, and therefore you'd have to support him being killed.
Especially if he's building a movement, a giant grassroots movement of other Nazis.
But then,
Right, which
the hypothetical I would give to you is if you think that there is a group of people out there who are ready and willing to do violence because they are living in a state of psychosis about who is running this government, that you cannot convince them to change, that they are dead set on doing violence, then what are you justifying? Because the normal person,
I don't know.
the normal person hears
Right.
that
Yeah.
and they think, well, if we can't convince them and they're delusional, there's only one solution.
Right. And that's why I share your concern about all the like Elon Musk saying shit
Yes.
like, they want to kill you all, because it is leading to the exact same position on the right, saying that we just have to use violence against these people.
Yes.
Yeah. I agree.
The
But you
answer is
agree.
education. That's what the answer is.
But that's why I
It's
said
always
those are my two
education.
things.
The answer is a reaffirmation of liberal values. Okay, anyway.
That would be great. I don't really say
And
that
how did they break the satanic panic of the 1980s? Because it's a similar situation, right? How do you break any mass psychosis?
I'd have to look. Can you guys give me like 1 second? I gotta
Go
get
ahead.
a thing. How do I turn my camera off so you guys don't see my ass when I'm?
There should
Okay,
be
there
a
should be. I see,
video.
I see, I see,
There
okay,
you
okay,
are.
okay, I'll be right back.
I
Okay.
was wondering how that works there.
JMac or Circuit Far Dad JMac, thanks so much for the $50. Says I had guys night last night, completely unplugged from the internet. All of our politics spanned the
good for you.
spectrum, but we hung out, played classic games, ate za, smoked cigars, just had a great time. We need to get back to in-person socializing. 100%.
I totally agree. I do. I mean, I'm feeling better
Sorry
now
about
than I
that.
did when we
Uh-huh.
began this live stream. I mean, I was telling Sitch before the stream just
Now I can hear you.
how demoralized I have been over this whole situation, just because it's a giant black pill. I do look, Wick. I do think we have a bunch of people who are delusional. We definitely have to keep those people out of power. But the problem is, I mean, this kid, he just had a little bit of power. He was able to get a gun and coordinate this horrible event. So,
And look, it
people
wasn't
don't
even
need a lot of
it wasn't
power.
even an assault rifle or anything, right? It was just a.
Oh, I know,
rifle.
I know.
Yeah. Bolts too, yeah.
I mean, we're in a terrorizing situation here. I don't necessarily know how to deal with it. Like I said, I think we're going to have to deal with it. I think we're in a situation where there's got to be some resolution.
Dan
I hope we
Snapple-
deal with it politically.
Dan Snapple for $50 says, I'm the beginning. Wick brings up people not celebrating, merely criticizing. My whole workplace is using criticizing him to talk down, extending empathy. Time and place criticizing him right now is halting the healing and allowing more celebration.
I don't think we could silence people from criticizing. He's not a saint. He shouldn't be sainted, right? You shouldn't be punished for saying, yeah, I just didn't like Charlie Kirk and I thought he was a bad dude. I don't think he deserved to die, but I don't think he was a good guy. I don't think anything should happen to you in that case.
I think, I do think it speaks to the environment we're in, because I do feel like 20 years ago, as I said, there's two different contexts. There's the context of, I don't agree with this man, but I will defend to the death his right to say it. That's the context
Voltaire,
one.
right? Yeah.
And then there's context two that's like, well, I don't agree that he should get shot, but he was a horrible, fucking terrible bigot, worst person in the entire world. Implication, maybe it's not so bad that he died, right? And I do feel like, based on my perception, that a lot of the framing is more on the second and not the first. So now, as I said, if people are doing the first thing and I think if you're going to do the first thing, you should be very, very clear that that's your position, and people are not really being very clear.
I don't.
With their
Yeah, but
so
a lot of people are just bad communicators, and also, again, I'm going to be real with you guys. Personally, I don't see anyone in my circles celebrating. There's very few. There's a couple, but there's very, very few. There are. I just gotta be honest with you.
I don't see
There's
anyone,
a couple,
but a few people.
Yeah, but most people, 90% of the people I know who are left leaning, are not celebrating this at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Huh.
our Hilts hurt. Thanks so much for the $2. Says Wick. Our Hilts hurt. Everyone check them out if you like Game of Thrones content. Says Wick, list the cities that burned because of this.
We're very early days. I don't mean to
Yeah.
blackpill
If we
you.
can make it a couple weeks, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I don't mean to blackpill you, but
Mm-hmm.
you don't count your chickens yet. So
Well, I don't think cities are going to burn, but I do think there might be an assassination on some AOC type figure,
Yes.
which
and
I'm
I will say,
terrified
if that
of.
happens, I don't know if we come back from that. Right? I
I
don't
think we
know
could.
if
I think we could.
It's going to be
We're,
way
we
harder.
we're going to come back no matter what. We lived through the Civil War, okay? Like
Yes. True.
there is
Okay.
definitely a realignment. There are two ideologies up for grabs, but I think there's going to be we're going to come out the end of this with a societal consensus. Like I said, there's a conflict here that is going to be resolved.
Well,
Hopefully,
in
it's
terms
resolved
of
politically, not
right.
with another civil war.
In terms of like, because I mean, listen, I'm a fucking shut-in. I don't know people personally that are like about this whatsoever. I'm just looking at. That's why I keep saying I understand it's the internet, but I'm looking at the internet responses. I'm hoping it's bots, but we're all seeing posts that are getting like hundreds of thousands of likes.
Well, what was it?
We're
It's
seeing
one thing to
TikToks that
like a
get
post.
millions of views that are cheering on this stuff. So
Didn't
it's
the
very
what's it
disheartening.
called, the sheriff who was looking at the situation when he was giving his press conference even said there were Russian and Chinese bots that were just driving this, right? Like just
It's
ginning
very
this up.
possible. I agree, but maybe it's not. As I said, the idea that's why I kept going back to the TikTok of the girl. The fact that people, to me, the fact that people are willing to put their name in their face in the post that they're in favor of him dying publicly shows where they think society is at. And that must mean that all of their sense making apparatus are either retardedly wrong or they're in their own bubble is correct, that a lot of people in society are in that position.
Let me ask you a question that's sort of related to the cities thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's helpful or hurtful to deploy the National Guard to Chicago and to DC and to these things? Do you think it's helping turn up the temperature or turn down the temperature? Which do you think?
So I don't know. Like, I went to Chicago recently for like a couple days, and it seemed nice where I was. So I don't know. I don't really have
You
like
were
I didn't know anything about Chicago
Sitch. You
whatsoever.
just mentioned you were
But
a shut in, and you don't know. Okay, fair enough. Maybe a bad person to
I
ask,
wasn't
I
taught.
guess.
Listen, I went there with Sam and her family. I wasn't talking to strangers. Okay. Now it was weird because I'd never been to Chicago, and we took a little boat tour of the Chicago River, and they talk about all like the city, and it looks. I mean, the city's that area is
Do
like
you think
fucking
that the
beautiful,
people
and
online?
well, hold on. Let me just
Sure.
finish. And I saw these people walking around. We were even out kind of late at night, and we saw like so many people walk around. So like at least the area I was in seems safe. Now I know it's kind of the same thing with like LA. There's certain areas that are like really bad, certain areas that are not so bad. So I don't know what those areas are. Now we did go into a CVS, like everything was behind the little lock key thing,
Sure, sure.
which I was kind of surprised. So I don't like I don't like the concept of Trump unilaterally going against like what is legal to force National Guard into some city under the pretense of cleaning up crime, because I'm a very much of like you have to do things procedurally kind of person. So I don't support that. But when it comes to the DC thing, I'll be honest, I don't know enough about like the actual effect of Trump's act, which I think he was legally allowed to do what he did. I don't know the actual effect of did that actually help things or not.
So I
Obviously,
would,
there are a lot of cities that have a lot of
yeah,
crime and homeless problems,
I
and it
would,
doesn't seem like they're
yeah.
fixing it themselves.
I would
So
argue that regardless of whether or not it helped the crime there, I think it has ratcheted up tensions in America when people see military personnel roaming the streets. It does not do anything to dissuade people's idea that Trump is using authoritarian measures in order to enforce order, which a lot of people worry about for good reason. I don't know if it's legal or not, but I think it absolutely ramps up tension when he does these things.
It's because they believe in the narrative that we're living in fascist America. So it plays into that belief. If they don't have that belief system, if they think, oh, crime is getting out of control and they're boosting law enforcement numbers to deal with it, They don't see it as a threat. They're like, yes, welcome. Thank you. I don't want to get stabbed on the train. Like it only heightens the tension in people who have this specific narrative. Trump is a fascist. He's the next coming of Hitler. We're living in an authoritarian takeover of the United States. He's never going to leave office. Like if you believe all of those things, you have a completely different perception of it.
Okay, but the act of sending military personnel to police cities and civilians is authoritarian in nature. Whether it's effective is a different question, but it is an authoritarian act to send military that should be killing our enemies, right, abroad.
How is it an authoritarian? It's an authoritarian act if they're...
Right?
But they're still the military. National Guard.
I mean, there's a little difference between the National Guard and like the Army, right?
Boosting law enforcement numbers is not an authoritarian act.
Because they come in and police, it is.
Stop.
It's how.
Wait, stop. Please. Okay. First of all, the National Guard has been used in the past for policing purposes. I don't agree that you could make a blanket statement that any use of the National Guard for policing purposes
is authoritarian.
Automatically is authoritarian. And the example I would use would be, in the 60s when they had to send in the National Guard to enforce civil rights legislation and the end of segregation. Okay.
If they're pulling people out of their house and fucking beating them on the streets, asking them if they're going to vote Republican in the next election, okay, that's authoritarian.
Right. Now, where I will agree with you is that I think so much of this is based on, I don't agree that just using National Guard automatically is authoritarian. But where I will agree with you is that I think a lot of this is because Trump continually plays into this. And you have a situation where the right will say it's just a meme and the left says, no, it's serious. And then it's very unclear what it actually is with Trump. Trump making the joke about him being president forever. He has repeatedly brought up the concept that he might run
dictator on day one.
Yeah. Or
terrible.
Or the comments of that, he posted the meme with the Chicago apocalypse now thing. Like he's definitely playing into this. So I do think Trump definitely is very culpable in ratcheting up the tension, in ratcheting up the left's fears of what's going on. But
he's playing into their delusion.
It's right. Hold on. It's not playing into their delusion when he's actually doing it. That's not a delusion statement to say that there was no state of emergency that justified the deployment of the National Guard in Washington, D.C. There's no state of emergency in Chicago that justifies the deployment of the National Guard. And the National Guard is the military. They go and they fight alongside the regulars, the people in the Army and the Air Force and the Navy, etc., just as much. They go out and they are deployable, right? They are the military. And again, I would argue that outside of states of emergency, that we should we should not be using these as policing forces in the United States because it is, in my opinion, authoritarian in nature. And I think that Trump is doing it in a way that is not justified.
If with the DC thing, they did have a problem with, it wasn't like a national emergency or I guess a DC level emergency. I don't know how they would define an emergency, but they did have very high crime. And if sending in the National Guard, which I believe Trump is legally allowed to do in that situation, though maybe there's some qualified to it, if that actually helps stopping crime, lowering crime, making the city safer, in some way, obviously if they leave, it might just go right back to normal. But if it actually does, or, motivate people to say, hey, maybe we do need harder police policies because it actually, seemed to work if we just had more people on the streets. And then the National Guard is pulled out of DC and they don't do anything like making people vote Republican, pulling people to their homes. They don't do anything crazy like that. Then I would say that that's not an authoritarian measure whatsoever. The authoritarian fear is, okay, you're going to send the military, the National Guard into a city to do what? To do something nefarious, not simply
brown shirts,
not simply to just help the police round up criminals.
So let me
criminals, right?
Let me ask Wick. So, do you accept that the left thinks these cops are going to go in and pull innocent people out of their homes and beat them for political reasons?
I don't think that's the fear I hear from the far leftists is that this is just a establishing a precedent that they will later use to go and deploy people to the polling
To
places.
go and pull innocent people out of their homes and
that's
beat
not what I
them.
said at all. That's not what I said at all.
Okay.
Right? But to deploy to the polling places when the midterms come to create some kind of state of emergency. Oh, look, the immigrants are MS-13 or there's some sort of issue and we got to deploy these National Guard presence to the polling places and it act as a chilling effect for people to come in.
So they're going to go, these forces are going to go in and they're going to intimidate people into not voting.
Just by being there, by virtue of having a strong military
I know
presence.
I get it. Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah. Okay. So do you think that's actually going to happen?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think that's in the realm of like, when the COVID lockdowns were happening and there were a lot of people, mostly on the right, who were saying, you have to fight this because if you don't, this is just the government using this as a way to forever justify
that's exactly what they were
doing
saying.
A lockdown or some other bad action. And my position then was, well, if they do that, we fight that. I don't know. I don't believe that, or I don't believe there's evidence that that's what's going on right now. And I'd say the same thing kind of with the Trump National Guard thing, which is, yeah, if they do something like that, then you have to fight it then because that's bad. But
they sent federal troops outside of the California governor's event, right? Why do you think they did that?
You're talking about when they sent troops to California that they're getting sued for doing
no.
Right? No.
Newsom had like a press conference or something. They sent federal troops there. Why do you think he did that? What was the purpose of that move?
I'm unaware.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the story. If you think it was intimidation, you should bring the story up.
Yes, it was intimidation.
It might have been.
Yes, they are doing it.
It might have been, but I say that would be, if that's an example that you want to point to, I'm unfamiliar with that story. That could be an example of it. I don't know anything about that. I'm just saying, to me, as I said, in DC, if they simply send the National Guard in there and they actually help clean up crime and then they leave, I don't think just the action alone merits saying that this is an authoritarian thing. That's my only argument.
What if instead of sending the National Guard in to clean up the streets, there's a crime problem, and they decide, you know what, we're just going to take everyone's guns. It makes it safer, right?
Well, that's against the Second Amendment.
Okay, exactly. It's something that will be effective and make things safer, but it's an overreach. And I argue, right, that the ginning up an emergency that doesn't really exist in order to send in National Guard troops for a host of reasons, right? Political, to intimidate their enemies, to kind of a show of force. I think that it's not a delusion for someone to look at that and think, oh, we are closer to authoritarianism now than we were before this happened.
They're going to cities that have high crime rates. That's the whole point of it.
No, listen. Hold on. Wait. There's two different things. As I agree with you, I think Trump plays into it. Okay? It's not delusional. I understand. I think it makes perfect logical sense to me why people on the left would see that and would freak out. And Trump does his best to make them freak out. Okay? I agree with that. But that's my point, is only just, okay, putting that all aside, I'm just trying to look at it from a completely objective standpoint. That was my position. And I don't think you can really compare it to taking guns away because, as I said, if Trump's doing something illegal or unconstitutional, I don't support it. I'm very big on procedure. And taking everyone's guns away would be unconstitutional. My understanding was that with the National Guard in D.C. was legal for Trump to do because D.C. is not really a state and, he has the authority to do that.
Can you imagine if the politicians came out and just chilled people out and said, look, he's going to send the National Guard in. Crime is a little high. We could use the help. We'll get it under control. Sure. If he does anything out of line, we'll deal with it when that happens and then move on. But they can't obviously do that because they got a bunch of people who are freaked out about fascism.
Well, part of the reason why people are freaking out about it is because the governors and the mayors and other things are saying, we don't want this. Please don't do that.
Yeah, they're saying that because we live in a fascist America.
No, they're saying it because they don't want their statehood, their state rights to be trampled on by the federal government.
Well, I think they really don't want it because they're Democrats.
And they're worried about their voters.
He's trying to do it to Republican cities. Let's be real.
No. I agree with you. This is done purely for partisan reasons. But I'm just saying, like, if it was a Democrat president and there was a Democrat city that had a crime problem or a white nationalist problem or something, they would not, they would perceive it completely differently. They'd say, oh yeah, we can work together and you can clean up crime and blah, 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 blah. Like this
Yeah,
is
they'd
all
be
done
like,
through
thanks for the
partisan
help.
lines. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
probably. But again, I don't think we can take the politics out of this situation and take the federal government trampling over states that are rejecting this and saying, we can handle this. Please don't do this. It is a kind of a crisis here. And it is something that people should be worried about when Trump tries to just unilaterally do these things. It is not delusional. That's what I'm pushing back against. This idea that it's delusional.
I already agree with that. I don't like that Trump does all this shit unilaterally. And anyone who listens to the show knows that's one of my harshest criticisms of Trump is that whenever he does these things outside of the procedure.
I understand. So, I was pushing more back.
I think,
but anyway,
push back. Obviously, look, I think the people who think we're living in a fascist America are delusional.
Okay. Ovid for $20 says saying the right should vibe and chill in response to Kirk's death is exactly the same as Hassan calling for Israel to disarm after October 7th. Political violence is bad, but the right response at some point self-defense. You see, but Ovid, I don't know what the fuck you mean by that. You need to, and this is what does irk me when I hear a lot of people say this. When you say like they need to respond, that can mean anything. If you're saying the right needs to respond by, trying to get the left by tamping down the rhetoric, trying to get the left to tamp down the rhetoric, I could agree with that. If you talk about the right responding by even trying to cancel some people who are in favor of Kirk dying and all this other stuff, I can agree with that. But when you say the right needs to respond, are you saying like, is it violently respond? Is that self-defense? Like you need to be very specific, and I don't like that people are just throwing out these very vague terms that could be interpreted in all sorts of ways. So
it doesn't sound good.
No.
Yeah, I don't look even if you respond violently, I don't see how you could construe that as self-defense because you're not going to respond in any way that's effective to deal with the issue at hand. You're just going to escalate everything. So
yeah,
responding with violence is not in any way self-defense. I think if you responded with some sort of change to the law or something like that, something that actually dealt with the problem in some sort of way, then that would be self-defense.
And also, like I understand you're making a comparison, but making a comparison between a lone gunman who we made the argument was, could be radicalized and be part of fantastic terrorism, who did a political assassination is very different than the government of a area engaging in a wide scale terrorist attack. I think it's just not really comparable. But
the scale is completely different.
Yeah. Daniel Irish for $20 says, easy assumption, who else would kill Charlie Kirk, the fascist, if not the left?
Reupers hated him. An accelerationist might. Like there was so many possibilities before we knew, right? Like again, you don't need to make the assumption. It doesn't help anything to make the assumption. Nothing is gained by making the assumption before we have the information. So just don't.
Mm-hmm. Sammy G says, Wick, regardless of politics, thank you for talking with us today. Keeping dialogue is number one and helps us all find better solutions. Look at that.
I like talking, so thank you for letting me.
Thank you.
Turns out all those assumptions turned out to be correct, but every single one of them. I mean, it's just...
Well, no, they were assuming that Israel did it. They were assuming that it was a trans shooter. It's not. Israel didn't do it, right? There were so many assumptions that were wrong about this guy that were trying to be pushed. Like a lot of assumptions were just incorrect.
I'm not sure.
Will there be? There's going to be no penalty to the fucking.
Of course not.
To Ian Carroll and all those fucking retards that are like in the gray zone people. Oh my fucking god, Max Blumenthal, the gray zone people who are like, Israel was behind killing Charlie Kirk. Oh my god. So retarded.
Yeah, there was a lot of assumptions that were just bullshit.
Aren't they supposed to take a hit to their reputation?
Don't
you think that most of their audience just still believes that Israel did it and that everyone else is trying to cover it up?
They'll either believe that or they'll just shrug and ignore the whole situation. So
they take no hit to their reputation.
Yeah. That's why I said I'm a little bit black-pilled on this. Like
I know.
like to just let the net, the free speech absolutism position. So I don't know. I've gone to the dark. I've become corrupted. Bopek for $20 says, "Hey guys, how likely is it that there will be connections broadly made between James Lindsay's cynical theories breakdown wokeness and the liberal aspects of the two with what happened last week and the cheering reactions?" I I think it's very unlikely. I think he's correct on a lot of things, but I think it's very unlikely. I think James has burned a lot of his credibility
Oh, he
with
did,
the
didn't he?
right. So
I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that question. So
yeah. Bopek also says, or has the right called wolf too many times for anyone to take it seriously. Um, that's why I worry about that. It will take more political assassinations for the left to take it seriously. That's what I worry about. And that's why I got so enraged seeing all these publications promote Hassan. It's because I'm like, oh, okay, well, they literally haven't learned fucking anything by doing that. So I don't know.
They don't.
I'm in a
They
black pilled state of mind, unfortunately, at the moment. So
if you believe in your heart of hearts that Charlie Kirk had it coming, you're in a completely different place.
yeah.
Like you think this is like a win. Like you're like, well, political assassinations suck, but like this was necessary. That's your take.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you may not be wanting to say that publicly, but that's what you're thinking.
Right.
So
there was a. Okay, I think this is breaking. Newsweek's reporting this that they just caught a guy planting under news vans incendiary devices. They failed to go off, thankfully, but
mhm.
there's two
Wow.
incendiary devices under news vans in Utah. So the media is the enemy stuff, right? Like,
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's definitely me. Like
but I would never hold you
I'm sure
responsible
I'm
for what
sure he's
that
listening to
crazy
Sitch and
did.
Adam
Right.
right
Right.
now.
I think we're pretty strictly pushing people away from the extreme positions.
Yeah,
So generally,
yeah,
when we have these conversations, even though I'm
Right.
a little blacked out
Yeah.
at the moment, but
yeah.
JMac Circuit 5, thanks so much. Dad JMac for $20 says calling MAGA the radical right. Wick, you've lost. My family is MAGA. They're humdrum Republicans. When you say they are radicals, you'll never achieve unity you seek. You've lost, and it sucks.
I think we win in 2026, and MAGA goes away. So
Well,
at
but
least as an
you
effective force.
would you agree? Because I mean, I think the majority of people who support Trump are just like bog standard Republicans, right? Those people are
They're
not
not
radicals,
MAGA.
right?
Like just because you support Trump or voted for Trump doesn't make you MAGA. MAGA is a very specific thing. MAGA is the Stephen Millers, right? MAGA is the Tim Pools, if you will, right? MAGA is the kind of like the I won't use the term militant, but the cult. I don't know a better way to say it. The cult of personality people, right? Um, I don't think the standard person who voted for Trump is necessarily MAGA. I think MAGA is like 20 to 30% of Republicans.
I I would agree that there is a distinction between groups of people on the right that you're talking about, people who are like diehard, Trump can do no wrong people, and then people that are just more like, I vote Republican. I have Republican sensibilities. I have conservative moral intuition. So I'm going to obviously vote Republican. I agree that there's a difference there. I don't think you should use the term MAGA to describe that because when you say MAGA, 99% of the people listening are going to think you just mean Trump voters. So I think it's an ineffective label
Fair
to
enough.
use in the circumstance.
Yeah, a lot of people who just are Trump voters call themselves MAGA. They're not putting themselves in some militant pile.
Right.
The JMac has $100 super chat that is probably
Ooh,
not showing up because
read
if
it,
it's still in the
please.
JMac for $100 says if the left loses its radicals, you take the teeth away from Trump. People like Destiny and Hassan do nothing but add fuel to the right's argument against the left. Maybe moderates get pushed towards the right entirely because of things like the response to Kirk's murder.
I don't disagree that the radical left helps fuel the radical right. Absolutely, it does. That's why I'm trying to get rid of the radical left. I think that both sides use it's reciprocal radicalization, right? And both sides are using the other side's radicals to justify their radicalism and to radicalize more people towards them, right? It's a phenomenon, and I don't disagree with that chat. So yes.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how the midterms play out because that will be.
Well, who
I
knows
mean,
with all these political assassinations now, right? Like,
if
if you
we
ask me,
can keep it together, if we can not have any more violence before the midterms, I think this could be a big win for Republicans.
Jim,
don't
yeah,
go ahead. No.
Jim for $20 continues the last chat saying they believe they're MAGA. My family would call themselves MAGA. You don't lose the election, you lose the unity that I know you want. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you need a better label than MAGA.
Yeah, look, I just the whole idea that the the conservatives feel like they have the wind at their back right now. It's just like everyone's going to disappear in the next election.
Well, before the Charlie Kirk thing, uh, at least all polling I've seen shows people, the general electorate, running away from every one of Trump's policy positions, and even on immigration. Right, he's underwater in approval on how the Republicans are handling all these things. Right, on the economy, it was underwater. Right, so I I don't know the data that I saw. Again, I haven't looked at polling post the Kirk thing, but pre Kirk thing, it was shaping up to be a rout. Actually, and the Democrats were just probably going to sweep. I don't know how the Kirk thing is going to change that dynamic though, but it absolutely does. I'm going to have to reevaluate my thoughts on it based on what comes out of this. I do also want to say that I don't put Destiny and Hassan in the same camp. I disagree with some of Destiny's positions. I disagree strongly with some of Destiny's positions, but there are a lot of Destiny positions I actually agree with. I can't think of a single Hassan position that I agree with, right? So Destiny and Hassan being lumped into the same thing, I don't know about that one, buddy. Okay, I
Well,
love you,
isn't
J
I
Mac,
mean,
but
I didn't listen to the full conversation that happened the other day, but wasn't Destiny calling for violence or civil war or
oh,
something?
he was definitely saying like yeah, he was definitely doing the Tim Pool thing where he's doing everything but. And again, I think it's his worst quality. I think he's turning up the temperature. He refuses to turn it down, and he is a problem right now. Absolutely. But that is different than Hassan, right? Destiny doesn't think October 7th was based and wants to have 10 of them, right? In America. Um, Destiny has a lot of positions that I just agree with that are just true. Hassan, I can't think of one.
Yeah, listen, I think you could say Hassan is worse, but I still think Destiny is pretty bad in terms of
Okay. I mean, again, I
that sort of
disagree
rhetoric.
with him on this. I
Yeah.
fought him with this,
Okay.
so fair.
All right. Daniel Irish for $20 says, quote, MAGA is the radical right. Trump is destroying the Constitution. So much for toning down the rhetoric.
Yeah,
What is your response to
the
that?
MAGA Republicans. We all know what he means by that.
Say one more time. I didn't kind of.
MAGA is the radical right. Trump is destroying the Constitution. So much for toning down the rhetoric.
I mean, he is. I'm just gonna say things that are true. What I won't say is that. Because of that, you have to go out and do a tit for tat, and we're going to have a civil war. Now, I won't do that. I would say that you can defeat this in the ballot box, but that is just true. Like, it's just true that Trump is trying his best to destroy, especially the First Amendment, and I can go through all the things he's done to erode our civil liberties in that specific area, right? With the executive orders against Perkins Coie and other law firms and things like that. So
Mm-hmm.
toning down the rhetoric doesn't mean not criticizing someone who's doing a thing. It just doesn't. It's a different thing.
Yeah. But I guess this is sort of the trap. And I mean, listen, I've definitely fallen into this too, because I agree with you. I think Trump is doing very dangerous things. But I don't know. Maybe it's sort of the whole like when we all say like was destroying the Constitution. As opposed to saying, well, Trump is, violating the Constitution. I don't know.
Eroding our civil
Violating
liberties
is
doesn't
Eroding our
pretty.
sound
civil liberty. I
as,
mean, I guess that's
that
true
doesn't
though.
sound as cool though.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe we're
It
getting a
does.
little too. Maybe we're getting a little too sensitive about. We're kind of maybe we're going way too much in the woke direction if when we're talking about that. So I don't know. Maybe I disagree with that. I'm talking
Trump
myself out
needs
of
to
that
be
position.
Trump needs to be presidential.
I
He
would
can't
like the
destroy
president to
the
be presidential.
Constitution.
Yeah, I take it back. If saying Trump is destroying the Constitution is not, stochastic terrorism. There has to be a
Right.
line somewhere here. Dax Cesario for $20 says fact check to Wick at the beginning. Only fatality from Colorado shooting is the shooter. Oh, really? I thought they did kill somebody.
Didn't he shoot 2 kids?
I I well, maybe they
Okay,
didn't
if they
die.
didn't die, I still think that's pretty bad, right?
Right,
Like,
right. Yes. JMac for $20, thanks so much, says how fast it take the mainstream media to plaster Nicholas Salmon's face all over as a MAGA racist for threatening a Native American. That did
Yeah.
happen fairly quickly, and obviously they paid the punishment for it.
We shouldn't
So,
jump to conclusions.
true.
but that goes to what I'm saying in terms of them, trolling social media for viral stories and picking them up quite quickly.
Yes.
I like Davis says Trump is feeling anxious with the Constitution. There you go. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I like that. JMac for $50 says that it colonel should be UCMJ or have some repercussion. He's most likely a CO over several service members who span the political spectrum. What do you do if you're in that guy's command and you are a fan of Kirk? Screw that guy. No, I don't think people that are serving in the military, especially commanding officers, should be putting out like very incendiary things on social media. Like that's really fucking
Hey,
retarded.
look,
So
Charlie Kirk isn't an elected official. He's not in anyone's chain of command. And simply
mhm.
putting out quotes of what Charlie Kirk said should not get you court-martialed.
Oh, is that all
Absolutely
he did?
not.
Is that all they did?
Yes, that
They
was
just
the
put out
whole of the
quotes?
tweet.
Oh, okay.
Was just
Well,
quotes from Charlie Kirk.
I don't have a problem with that, but if they were saying something more incendiary about
Nope.
like that, they should have died. If they're just putting out quotes, then I disagree.
It
I
was
think that's
4
fine.
quotes,
So,
right?
okay.
So yeah.
John Kajab for $20 says, I don't like the reduction of true fascism that people thin stretch to fit jeans, adds individuals' opinions someone doesn't like, and I dislike the equivalent from the right, but definitely seems more from one side.
Yeah, I agree. But look, that's just my perspective. My completely accurate perspective.
There you go. John Kajaf for not $20, thank you, says if they were fired for not saying anything extreme, that is on their employer for not double checking what their employee actually said. That's not on the people calling their jobs. Their employer should have double checked.
Come
I
on.
don't agree with you. I mean, I agree that that should be on the employer for being a fucking coward, but I disagree with you. It is just the personal responsibility for the employer to double check is just as present on the individuals trying to get that person in trouble. Like, I don't know why they would be absolved of responsibility for being part of a mob and going after people that they're wrongly targeting. So
Yeah, I
I
disagree.
don't agree.
Yeah,
Did
that's
you
just
miss
true.
the JMac? You guys should have someone on that's actually plugged into the MAGA movement.
I probably did miss that because my thing's spazzing out. So
Oh, it is.
you can,
JMac for $20. You guys need to have someone on that is actually plugged into the MAGA movement. It seems like there is a major neglect of policy that actually pushes several conservatives and Republicans towards Trump. So he's, I think, saying just there are people that are voting based on policy.
I think I
not
already,
like Trump loyalists.
right. So I'm assuming that's regarding what I said. I think I explained the concept poorly the first time. I think I explained it perfectly fine the second time, which is that, as I said, yes, there are people who have very specific policies that support Trump. Like, I don't like that the immigration's out of control or other things. But I think you would agree, Jay, that there's not an ideological underpinning all the various different groups that make up the MAGA coalition that creates some sort of unifying worldview, the way that there is with the woke movement or the woke ideology. And I've said this before in the past, and no one has really disagreed with that with me when I said in the past in chat. So maybe I just phrased it a little poorly this
You
time.
don't think the underpinning is the left has gone crazy with all of this gender nonsense and just letting immigration go insane and crime get wildly out of control? You don't think it's just a response to, oh my God, everything is getting fucking insane?
That could be an underpinning view, but as I'm saying, that doesn't. What you say? Okay, well, what does the future of America look like? What does the
It,
vision of America look like?
it looks like just
Is
a
it a
step.
protectionist America? Is it a neoliberal America? Are we going back to the Bush era? Are we going back to Reagan? Are we going back to the 1940s? I mean, look at here. Let me give you a perfect example. Okay. Donald Trump had the federal government get 10% of Intel.
Yeah,
That's mind blowing. Okay.
it's
That is
crazy.
something that for my entire life, Republicans would have called a socialist takeover. And still, if Joe Biden did that, they would be screaming from the hilltops. So this is what I mean when I say that it's not a unifying ideological principle here.
Well, I think it is. It falls into the protection of the middle class
Mhm.
because he would argue, well, this is how I'm going to pay for tax cuts so that you guys can keep more of your money. Tariffs are the same thing. He's arguing, oh, look, I'm going to charge the foreigners money in taxes, even though I think
Okay, but
it's
yeah, of
basically a
course.
corporate
Right, but
tax.
that doesn't go against what I'm saying at all.
Well, it
We
does in the ideology is protecting the middle class, which
no,
is
but
where
we've always no, no, no. Okay.
they're trying to
We've
slide into. I'm
many
just theorizing here, okay?
okay,
So,
months ago or a year ago, remember there were those people that said that there's no such thing as the left or the right. And their argument was the reason there's no such thing as the left or the right is because they would find instances where the left and the right would support like the same policy in the past.
okay.
And then our argument was, well, they're missing the point. It's not about what policies necessarily, it's about the rationale behind the policy. And if you looked back, even though if you had the left be isolationist at some point and the right be isolationist at other points, the rationale for it would be very, very different. There'd be a left wing rationale versus a right wing rationale. So
Right.
yeah, so I'm just when you're talking about like, yeah, being pro middle class, like, okay, sure, of course.
The
Like that's
rationale
going
is
to be
protecting the middle
the
class.
rationale could be a right wing rationale for doing protectionism or doing, having the government literally absorb 10% of a company or something. Sure. But that's not showing that there's an ideological unifying vision. Let me just say it very
For the
simply.
policy
Okay. Let me
prescription
just say this
itself.
very simply because I'm like triggering people's like Trump defenses and it's making me angry because you're like missing the point.
Who is what?
Okay. Who do you think has a more unifying ideology? The woke ideology of critical theory or every single person that votes for Donald Trump? Who do you think has a more unifying
Obviously, the woke.
ideological?
Yeah.
Okay,
Like
that's all
I
I'm saying.
summed up their
Okay,
ideology. It's
that's
to
all I'm
fight
saying. And I don't really want to keep going
racism,
back on this because
sexism, and homophobia. It's
right.
that simple. The ideology is based on fighting racism, sexism, and homophobia. And if the middle class has to pay 90% taxes to do that, they're
It's
fine
not
doing
just
it.
that, but like the woke ideology also like the whole people's peoples are that there's oppressors and oppressees, and that the rules apply differently. There's a much stricter, clearer framework among woke ideology that is unifying among what the ideologies that these people are believing and advocating for. That
Right.
that on the all of everyone that supports Donald Trump does not look like that.
The
And if you
MAGA
don't agree with that, you
coalition.
have no fucking clue what you're talking about, and you don't know anything about the far left ideology.
Well, look, you just tell us what you think the unifying messages of the MAGA coalition.
I've already said it
But
like for the
not
last
not
20
you. I'm
minutes.
just saying the people who are making the argument against you. Because I mean I agree. It's It's crypto bros and people who want low taxes and people who
Right.
want immigration to stop. There's like a bunch of different things. And he cobbled together a coalition of all those people and won. Like Trump went around and was like just catering to each of these different small coalitions, right? He's
Mhm.
like, I was anti crypto at one time, but now I love crypto.
Right.
Crypto's the bomb.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. Exactly.
The only thing that I think was solely his was the tariff thing. Like what who was like, oh yeah, we really need tariffs. Bring Trump in.
Right.
Tariffs was something that he brought to the
Yeah,
table
tariffs
himself.
is
But
terrible. But anyway, go on.
look, Wick, are you in favor of raising corporate taxes?
Depends. Not. I'm
Mhm.
not a tax and spend guy. I'm not a tax and spend liberal.
Okay.
I don't know. Like,
Most people on the left
how do you want to raise these corporate taxes?
most
Is a
people
good
on the left
question.
want to tax the rich and raise the tax on corporations. They call for
Sure.
corporations paying their fair share. Okay,
But
that's a
this is
common thing.
we can't do this thing where just a pet peeve of mine when people assume all my positions because I say I'm a Democrat.
Okay, look, I'm just asking because
No, you're
obviously
fine.
you're on the left. I thought you might be in favor of
You're all good.
corporate taxes, and tariffs are just corporate fucking taxes.
Yeah, but
They are.
there are
A pet
different
peeve
types
of
of
mine.
taxes and ways. Like a sales tax is different than a corporate tax, which is different than a property tax, which is different than an income tax, right? The type of tax and how that plays into the
I
economy
think, look,
matters.
I think that's a bit of a cope. I think the only thing the people on the left are asking for is raise the fucking taxes on corporations. I want corporations to pay more money. That's what they want.
I
If
think
you define it as a sales tax or a corporate tax or a tariff, well, look, the Democrats have convinced them a tariff is not a corporate tax somehow. So that's what irks me.
I look. I'm not an economist, unfortunately, but I do. Tariffs have are a type of tax that is particularly harmful. That we have a history of being harmful to industries in the United States and to consumers in the United States. It
Why?
hurts because it makes it harder for industries to plan for the future of their businesses, especially how Trump is going out putting these tariffs out there. We're not even
Well,
sure if they're going to stay in
putting
place, right?
putting the planning part aside, let's just say that we
Well,
know
you
for certain
can't.
the tariff is going to be uh, always on. Okay, a 10% tariff. What is the problem with a ten
Okay,
percent tariff?
if it's an always on and an
There is
entire
no
thing,
problem.
the problem I have with that conceptually is it limits the not just the corporations but the consumers' ability to make free choices about where they what kind of products they consume and where they consume it from. It picks winners and losers in the marketplace in which way a broad tax would not, because a corporate tax would punish any corporation that, or not punish, but it would affect any corporation whether they do business outside of America or do business inside of America. Similarly, however, a tariff does not. A tariff only hurts certain industries that happen to do business outside of the United States. And I think that
Okay.
the winners and losers, it creates a whole lot of bad um, conditions. But we can't lose the sight of that these aren't a permanent, always on thing. They have been. What are the tariffs going to be? Are they going to be in place tomorrow? We don't know. It's a good question. So companies are having a real hard time planning for the future of their business, the investments that they want to make, because they don't know how much they're going to have to invest, right? And where they should invest. And it's creating a headache that's killing us.
Right. Okay.
I was in the bathroom. Are you guys done talking about terrorists?
Yeah, we're done
Yeah,
talking
it's
about
pretty
Okay.
terrorists.
boring anyway, but
ChatGPT Swag for $20 says it's easy to advocate for no boots on anyone's face when it's the opposing party putting their boot on your face, as the right did, as the left is doing now. They were perfectly happy with cancel culture till this week. Icarius Jal for 20 euros says the scariest part of cheering on political violence at the moment is that while both sides are mostly cringe online LARPers right now, the people who are professionally violent become involved, they'll mostly be on the right. JMac for $20 says Wick won't mind read the media and leave it up to who knows, but then fills in the blanks for Tim. By the way, you can assume both are probably shitty.
Yeah. Well, what do you say to that?
Wick won't mind. Can you read that again? I didn't quite get it.
Wick won't mind read the media.
Oh, mind read. Okay, well,
yes.
Won't mind read the media. Because Tim Pool is a specific case where I know him, but the media is such a broad term. Like, what do you mean when you say the media? Like, are you talking about Fox News, CNN? What are we talking about?
The lamestream media, the lefty media, obviously.
Okay. It just makes it harder to. I can't mind read a larger group, but I can make inferences based on a single individual.
I thought you were gonna say that your like mind reading powers is only good enough for like individual level, so you can read
That's
Tim's,
true.
But, you know,
look, my
you have to like be in the room with the head of CNN to really get like a good track. You know, that's fair. JMac for another $5 says, by the way, I do think Wick is doing good work, and I'm glad he came on.
Oh, thank you. You guys love me. I
agree.
I feel.
I agree. Philip Cogans for $20 says the people calling for Civil War II on the left and the right have no idea what they're calling for. They think it will be Gettysburg, but in reality, it will be more like the Troubles or Yugoslavia in the early 90s.
Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately,
Bopac for $20
safe.
Bopac for $20 says, Adam, you said many times how the media is careful about how they talk about suicide. Wasn't there an effort made a decade ago to not name shooters to desensitize copycats? Is that just gone now, or am I misremembering?
Well, and they go out of their way to protect marginalized people from stereotypes. You see it all the time. You see it all the time. So they know these stereotypes are damaging to some people, but it's just they lean into it when they're damaging to the right people, the bad people.
Jeff Schatz for $20 says there are many other stages before KTA in the case of an actual uprising: institutionalization for the actual crazies, legal charges for the vicious, etc., infiltration and breakup of the groups. Don't jump to there yet.
Yeah, look, people are already talking about bringing back mental institutions. That could go a long way towards dealing with the crime issue. I think most of the crime is just crazies on the street.
Well, I don't know about most of the crime, but we could reduce especially crime on public transit greatly by just bringing back mental institutions. Look, mental institutions had a bad rap in America for a good reason. They were horribly corrupt, and I don't think the solution to that should have been abolishment. I think that they needed a large amount of reform. But look, it's no kindness to let these people just roam the streets and not take their medication, not get the help they need, and they do harm to others. And the public should be protected from them. Put them away in a proper, abuse-free mental institution.
Bro, look at that.
No, I don't know why you're laughing. That's just what we should do.
Get them away.
The problem is that it's just so expensive. That's the problem. So that's why a lot of people.
I'm willing to pay for it. Okay.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but there's no. We're not going to go with the euthanasia thing, right?
Like don't euthanize.
Or the euthanasia thing is just practical. But
how about this? How about this? This is what I said. You have a big government.
Look, I'm just saying the truth. Okay, I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying it's practical.
Here's the easy thing. As I said, Adam, they already have their tents. Okay. So all you got to do is you just make some government facility that's got a real big open yard, and they could just fucking put their tents there.
Right.
It'll be behind giant walls, so we don't have to fucking look at it.
Locked giant walls.
There you go.
What are you going to do when they euthanize each other?
Well, just listen. They'll be all in order, in the camps. I mean, in the facility. Okay.
Oh my God.
AG123 says, can Wick name a policy position of Hassan's he disagrees with that has nothing to do with foreign policy or Israel?
Oh, well, that's most of his policy positions. Yeah, I'm against rent control. I'm against letting the blood of landlords run in the streets. That's two.
Mm-hmm. You're not down with socialism in terms of like getting rid of capital businesses or anything.
Okay.
Property rights are the foundation of Western civilization.
Yes.
Have you read Why Nations Fail? I know sometimes people give me a hard time for bringing that
specific book, but I am a liberal, and one of the foundational beliefs of liberalism is in individual rights and private property.
face.
Yeah, they make that argument very well in the book Why Nations Fail, that a lot of nations fail because they don't have secure property rights, and it disincentivizes anyone to build anything. And people don't, and then they have no good institutions, and their nation sucks. So, the three books on politics that I think are the best books ever written are The Righteous Mind, which really helps with political dialogue.
Jonathan Haidt, yeah, he's a good.
Jonathan Haidt, yeah.
Good stuff.
Why Nations Fail, and The Dictator's Handbook. The Dictator's Handbook makes a great case for democracy and explains how democracy aligns the goals of the political elite and the goals of the populace in a way no other system does. So
I've read 1 out of 3, so
Wh-
maybe
which-
I'll have to pick up
the,
the
Ri-
other 2. Yeah,
You
the
should.
Righteous
They're great.
Mind.
yeah, I've read The Righteous Mind. It's a
Yeah.
great book. Yeah,
I started reading The Dictator's Handbook on a plane, and it just dominated my vacation because I was like, this book is fucking insane. It's just so much information, so much useful information. So you might like it.
I might
Look, I
check it
pick
out.
up books all the time, and sometimes they stick, and sometimes I'm like, this is
I
fucking
might check
boring.
it out.
JMac for
I
$50.
did start a book that someone in our chat recommended, I think last week or something. So
What book was that?
it involves a glorious revolution. I'll look it up here. You read the
Okay.
super chat.
Here's
JMac
a
for $50. Thank you so much. JMac says something somewhat interesting with everything about the Charlie Kirk stuff is my wife, who isn't really political, has lefty friends who are posting Kirk bad memes on Facebook. So she started looking into him, and now she says, I quote, actually like some of what he says. Laughing face emoji.
there you go.
Yeah, I'm having a very Jordan Peterson-esque experience because people keep making these wild claims. Brianna Wu said that he advocated lynching trans people. So, and you look into it, and it's the same exact shit as Jordan Peterson, where he said something that was completely spun out of context. He responded to it and clarified. Everyone's like, oh no, he's dog whistling. He doesn't mean the clarification. Of course he means it. And it all seems bad faith bullshit that we're used to. The Blazing World is a book, a new history of revolutionary England from 1603 to 1689. So they go into like the V for Vendetta stuff too, which is kind of cool. Remember.
If you want a great book on free speech, I would recommend. It's a 1993 work by Jonathan Rauch. I think I'm pronouncing the name right. It's called Kindly Inquisitors.
I think I read it.
Yeah, well, good. Yeah, you should. If you haven't and you're in chat or whatever, right? You should pick that book up and give it a read. It's really good
maybe I
defense of
have it.
free speech. So
Kindly Inquisitors. No, I haven't read it.
oh, check it out. I recommend it.
About Balcony for $50. Thank you so much. Says Charlie platformed all ideologies. How many fascists go their way to create an open dialogue? That's true. Come on, going Leprechaun Superman from Saturn for $20. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam and Wick, I have one question. How do you guys feel about an idea about South Park bringing back Chef voiced by AI Isaac Hayes and reinvent his character as a Black Hebrew Israelite? On one hand, I think that would be very funny if the family of Isaac Hayes was fine with it. If they're not fine with it, I think that'd be really fucked up. But I did read an article, I don't know if it was true, but I read an article that was from Isaac Hayes' son, who claimed that this whole like concept of Isaac Hayes like leaving South Park because of Scientology, it said all that was like not true whatsoever and was kind of blown completely out of proportion and was some kind of like a misunderstanding of the fight and everything. So I'm not in favor of that unless his family is.
Yeah, I wouldn't be cool with that. Yeah, I mean, if his family wanted it, maybe, but yeah.
Yeah, it would definitely start a very weird legal conversation if the family sued, because then you'd have the first I'm assuming the courts would say you cannot AI a famous person's voice and use it without their permission or their family's permission if they're dead. I don't know, maybe if they're dead.
But is there a time limit on that? Like,
there probably is. There probably is. Yeah. It's good. I don't know. I don't like it. Let's give them 50 years, okay? JMac for $20 says our community Republican group held a vigil for Charlie Kirk last night. They were protested by people in the community. These are not online people. I think you guys don't realize how much online and real life have fused together.
Yeah, that's totally demoralizing, obviously. So, yeah, look, and it's impossible for me to not think those people that are protesting, they think Charlie Kirk is a Nazi, a
Yeah, but
literal
I don't
Nazi.
I don't know how many people were protesting or how many people were at the vigil, but I would caution against looking at protesters as indicative of the left as a whole. I think that again, if you're talking like 100,000 came out to fight you, fair enough, maybe we have a problem. But if there's like 10 hecklers, I don't know what to. Yeah,
Well, we will see. I mean, because there's going to be a lot of polling on this
yeah,
information,
we'll find
so
out.
I would the first polling not looking too good for the left. So we'll see if that changes or not.
Everything I look at, the left thinks this guy is David Duke, right?
Yes, yes,
Everything I look into, I don't see a David Duke, but obviously I'm not looking through the left's crazy blinders.
Crazy blind.
right.
Well, they
Well, I
do.
do
They
wonder how
see
much
all
of it
kinds of.
is. I wonder how many people even knew who Charlie Kirk was before this, or they're just people who are like, no, 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 he's like a David Duke, and now that's like what's formed their opinion to then jump into the virtue signal, being like, yeah, it's good that he died.
Couldn't
I
tell
think
you.
all the people are saying that it's good that he died are in the he is David Duke camp, and
Right.
that's
No,
where
but
it gets
what
morally gray because you're like, oh my god, well,
Well,
he's a
it's just like when Luigi killed that
Luigi
guy, the
Mangione.
healthcare
Yes.
CEO, Brian
Yes.
Thompson, I think was his name. I could be wrong.
Yes. Brian
We
Thompson.
are going to get polling information about this, about how each group, each cohort, each age group, each demographic, each political party thinks about this. Rather than guess, we can simply wait.
Mhm.
I don't know.
And implied in that is Wick is hoping those numbers,
I do. I think
hoping and praying those
I hope that
numbers
almost no one
are not
approves
too
of the
bad.
killing.
Well,
Right?
listen, I would hope we're all hoping for that, right?
Yeah.
We should all be hoping that people are not fucking evil.
I
So,
just look. I don't. If the numbers are insanely bad for the right wing, I don't have a dog in the fight.
you
Like
mean
I'm
the
not.
left
I'm
wing? Or
or
you
the
mean right?
right wing. Yeah. So
Mhm.
look,
Well, I'm assuming
I
the right
think
wing's not going to be in favor of Charlie Kirk dying.
Look,
Either.
if
if they're
either
doing
side,
similar
I would not be
polling on.
happy. I would not be happy if it came back and I found out that a large cohort on the right was cheering on this death. I would be aghast at
Well, I
that.
look. I'm not saying cheering on the death. I'm
We're
saying
in favor of political violence.
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
favor of political violence. Like if any poll came out on anything that the right was completely out of line, I wouldn't be like, oh shit, this makes me look bad because I'm not on the right. I don't think of myself as a right winger. I'm just it's interesting because I do think we began this conversation with you talking about the um not joining a group or being in a team
Mm-hmm.
and adopting an identity. But I do think you're much more invested in the poll numbers being not against the
I
left
I
than
think
I
I
am.
have a I think I have a good track record of going against my party on major issues and not being afraid to
Mm.
do that. So if this comes out, the Democrats, a large portion of them are in favor of political violence. I don't think that's going to make me go. Uh, I don't think that hurts me in any way because what it does is inform. Okay, I have a lot of work to do to fix this issue, but I'm hoping but that would remain the case even if that number was on the right instead of the left. I would still feel, because I am an American first and foremost, that
Mm.
I need to convince as many Americans as possible to not be okay with political violence. So whether it's on the right or on the left, it's a problem for me.
When does how hard do you work though? Because I think
I don't
the way
work
that
hard.
the way that I often look at it though is as soon as you start the effort, as soon as you're like, okay, we need to do something about the left. I need to chill these people out. You're branded a right wing Nazi. So all of your effectiveness towards
Yeah.
swaying them seems to go out the window.
Look, I've been branded a right wing Nazi for platforming you guys, right? I've been branded a right wing Nazi for all sorts of reasons for since I started engaging in influencer sphere, right? This is not
Right.
new to
Yeah.
me. Um, but I don't think that's impeded me either, right? I don't think it's stopped me from reaching out to people and convincing and persuading. I'm not the biggest figure, obviously, right? I don't have a huge following,
Well,
but
we don't have a huge following either for that same reason
yeah.
though.
But I think that I don't know. I still think that I can be effective even in my small sphere of turning people away from political violence, and I hope I can. So yeah.
The Oceanist says, I was doing clinicals for school when Charlie Kirk got shot. When the news came out, the reaction from the hospital staff was ordinary concern for him. I think the celebration is mostly terminally online morons.
Probably.
So there's a different view, I should say. JMac, for $20, thank you, JMac, says, also, in case you guys missed it on Twitter, I scored a golden grail yesterday, unopened, sealed, perfect condition. Conker's bad fur day for the N64. Some pothead stole it from Toys R Us and forgot he had it sealed, baby. There you go. Good for you. There you go.
Toys R Us is no more.
I've never played
Quite the
Conker's bad fur day, so
me neither,
good on you, Jay.
frankly. But if he's enjoying it, then more power to him. We all need a little light in our lives these days, right?
Philip Kogan, thanks so much for $20, says, in regards to the suspect, I think he is the kind of kid who 10 years ago we'd be asking how he went from being normal to 6 months later starring in an ISIS video deleting the infidels. That's definitely very possible.
I'm yeah. It's a tough thing because I don't know how much information we're going to get about the guy, because they always have this. They can hide behind, we don't want to entice copycat crimes, so we can't really tell you a lot about it.
I think in this case we're going to find out a lot more than we normally would, just because of the high profile nature and all the political issues surrounding it. I think that we're going to get a pretty good idea in the next few weeks of everything. I think we're going to get a good timeline. We may not get all the specifics we want, but I do think we're going to get more information we normally would. But I could be wrong.
I would think that. Though I do think it's weird we don't really have a lot of good information about the shooter in Minnesota, or the killer in Minnesota, which is very strange to me. So now, I mean, this is more high profile, but still weird.
Well, we'll see
what's going on.
Right? I don't. I'm just guessing. So
yeah, I mean, I hope so. I really hope so, because I think that a lot of times they're very shy with the information, either because they think, oh, copycat or whatever. But for the public's concern, I think it makes everything worse when they don't release information, because then everyone just speculates.
Oh yeah,
whatever they want. Alex Wern for $20 says, the left and right are colorblind in different hues. They see the same thing but read different words with no trust. Each assumes the other's vision hides an agenda.
True.
Very, very true. Very, very true.
True.
Okay. Let me see if there's any specific questions or attacks.
Give it to me. I'm ready.
Do you want me to read questions? Should I? I can read the criticisms later.
It's your show.
It's up to you. Listen, I like you, Wick. I think we agree on a lot. We're both pretty anti alt left woke bullshit, which makes you mostly good in my book.
Mostly good. We still need to fight about the
you're wrong about that
thing.
You're wrong. Listen,
I'm 100% right.
Yeah,
but
that's fine. And I do think that even though we disagree on things like the university stuff and speech issues, I do think that you're coming at it from a position of you do have a universal principle. I don't think you're just doing it because of you're on the left or whatever.
Yeah, one of the reasons I agree to come on your show, right? And one of the reasons I'll talk to you and we'll have, because I don't feel like we're having a debate, right? We're having a discussion, right? And that's how I approach it. This is not a debate. We're having a conversation where we have disagreements, but it's a conversation. Is because I think you guys are, at the end of the day, honest actors, right? Like, you actually believe what you're saying.
Thank you.
You actually have principles that you hold to, right? You actually are good faith.
I'm just here for that Donald Trump third term. I mean, that's what
so rare.
But to finish my thought here, I would not go into a lot of other spaces in the same way I come in, because I know they're hostile, they're adversarial, and then they're going to it's going to be a fight to fight,
Yes.
and I don't approach that this here. It's to the chagrin of some of my audience who want me to really go hard on the paint with everything, right? Like I just don't
Right,
feel
right.
the need.
Okay.
See, look,
Yeah. I'm saying because I do think a lot of people in our chat are being very unfair and hypercritical of
oh,
you.
okay.
So
Interesting. I haven't really been reading the chat. I did just read Kick Nastanza say, finally, Adam admits it. Look, this is the thing. I can't help myself, and maybe that's why I can relate to Trump. Look, I know I should not say I'm just here for Trump's third term. Okay, I know there are people out there that will believe that. They'll be like, "Oh my God, it's mask off." I do not want Donald Trump to serve a third term. There was an interview with Amy Coney Barrett that I sent to Sitch, where I mean she's talking like about the possibility of a Trump third term, and I'm just thinking that's fucking crazy. This is insane. I can't imagine if the Supreme Court gives Donald Trump a third term. Like, oh, it's just,
That's
it's got,
a constant law that we
yeah.
don't want to go there. Okay,
But
that's
look, I
very
can't,
bad.
I still can't help make the joke that I don't know why I feel the desire to lean in just to trigger people, but
No, I
I do.
get it. You're a little. You got the troll in you. Okay, you got the little shit stir in you, and that's okay. We all do to an extent, right? Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I totally don't give a fuck. And I think Trump is very similar. Trump is like, he doesn't really give a fuck
Mhm.
either. So, not about his enemies. Obviously, I think Trump will bend over backwards for anyone that flatters him or he thinks is a friend. We've seen that too much for me not to think. Trump is a creature of flattery. That's the key to get Trump to do whatever you want.
My chat is telling me to tell you, Adam, that they
Mhm.
respect you more for admitting it. Okay, so
Oh,
just
admitting
FYI.
admitting that I want a Trump third term. Did
Admitting that
you?
you get a little troll in you, right? Like you got a
Oh,
little.
okay, okay,
Uh,
yes. Well, look, that wasn't a secret by any means.
mm.
Did you see the Amy Coney Barrett interview? I only saw a snippet of it, and I was going to look for full the full interview, but I didn't find it. I was surprised it was on Fox News and they were talking about, but maybe they're just broaching the topic. So she says that there's a lot of different opinions on the two-term limit. That the two-term limit was done in a amendment, a constitutional amendment, obviously.
hmm
But I mean, the way she's talking about it, they're making it sound like, oh yeah, it depends upon how you interpret that amendment.
Oh God.
And what do you think, Sitch? It seems obvious they're opening the door to. Well, is it two
Hey, are
non-consecutive
you wait, was
terms?
Amy Coney Barrett, the Supreme Court justice was saying that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Jesus.
I sent you the clip. Yeah, I
I
guess
don't
you never
remember.
watched it. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe we'll bring it up and watch it.
That's pretty fucking that's pretty scary if that's the
What
case.
I we need to look at the amendment, because if the amendment is unclear on the
I thought it was pretty clear.
on two terms,
Yes.
I think
Mhm.
doesn't it say something like a president will serve no more than two terms?
I don't know the
I don't
exact
know the
wording off the top of my
specific
head.
wording,
If
honestly,
it
off the top
says
of my
no
head.
more than two terms, I think that's pretty. My foot is in the sand, right?
It
Right.
looks it the last time I read it, I remember it being pretty fucking clear. Okay, but the I guess the trick, the workaround that a lot of people are talking about is, well, if Vance runs for president and has Donald Trump as his vice president, uh he can then just let the vice president kind of run the show, right, while he's the president.
Okay, so that is the okay. So here's the wording of the 22nd Amendment. So this is what you're talking about. No person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice,
That's the
and
elected
no
part.
person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed, blah, blah, blah. So I guess so I guess this would hinge on like, well, what does elected to office mean? If you have some wacky scenario where Trump is the VP and Vance, runs and then quits intentionally, like it's like a Vladimir Putin situation,
Yeah.
right? Is that circumvent the 22nd
That's
Amendment?
obviously against the spirit of it, and I think that it would be a terrible thing for our country for that to happen. Right?
Yeah, I
Oh
mean, first of all,
my God. Can you imagine?
Trump is so old. I can't even imagine what the health of Trump is going to be in 4 years or 3 years
It
from
would
now
be
for him to be in that position. So
it'd be a yeah
you know,
we'd have a
yeah,
real problem.
I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
But so
Okay.
there you go.
Okay.
Okay. The Oceanist for $10 says, Wick, there needs to also be pushback against people like Ilhan Omar, Jasmine Crockett, and Zoran Mondame.
Okay. Sure. If
Ilhan Omar
someone is
had
saying something I disagree with, I will push back against them.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what Jasmine Crockett said. Ilhan Omar seemed like she had a pretty shitty response.
I don't specifically know
situation.
those three's responses to the
Wasn't
Charlie Kirk
great.
thing. I don't know.
Like at least AOC made about gun control, but she said very clearly, this is unacceptable. Political violence is unacceptable. So
which is fine. I don't see
yes,
a huge problem with that.
let's see. Sway for $10 says Wick is just here to spin. This conversation is very blackpilling. I disagree with that. Wick believes in principles that you just disagree with.
I don't even know how I was spinning it, but fair enough.
Jose Calero for $5 says Wick.
One of you guys started a new Clips channel, so I'm going to drop a link to the Clips channel in the chat. You guys can check it out and tell us if it's any good.
Jose Calero says Trump is literally destroying the Constitution as we speak. You're part of the problem. So they're saying that language is part of the problem.
I'm not going to stop criticizing the president for things he's doing wrong. Sorry. Not sorry.
Oshacy for $5 says Wick has no interest in lowering the temperature. He has an interest in winning.
I have an interest in both, and I think that by lowering the temperature, we win. No, I'm not kidding with this. Like by lowering the temperature, we win. Democrats win. If Democrats are able to lower the temperature in this country, it's going to appeal to to the normies that do not want the political violence, and they will win election. If they are seen as ones as a party of moderation, they will win, I think, in a landslide.
Okay. This is a very important question, Wick. It's a very important question for all chat. All right. When you go to the bathroom, and I don't mean go to the toilet. I mean, when you enter into the bathroom and you do things in the bathroom, there's an order of hierarchy of things that are like important of showering, brushing your hair, brushing your teeth, et cetera, et cetera. What do you think is more important? Brushing your teeth or brushing your hair?
My teeth.
On that hierarchy.
My teeth, 100%.
Teeth? Okay, chat, how do you feel about this? What do you think is more important, brushing your teeth or brushing your hair? I'm curious what the chat feels about this. I might have had a conversation with someone about this who will remain nameless.
I mean, this is so obvious.
Okay. I thought it was obvious too, but
oral hygiene is the foundation of Western civilization. Let's be honest
I don't
here.
know what to tell you. And plus, I'm
now
missing
look at
some
Albert
of my
Einstein.
hair.
That guy never brushed his hair. What the fuck?
That's true. That's true. Okay, look at this. Every single person is saying teeth. All right. Oh no, we're getting a hair. We got a hair. So we have
ban
like
that
20
person. They're a
million
psychopath,
teeth at like
okay?
one hair. So.
If you're answering hair to this question, there's something inherently wrong with you. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. Okay.
Okay. I'm glad we're on the teeth page here. So that was my position as well.
Team teeth. 100%.
Team teeth, baby. Team teeth. Okay. All right. The Oceanist says, also, Wick, just want to say, I like when you come on the show and wish you had more viewers than someone like Destiny.
Look, I wish I had thousands and thousands of viewers too. But, I'm happy. Like what? I got 165 watching me now. I think that's fine. I think that's good. I think that's solid. So
there you go. Okay, and here's the second. Oh, our Hilltorf jar says brushing your teeth is the scam. There you go. We got one for the team hair. Okay, here's the second question. Um, how many men here own a hairbrush? Because I don't own a hairbrush.
I have a hairbrush. I have a hairbrush mirror combo. I don't have it on me,
Okay.
obviously, but I do. But I use it for my
Right.
beard. So, does
Oh,
that
okay. Well, there you
count?
go.
I don't
There
know.
you go. Well, that's a beard brush. That doesn't count.
I do it the old fashioned way. I have a wife and she has a brush.
Right, right,
I have my own toothbrush, however.
right. There you go. I am curious. Sam thinks it's insanely weird that I do not own like a brush or a comb or something to that effect.
I don't even know if you have hair, Sitch.
I have hair, yes,
Okay.
but
Well, I don't know. Some men don't. Some men go
it's
bald.
fine. Listen, my
Very
avatar
pointed.
doesn't have any hair. So, Jome Kajab for GR says hair just to be contrarian.
Okay.
There you go. And listen, this Waffle Jar says, "Why are you brushing a rabbit in the bathroom?" That's the age-old question. So it looks like most people do own some kind of comb or hairbrush. So there you go. I'm the odd one out on that one. So okay. Uh let's see. Joe the Make for $10 says, Wick, you talk about pushback from the left, but you allowed Prime and others on your stream to regurgitate the lie that Kirk was a fascist with zero pushback from you. Do you think Kirk is a fascist?
So no, I do not. He says zero pushback, that's also not true, but it was a big panel. I was basically, when the shooting happened, I went live and I allowed people to call in and voice their opinions. I'm a free speech show. So even if you're saying something I find reprehensive, I will probably not interrupt you. I will let you say it because I think people should know people's honest opinions and honest feelings, right? Even if those are reprehensible. I want to know who celebrates Charlie Kirk's death personally. I want them to say it. I want to know who they are, right? I
Yeah,
want
get
to
them
know.
on record.
Yes, exactly. So why ever would I stop someone from giving their honest opinion on my show, even if I disagree with it?
Yeah. We got to have someone for those new mental institutions, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that. But...
Yeah, it's got to be eternally frustrating for like women that they spend like an hour getting ready, like in the bathroom, and then the guy literally spends like 5 minutes. They like put on a clean shirt and clean clothes. They kind of like tap their hair and they're like, "All right, good to go." God,
That sucks for them.
got to be frustrating. Um, Van Holio for 6 months says Wick saying that the media is against Democrats is an outright lie. Do we so easily forget they were telling us last year that Biden was fit to run again?
Well, what am I lying about again?
The media is against Democrats because
They
they covered up for Biden's health.
if they are having Hassan on their show, they are hurting Democrats, and they are against.
Yeah, but do you think
Democrats.
they real? I don't think the. I don't. I'm get my assumption here, but I don't think that the higher ups in like the New York Times and CNN, all these people. I don't like that CNN Hobbit guy that interviews Hassan, who I think is a boomer. I don't think he knows. I don't think he's lying. I think he just is fucking clueless about Hassan's real beliefs.
Maybe, but I do know that there are people within these organizations who have no love for Democrats. Sure. You can see in how they cover various political issues. I think they give a lot more grace to Trump than they did to Biden. And look, it's not obviously we're speaking in broad brushes because, again, as I keep reiterating, the media is a lot of things. And I think that's far too broad of a statement to say the media. You have to be a lot more specific. If you wanted to say that MSNBC was pro-Democrat, I'd probably agree with you, right? But when you want to say
probably,
look,
oh my God,
they do.
MSNBC
a lot of
is
them
100% in the tank for the Democrats.
Okay. But yeah.
Well, I mean, Fox News is 100% in the tank for Republicans. That's obvious,
well, for
right?
Trump specifically, I would say that they are anti-establishment Republican.
Fox News is?
Yeah. Yeah, they went for Trump
I think it's
hard.
I think it's the opposite. They were against Trump. Rupert Murdoch didn't like Trump. They were backing
Okay. Well, sure,
DeSantis.
maybe in 2016, but
No, no,
in
no, no, no. When the Republicans did have a primary, remember? They were
yeah,
pushing
I'm trying to
Nikki
think back
Haley.
to it,
Everyone was like, Nikki Haley,
but no,
please
I
save
look.
us from Trump.
Yeah, but Adam, you agree that now that Trump is president, they're like
Oh, of
100%
course they went in.
fall
Look,
in
he's
line on board with Trump.
of course they
Yeah.
had to.
Okay.
They were
Okay.
forced to.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think they even held him account for not showing up to the debates. I just think that yeah. Anyway,
Well, I mean, what could they really do?
well, it's the way that these things are covered, right, and the way these things are framed. And again, I'm trying to remember back to the Republican debates.
You didn't really cover the Republican side of
I watched the debates. I didn't watch Fox
you
News's
didn't watch a cringy debate
coverage
with
after.
Newscum and DeSantis. You didn't watch that?
Oh yeah, but when was that?
Oh my God, Newsom was.
When
You're,
was that? Like, I don't like Newsom to be clear. I think that he's doing, he's got really good, strong rhetoric now. But I'm a Josh Shapiro guy. I hope he
Mhm.
wins, and I'm going to be supporting him in the 2028 primaries if he runs. I think that we need kind of like an East Coast Democrat to head the party and to kind of
He would have been much
champion
better than
the
Kamala
party.
Harris. Obviously, he
But
would have. Like he
Newsom
might have beaten Trump.
Newsom is the current favorite because he's the one that's rhetorically going after Trump in what I think is a fairly effective way. So
We'll see. 3 years
yeah,
away. I don't like
I can't
Newsom.
predict until we
So
get closer. Yeah.
him just being a troll online, like yeah, that's gonna get Don Line nice and happy about it, but you know,
Will they show up in both? I mean,
yeah,
they showed
I
up
don't know.
in huge numbers for Kamala, right?
Right.
Oh wait,
So who knows? Um, but yeah, I don't know. I think, and I say this as someone who, I thought Biden was in mental decline. I didn't think he was in as much mental decline as he was until we saw the debate. So I wasn't like 100% on board with his brain was mush before the debate. I do feel like the media could have, I feel like if it was Trump in that same position, mentally, the media would have dug much deeper into trying to figure out his health claim. I mean, we saw how much people, and maybe it wasn't responsible by him, but we saw how much people dug into the whole situation with Trump being gone for like a week, where everyone was assuming he was
Well,
dead.
I
The
do gotta
people were
let you
really
guys
digging
know I
into
got about
that.
like 10 minutes, and then
Okay.
okay. Super
I gotta do
chats. Are
other
there any left?
things.
Do we get all the comments against
Well, I'm not. Well, I'm looking for
the
questions.
mean
All the comments
incendiary
against
ones?
Wick. We
I don't
gotta
want
we
all
gotta.
the
We want
negative
the
Wick
mean
comments.
incendiary ones first. Here, I'll put those up to the top of the list.
Right.
Once again, I pinned in chat, and I will put it in the description. One of our fans started a new clip channel, so I haven't watched any of the clips. I don't know if they're good or great or amazing or incredible, but I'm sure they are, obviously, because they're clips of us. But you guys constantly ask us for clips, so go subscribe to that clips channel if you want to watch the clips, obviously.
There you go. Yeah, a lot of people ask for it. Ryan
So go ahead, Ryan.
Ryan for £5 says, "Hey
Wick, why
W,"
the fuck?
says, "Hey W stream, look at that. Would you guys be open to speaking with at Dickers TV? He spoke with Wick and Hutch recently. Well, I'm not familiar with who that is, but
Should we?
should we?
I don't know. I don't know the guy very well. He was on my show
Wow,
once. I
wow,
can't give you an up or down
wow,
vote on that. That's
terrible.
up to you.
What is up with Hutch becoming part of the Nazi far right radicals and going up against the far left woke crazies?
Hutch
What's
is
happening
here
there?
in this house. Hutch is a fucking hero. Okay, I will not have anyone disparage my boy Hutch.
No,
Okay,
I'm wondering when he became such a radical, and he's standing up to the commies. He's going like full capitalist.
he's a liberal. He's a
What happened?
goddamn base liberal. He's always been that way.
Hmm.
Okay?
Let us
Okay,
know when he
here, let's
learns
stop.
what smear the queer means.
We'll move on. Someone has this interesting point for you, Wick. Karaka for $10 says, Conservatives are fundamentally reactionary in their philosophical roots. This is not an insult, but this does mean they can't be first movers in politics. The left has to set the example to react to. How do you feel about that claim?
I
Yeah,
think
they
that
want to talk to tradition. Go ahead.
I think that MAGA isn't conservative. I think that they are a different thing. So that perhaps would be true in the normal state of affairs if we were dealing with like a Mitt Romney or someone like that. But Trump is a first mover, right? He is someone who is trying to actually, what was he up to? Over 200 executive orders now, right? He's absolutely not going in a conservative direction with his presidency, at least in the second term. So that would be my contention there.
Okay. I think that's fair. I think I would agree with that mostly.
I completely disagree, but he's only got 10 minutes, so we'll catch
you
it next
fight
time.
over all these ones. We'll save the big fights for the big money. Okay.
John Kajab did two $20 super chats. Did we read either one of those?
I read both those.
Oh, you did? Okay.
That was the one about the responsibilities on the employer.
Okay, cool.
So
he just did another $5 super chat.
John Kajab says, I had 2 statements for Wick, but I'm not sure if they're just further down your list. Let me check. John Kajab says hair just to be contrarian. There you go. He's on team hair.
Oh, okay.
I think I read the other ones, John. Unless there was a...
All right. Well, no, as long as you read them, we're good. I bet Wick plays Tau, Orcs, and SOB for the win.
I play Sisters of Battle, okay? Orcs in Town, no thank you.
That's Michael, the Dober dad.
Okay.
Said that.
Suggesting that I would play Tau, first of all. That's the meanest thing anyone has ever said to me on this show.
Okay. Okay, well,
you know, that...
I hope you'll come back.
Ban that man.
I don't even know what
ban
it means.
that man, okay?
So, yeah. Some sort of Warhammer Warhammer reference.
Of course it's a Warhammer 40K reference.
Okay. Brian for $10 says she didn't say a Trump third term is a possible. She said the 22nd Amendment said a 2-term limit, and I can't say anything else but just point to the 22nd Amendment.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Nomad for $20 says W stream and W debate may be a little gay in the end, but fantastic conversation. S class, he's the best class. An A-team reigns supreme, and Wick is cool too, I guess.
Cool. Look, we all got to win.
Yes.
Joe the Maker 10 hours says, catching up with the stream, Wick, you were in the military, claiming that employing the National Guard is the same as deploying regular combat infantry is certifiable flat out.
Well, good thing I didn't say that. What I am saying is it is using the military in a policing role, which they should not be doing on a civilian, in a civilian sector. So.
I didn't know you were in the military.
Air Force. I served 6 years. I was, for the first 3 years, a cryptolinguist with the target language Mandarin Chinese. And the last 3 years...
Oh, my God. Huh? You know what all the Chinese are up to?
I can neither confirm nor deny. Okay. But the last bit, because I sucked at Chinese, I got reclassed, and they put me as a crew chief, where I fixed airplanes.
They're like, listen, Wick, we want you to be our guy to understand the Chinese. And you're like, yes, sir. And then you're like, I can't read this shit.
It's actually true, because I could listen at a very good level, but it's the reading that was giving me trouble. So, yeah.
Interesting.
Sitch wants mandatory military service. What do you think of that, Wick?
Starship Troopers style? Where service guarantees citizenship?
I think you get citizenship anyway. He just wants you to serve.
No. No. This is my theory here. Okay. I think that after you graduate high school, you should either have to serve 1 year in the military, 1 to 2 years in the military, or 2 years doing some sort of like government, but not military, civil service somewhere in the country. And like they try to take people from cities and put them in small towns, and people from small towns and cities, just to sort of indoctrinate Americans to have some sort of American unity and to understand the country better.
We'll put it in the list, okay?
There you go.
Oh, you're against it?
I am against mandatory versions.
I was thinking, look, I'm against it too, but I'm starting to warm up to the idea of this might be how we deal with this crazy indoctrination problem that we got going. chick who was talking to her dad and posting the video to try to get her dad in trouble. I'm trying trying to imagine her serving in the military.
One of the reasons, and this is all I'll say, and one of the reasons our military is so effective is because it is a completely volunteer force. And when you start trying to mandate people coming in, I can only imagine being the sergeant who had to babysit the 1 year Mandos, right, in their thing. It would.
Well,
be
they don't
a
have to
nightmare.
choose military. They could choose the
I know, but a
non-military
lot of
service.
people are going to, and it would be like I wouldn't want to deal with that bullshit. So
Yeah, that's got to be horrible.
I mean, they do that in Israel. It works, right?
it's like I can't speak for Israel's system. I know in America's system it would not work. So
Okay. JMac for $20 says Wick and I are Flightline brothers. Salute emoji. I was an egress tech for 16 S's and 35 S's. Respect, brother. Fly, fight, and win.
fly, fight, win. Let's do it.
There you go.
F-16s and F-35s, I think.
There you
That's
go.
awesome.
I worked on
Oceanist
tankers, KC-135, so
Oh, cool.
not a fighter guy. Yeah.
The Oceanist for $5 says Wick is confirmed Air Force. Opinions disregarded. LOL. Coming from a certified granola eater.
Okay, so the Marines, right? The bullet sponges there. Okay, have fun.
The Crayola eaters.
Yes.
Fascinating. Look
Sammy
at this.
G. Sammy
Everyone
G.
likes Wick now that they know he served.
I
There you
don't
go.
like
Listen, you
to
should.
make it like I don't like to put that out there too much, right? But
Mhm.
You should. You should use it as a
Why
shield,
not?
okay?
because too many people do use it. Like I'm a veteran and you should respect my opinion more.
you should have your
No.
You should have your uniform like pinned in the wall behind
Hanging,
you.
yeah,
No,
exactly.
that's-
Hanging
that's-
up.
You should wear it.
It's
You should
gay
be
and
like,
cringe.
here's my
It's
valor.
cringing gay shit. Okay.
Okay. That's commendable. There you go.
Yeah.
Sammy G says, I recommend Admir Udam's video, quote, debunking the biggest lies told about Charlie Kirk. Even if you don't agree with Kirk, the misinformation online is crazy. Check it out.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick because I know.
Yeah,
Wick
we
is
do
taking off.
gotta like get to the expensive ones. Do the quick ones.
I did all the expensive
Oh,
ones.
the expensive ones, and then
Do you have any expensive ones you want to read at us?
me, I'd have to go look. Well, I can
Oh, I
if you guys want me to. I got a lot of
Sure.
super chats, right? I could,
Well, fair is fair. I mean,
fair enough. If you want me to do that, give me a second. Okay, for $20 from JMac, I'll just go in the reverse order. It says Sitch and Adam are so cool, man. I love those guys, and he gives me 20 gift memberships. I appreciate that. $10 from Per Thompson to say tariffs are stupid, and I challenge Adam to show me how he thought they were cool before Trump started, saying he wanted tariffs.
Ooh. Listen, I agree with that.
Yeah. Then AG123 for $10. Can Wick name a policy position of Hassan's he disagrees with? Well, I did that. And has nothing
He gave
to
us
do with
both
it.
for that. Look
Yeah,
at that.
great. $20 from Alexander Wren to say nobody thinks we're as living in a fascist America. They think MAGA is pushing us into that. $10 from Alexander Wren to say when Biden wanted to send the National Guards to the Texas border, Texas thought it was civil war. I do remember that, and the Texas governor pushed back against that hard. It was a big thing. $5 from the Soy Pill to say, Adam, what do you mean we're not building a Hitler youth movement? $10 from Grassroots Hegemon says, first off, Wick hasn't met my neighbors. They are dickheads. That's why my doorbell says you have no reason to be here. It's true. I haven't met.
What was the wait? So what was
I didn't
the
get
Hitler,
the soy pill one. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
what was the
didn't
Hitler Youth
understand.
Movement comment?
I don't know.
So we're not building a hill.
Is he saying that we are?
I
Did
don't
you
know.
say something about Hitler Youth on X or something? Was it what is
Soy
it?
pill already said he's going to come on.
Okay, I guess he'll explain
Tuesday.
that.
Yeah.
An answer for his super chat
And,
crimes.
I don't know that actually is a crime, but
I don't know either.
he says that that we have authoritarianism completely backwards, and he's going to straighten us out.
Okay.
Yeah. So
$5 from Mr. Everything to say she literally said she didn't care that he died, not that she wanted him to die. That's not the same, and you can't make people care about someone dying. Fair. Old Scotty, damn you, Wick, for making me listen to Adam, LOL. $10 from Bert Thompson.
hey, he's not forcing you to. Jeez.
Yes, Trump is just as radical as NF. He defies court orders. He killed 11 Venezuelans for no reason. The list is endless. NF would be very bad too, but Trump is absolutely on the same level as Nick. Okay, Nick Fuentes, that's what he meant. Okay.
You don't agree with that?
No, I don't agree he's on the same level as Nick Fuentes, but I do think Trump is radical.
Yeah, I mean, there was, there was the hairdresser who, directly because of Trump's actions, the Trump administration's actions, was wrongly sent to a prison in Central America and raped. Okay. And I think a lot of that stuff is completely horrific and not good. And I've spoken very
Totally
strongly out against
horrific.
that
Yes.
completely. But and here's where the but comes in. I do not think you can compare the actions the Trump administration is doing to Nick Fuentes, who believes that non-white people are not able to function in a Western society, and that non-white people and Jews should not be able to own
Yeah.
businesses or be in politics.
Nick Fuentes is just on another level.
Yeah,
I agree.
so.
I agree with that. $10 from Per Thompson to say, Wick, you're letting these two, especially Adam, speak in anodyne generalities without touching on anything in reality. They're 1,000% in their fifis with not a single speck of evidence. Thank you for the $10. $20.
Anodyne. Wow. Okay.
$20 from Mantis to say, I thought Destiny was incorrect, but this conversation changed my mind. Listening to Adam particularly, the guy who's constantly disparaging the left, fallaciously talk about the left disparaging the right, is beyond pathetic.
I mean, oh, okay.
I don't look.
I just like see, it's a completely different reality. It really
the chat super chats comparing them side by side are interesting. I'll say that. $10.
Yeah, I like it.
$10 from Alonzo Esquivel. Why are we not having the real conversation, which is the president is the leader of the country, and it's his responsibility to take charge of leading the toning down process, pointless or otherwise. I did point that out during the conversation. But that doesn't absolve everyone else of their responsibility. Just because it's his main responsibility doesn't absolve us of ours. Does that make sense?
Yeah, look, and if we're in a situation where the president is not going to act, I mean, we're still in the situation. Someone has to step up, right?
And last but not least, well, there's a couple. $5 Audacity. I give you money to read my myopic political takes and you don't affirm my beliefs. What am I doing this for then? Hashtag S or /S.
Oh, sarcastic. Nice.
Yeah. Lawson Harrison for $5 say, if you don't bring up the stark differences of messaging in Dem and Republican politician and pundits, I'm going to be hella pissed. Did I bring that up? I forget. But yeah.
Like Marjorie Taylor Greene saying insane shit and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't disagree that there are plenty of right-wing politicians that say crazy shit. So,
okay, well, that's what I got for you.
Arrhythmus says, Wick, if the electoral process leads to fascism, then what do you do? If people have been convinced that the electoral process failed and we live in the fascist dictatorship already, then how can the electoral process save you?
Then if that is the case, we are in trouble, and I don't know what to do. But I don't think that is the case. I think that we are going to renormalize. I think people don't want this bitter divide. I think people don't want all this violence, and they're going to try to vote for the party that's going to be more moderate. So,
Dama says, Wick, are you related to Case O? I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is either.
So you're not related to them?
I don't know.
Okay. A lot of people on the right believe that the election was stolen, right? They think that voter fraud is rampant. I think they wrongly believe that. I think that's an incorrect belief. But I look at the right's response to that in the last election was, we need to run up the vote totals. We need to get so many votes that it's an overwhelming win.
Well,
I think that's a good
most did
response.
That. Most did that, but there's a man convicted of orchestrating a series of shootings in 2022 because of that in New Mexico. A Republican targeted 4 Democratic officials. He was a Trump supporter, and his stated reasoning was he felt that the election was stolen and the Democrats were stealing power, and there's nothing he could do electorally. So he got 80 years.
Yeah, look, obviously that's a horrible example, and that's that shouldn't happen, and that is a good example of the idea that people can get caught in this alternate reality and actually act out accordingly and badly. So I don't know if that's on par. I guess it is because obviously that guy had a wife and kids, and right, he lost his life, or these people did
Well,
lose
the
their
four
lives.
Democratic politicians he targeted, right? I don't know how many were killed or anything, but he went after them, right? He tried.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, I am. I think part of the problem is this alternate reality that
mm.
is being spun, and I don't think like Trump spinning the alternate reality. I'm not in favor of. I think it's wrong for him to do that as well. I just think obviously Democrats are. It's wrong for them to do it as well. So
I
you
don't
can't
disagree that
bitch.
it's wrong for everyone
Can't
to do it,
you
right?
can't
Like, yes.
you can't
Um,
bitch about Trump lying to people about election fraud and then call everyone a fascist and say we're living in a fascist America. But
but it is more people trust, whether they should or not, they trust government institutions more than they do random TikTokers. And when the president of the United States is saying a thing, it does carry more weight than a girl with a septum piercing making their
you,
Instagram post. It does. Like, that's just true.
Biden's look. First of all, Biden ran on Trump praised neo Nazis, which was a fucking lie.
Yes,
Okay.
it
So
was
you had a
a
president of the
misrepresentation of the
United
truth. Yeah.
States basically saying Trump was a fascist, and all of his supporter, the MAGA Republicans, were fascists too. So your argument holds, it holds with Biden just as
No,
much.
these are not the
It's not some
same.
random
Hold on.
TikTokers. It's Biden.
These are not the same, right? Biden didn't try to overthrow the election, right? He never did that. So
Biden
while
did
again, I will agree
look.
with you. I'll just
Hold,
grant
hold
it
on,
to
hold on
you.
a second. We're not talking about overthrowing the election. We're talking about starting a narrative that is untrue.
And what that
Biden
narrative leads
definitely
to.
laid into the narrative that is untrue, that Trump is a fascist and a racist.
Okay, but
So
it's also what that narrative leads to and how strongly that narrative is accepted and believed in order for people to take action based off that. And also the potential harm of the narratives that are being given. If you believe, right, that the election was stolen, as obviously this guy in New Mexico did, and that there was nothing they could do, well, you saw what he did, right? He took up a gun and he targeted four Democratic politicians, and he got 80 years for his.
yeah, look, no, we're both look. I'm only responding, and it's not a whataboutism.
Yeah, yeah.
You made the argument that it's Donald Trump and on one side, and it's a bunch of random TikTokers on the other side. And I just pointed out it's not just a bunch of random TikTokers.
It
It's the
isn't.
president of the
It
United
isn't.
States, Joe Biden.
Hold on. It is in this situation because Biden came out with a very conciliatory statement, or whoever's doing his tweets now, right? Came out with a very conciliatory statement about the Kirk shooting. He condemned it, called for unity,
What
etc.
I'm
His
talking?
response was way better. His
Oh
response
my
was better
God!
than Trump's in this. You got to give me that one.
You're not. You're totally not tracking this conversation. But just because Biden came out with a good response to the Charlie Kirk thing does not absolve him of running on Trump as a Nazi.
No, but when we were talking about the present, the reality here and now today, when we were looking at the situation we are in right now and how the various parties are responding to the situation right now, I can without a doubt say that Trump's response was worse than the Democrats'
Yes.
response in this situation.
Well, obviously, is incentivized to make his response better because he's responsible for the situation with Kirk. So he's the one that started the meme that Trump is a Nazi,
Yeah, but
all
I
his
don't think
supporters are
that it's
Nazis.
hard for me. Like, if the situation was flip flopped, I don't know. It's hard for me to ever imagine Trump tamping down anything. So even if the situation was reversed, I don't think Trump would be conciliatory about the situation.
I don't think you could say it's random TikTokers on one side and it's the president of the United States on the other side in the situation where you had both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden definitely playing up the he's Hitler.
But they're not doing it now. And in the
Yeah, but the
response to
event
the
already
Charlie Kirk
took
thing,
place, right?
hold on,
Yes, and
Zach.
No, I like listen.
we're living in the aftermath of
I
that
will,
event.
I will agree that Trump's handling of the situation, I think, has been fairly shitty. He had like one good response that was basically a reporter had to feed him the correct answer about like Charlie Kirk supported,
that reporter saved America.
Yes. That reporter saved America. I think that's what you sent me that message. It was like the reporter was like, Charlie Kirk believe in not violence and solving things through talk. Do you agree with that? And Trump was like, of course I agree with that. We should all be nonviolent. I was like, fantastic, right? But then yeah, every other time, he's like not on that wavelength whatsoever. So yeah, I agree that Donald Trump's response to all this stuff has been very shitty. I would like a president who actually acts presidential, acts like a leader,
And can you,
tries to calm
yeah.
everything down. We don't have that with Donald Trump.
And can you
But
agree?
we are living in the sort of aftermath of a situation where the left
of the MAGA Republicans.
The left has cultivated an environment that the right has participated in, don't get me wrong, and Trump has participated in, don't get me wrong, but the left has cultivated an environment that has sort of created part of the situation of where we are today.
But the response,
Biden wasn't even going to run
just
for
grant
president.
Me this, please, I'm begging you, okay, that the response from the Democratic politicians has been good across the board.
Mostly,
yeah. After this, yes, because they're totally responsible for the rhetoric, and they're like, "Oh shit!"
I agree that they are wholly and this is the game we play when you're saying, "Well, the left is wholly and totally responsible for this." They are not. Just in the fact that the right is not wholly and totally responsible for the rhetoric and all these things at play, right? We have to.
Well, Donald Trump is responsible for the election rhetoric, obviously.
It's just incorrect to say that the Democrat politicians have churned us up to this point. In fact, I would argue that one of the targets of the far left has been the Democrats and trying to paint them as evil. Because if Joe Biden had been killed, they would be celebrating just as much because they hate him.
Yeah, obviously there is rhetoric that leans into the election fraud narrative. I think obviously you'd be able to point that out and say, oh, look, this guy is making people believe that there's widespread election fraud. You'd be able to do that very easily, Wick. I'm confident of that. I'm not so confident that you'd be able to look at the rhetoric of all the Trump voters being Nazis or fascists and be like, oh, yeah, that's bad rhetoric, too. That's convincing people of
I'm on record since 2022 arguing with people that they should not be calling these people Nazis.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That's good.
Right?
I like
because
that.
I think it's like the boy who cried wolf, right? If you keep crying
very
wolf,
good analogy. Yes.
No one's going to believe you when the wolf actually shows up.
But when the actual Nazis are here.
But the lesson of the boy who cried wolf isn't that wolves don't exist, right?
Right.
And I think that we are in a situation. We are in a situation where Donald Trump and his administration this term is pushing us in an authoritarian direction. He absolutely is. If he could get away with it, he would. Tell me I'm wrong.
I think every politician will get away with as much as they can possibly get away with.
No, come on. Come on. Trump is in his own class. Come on.
No,
he is. I haven't listen until I've seen another politician try to have their vice president
hold on
half the country's votes. Then that doesn't.
Why didn't Biden step down? Fucking old geezer who could barely talk.
Why the fuck did he Democratic process to be the primary
of his ego?
Candidate.
What do you mean? Because of his ego.
Because he wanted to push for as much power as he possibly could. He wanted to be a two-term.
Yeah, but you can't.
president.
Wait. Hold on. You can't compare Biden egotistically not stepping down when he, was following the law. There's no law that made him step down. To Donald Trump trying to have fucking Pence throw away half the country's votes and have the House declare him fucking president. Those are not comparable actions
at all.
Okay.
Anyway, I do gotta go. I love you guys. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and we will argue about the university stuff and enjoy. Tell Soy Pill, okay, when he gets on your show, say fuck you, Soy Pill. Okay. We'll say.
Okay.
Anyway. Okay. I'll talk to you guys later. I'll see you later. Bye bye.
Take care. Thanks for coming on, Wick.
Yeah, obviously, yes. I love you all.
We'll convince you next time.
Gang. What a hold on. We're not done. I am going to be coming on and addressing y'all's concerns momentarily. Please, oh please. Please, oh please. I'm just adjusting my layout. Oh no, it didn't work. Am I on? Am I there? Am I here? Oh boy. Look. I know a lot of you want me to go into these places and start throwing punches right out the gate. That's not how I do these kinds of conversations, because I do feel that Sitch and Adam are honest, good faith actors, and I wanted to have a conversation with them, which I did. I pushed back where appropriate. If you feel like I didn't push back hard enough, that's your prerogative, but I challenged them on the points that I think they were wrong on. I don't know. How do I do it? I just do. I just do. Okay. Did you guys have fun? Did you guys enjoy it? Alonzo Escoval says, first half I felt like you didn't, but second half much stronger. You got to let them get out their positions before I start going in. Mickey Guillermo says no. Baby Seal says yes. Alessandro Escoval says yes. Goach said yes, of course. KTC says, tell the truth. Where did I lie? Teal says, first-time viewer, but tended to agree with you on everything and had a hard time agreeing with them on anything. Love you, though. Good job. I don't know. Look, I'm not here to, like, win. I want to just tell it like I see it. And I do want to tone the temperature down, and I think we need to. I think it's our responsibility to go in these places and let them know I don't want the right dead. Okay? Softest pushbacks? I guess if you think I'm a soft pusher backer, maybe. What's that link you're sending me, Mr. Leftist Wizardo? First time chatter. You'll excuse me. Tomfoolery, I don't think he said he called Trump a Nazi. He said Trump praised neo-Nazis. That's what I heard. He's talking about the, what's it called? The Charlottesville protest comments. He was talking about the time. I knew what he was referring to, and Biden didn't. Yeah, Biden didn't accuse Trump of calling. Biden didn't call Trump a Nazi, but he did say that Trump made the very fine people on both sides neo-Nazis comment. Yeah, he did say that, and it was wrong. Old Scotty says it's just hard on us to listen to Adam being such a bad faith asshole. Okay, well. Look, maybe I just like people too much. I don't know. I think that people need to know what the left's position are, and look, their community needed to see someone who was not going to call them all Nazi, fascist, baby killer, genociders or anything, right? I think we catch more hot flies with honey than vinegar in this case. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe you didn't like it. That's fine. Mr. Everything, I think I pushed back pretty good against them calling every leftist evil. I think I came in strong with that, but I don't know. Obviously, I disagree with Adam, and Mostly with Sitch. Well, Sitch and I agree on a lot, is the thing. I think Sitch disagrees with Adam on a lot. I think Sitch disagrees with Adam on quite a bit, actually. Okay, let me address this because you brought it up, and I think it's worth addressing. Maybe I didn't make my argument coherent enough yesterday, or the day before, I should say, on the Friday panel. I mean, the reason I think that we should do our best to tone down the rhetoric and to lower the temperature, even if the right won't, is because I think that unlike the game theory that Destiny has in mind, that there are many more players than just two. And this throws off his calculation, right? There are cohorts that are looking at the two players involved, the Republicans and the Democrats, making decisions, and they are making plays based on what they see us choose, what they perceive us to choose, okay? And so when they see us tit for tatting, what they see is, oh, they're the same. Now, I know that's not true, but that's what they're perceiving. So in order to increase the chances that they view us as the moderating force, we need to take extra steps and extra care to be that moderating force, even if the other side doesn't. And I would argue that especially if the other side doesn't, that works in our favor electorally. It increases the chances of us gaining power in the midterms. And that's how we win. Not in the streets, right? Not with tit for tat and tweets, but in the ballot box, okay? I'm cool with gerrymandering and things like that. If the other side's doing it, we should do it too. But when we talk about disavowing, not just disavowing political violence, but making it clear that we're willing to take steps to moderate our side, I think that doing that sends a signal to the other players in the game that we can be trusted in a way that the right cannot. And I think that they will reward us for that. And the evidence I'm giving you is evidence of 2018 when they did just that, the evidence of 2020 when they did just that, and the evidence of 2022 when they did just that. And you may like, Wick, we lost the House in 2022. Well, gang, we were projected to lose it by a heck of a lot more, but we didn't lose it by a heck of a lot. We lost it by it was the tiniest red wave in existence. If you go back to again, we have streams from that time, the Republicans were in disarray and they recognized that they had lost that election, right? That they had fundamentally lost. Do you know what the DNC did during that time to ensure that we would lose as little seats as possible, right? And to have because again, in midterms, for the first term of incumbent, it's always going to be really, really hard for the incumbent party, right? But we were able to, and I counted as a win, to make our losses like very, very small. What did the DNC do to ensure that happened? What they did, and it was controversial at the time, but it worked, right, is they, in the primaries for the Republican Party, promoted the more extreme candidate. And they tried to make sure that the more extreme candidate of the Republican Party won the primary, because they knew that the electorate would punish extremism. And to the extent that they were successful in doing that, it worked almost across the board. The extremist candidates, by and large, in 2022, that we were able to get past the moderate in the primary, lost their general election. So ML Gibway says, that's a good argument for why we should want to turn to the temp. I disagree that Destiny's point was calling for civil war. That's wrong. I disagree with you because, again, when I press him on it, when I kept asking, okay, well, if you don't think electoralism works, which, again, when I brought up my argument that that's what we should do, we should go to the ballot box, he kept saying, it doesn't work. We can't do that. It won't work. So again, I asked him, what should we do? And he's like, well, I don't know. We just do whatever they do. We tit for tat it. And it was playing around with violence. I do believe that. Destiny dissed my position on a stream at the moment. He's just wrong, though. He's demonstrably wrong. I mean, we have evidence. We have data. He has vibes. Okay? I can give you examples from 2022, 2020, and 2018. He can give you, well, I'm angry right now. I'm really mad. That's what he can give you. Cool. Yep, data is greater than vibes every time. And again, we have evidence, and this is what the DNC, who's paid millions of dollars to do their work, decided to do, and it worked. Again, the last election was an outlier because we had the Biden situation where he dropped out 3 months before the general election, and we had to scramble to get a candidate together that no one voted for in the primary, right? It was just, I feel like that alone lost us the election. But also the, what's it called? The economic situation with inflation across the globe, incumbent candidacies, I think, except for India, right? Across the globe, incumbent candidacies just lost. Okay, so trying to extrapolate any lessons from the 2024 election is fraught, okay, because it had confounding variables. Should Dems at least try to force Trump to be the one to turn it down? Is that fair? Like, enforce them how? In what way? Look, I think that, I hope, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct, that if we are the ones to turn down the rhetoric and we are able to present that messaging correctly to the public, that we are the ones doing that, that we have a higher chance of winning elections in 2026. Oh, government shutdown? I don't know about the government shutdown. What do you mean not disavowing our side every time? We should disavow political violence. Mixed. What in my advocacy here is not holding them account for their rhetoric and stopping them from taking responsibility. Did I ever say that we can't attack the right for their divisive rhetoric, or that we shouldn't attack the right for their divisive rhetoric? Have I ever said that or suggested it? If I have suggested on accident, let me correct myself. I don't think I have, right? I think it's, I even praised Newsom's tactics on the Sitch and Adam show just an hour ago, right? I said that was fine. That was good. That was rhetorically helpful. But again, let's not pretend that that means that we can't also turn down the temperature on our end. Again, turning down the temperature does not mean stopping to tell the truth. Turning down the temperature means saying, yes, the Kirk situation, the murder, the assassination, whatever you want to call it, was horrific. We should never do this. It's not okay. We disavow anyone on our side celebrating. We disavow anyone on our side praising this or asking for more or anything like that. We do not have to wait for Trump to do that, to do it ourselves. We don't. It costs us nothing. It costs us nothing. We lose nothing by doing this. Yeah, I'm not apologizing for anything I've said. Why would I apologize? I've said nothing wrong. And when am I saying we should apologize for Trump? Old Scotty says, we reached new polling lows in favorability for Dems after 2024, I'm assuming. Most people on the left believe it was because Dems didn't verbally fight hard enough. Do you disagree? I don't know about verbally fight hard enough, but yes, people were disillusioned with their party. But this happened as soon as people, look, as soon as we forced Biden out, that number dropped. Okay, that number dropped and was always going to drop. It didn't immediately because they were waiting to see, like, okay, well, maybe we didn't know better and maybe Kamala would win, but Kamala got Kamala lost. Okay, and so yeah, they were like, no one's happy. The people who wanted Biden out were like, you should have done it sooner. The people who didn't want Biden out would be like, you cooed our selection, right? And so you have a situation where no one is happy. $20 from Pondering Politics is 2 hours and 30 minutes behind. You've done really well so far. Also glad you reminded them how MAGA extremists actually wield power. Ignore the most powerful man in the world for the sake of Twitter randos is insane. Well, as you continue to watch Pondering Politics, you should tell me whether I do good or worse in your mind. So a lot of people say I got better as I went. But I don't know. Like, I don't converse with Sitch and Adam in a debate me, bro kind of way. I come into that what's it called? Environment to have a conversation. So I do not approach it as the same I do in other venues. Right? Oh, we're at the part where we're answering super chats. Fair enough. Mick says, you saying we need to denounce the rhetoric on both sides? We need to renounce the rhetoric on our side. Why would I? How? We can't denounce the rhetoric on the, well, even though I think we should, like, what do you mean denounce the rhetoric? Like, yes, we should disavow and denounce the bad actors within our side. That is what I'm calling for. That is what I'm asking to do. This is the disagreement me and Destiny have. He thinks we shouldn't do that until Trump disavows his side. Or Republicans disavow Trump. That is the main core disagreement, I think, with me and Destiny. He thinks we should make them do it first before we do it. And I say, no, don't wait. I think it's an easy W. D. Carroll, I think it's an easy W to denounce the people celebrating violence in this case, to denounce the people who are condoning the violence. Pondering Politics says, Quick, do I have to listen to this? You don't have to do anything, Pondering Politics. You can do whatever you like. There's some good back and forth in the super chat section, though. It's up to you, though. Soy Pill's going on their shows Tuesday, apparently. Tuesday. What if you have a dark singer, Wick? Well, super chat me $20. And we'll see. You dropped a huge dump in my Discord? Of what? What did you dump in my Discord? I see a face of me in my puppy costume. Okay, whatever, gang. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if Pondering Politics wants to jump in and yap at me or not. I don't know if he wants to do that. It's up to him. Man, oh man, what a day, gang, right? It's been a busy week. It's a busy week. Tomorrow I'm going to fight Jim Bob on Christian nationalism, okay? And that'll be fun. That'll be a later show at 9. On Tuesday, we might, I'm trying to get this, we might be having Drew Pavlo on the show, on the Wick and Tally show. And I have some issues with Drew Pavlo, okay? I think it's really gross that he used a 14-year-old for content. We're going to talk about that. I think it's really dumb how he's changing his ideology in real time because of the Kirk incident. I think that's dumb, for lack of a better term. That should be a good conversation. Here's how I view Drew, and I think I've said this before. I don't. I think he's doing whatever he thinks will get him the most clicks and views. I don't think he's really believes any of this stuff. I think he's memeing and creaming his way through the internet. Okay. But I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong. Okay? Because I don't know him that well and I've never spoken to him. That is my initial impression. And we will find out if he comes on Tuesday. We'll see. Wednesday, we have counterpoints and a few others. We're going to have Charlie. We're going to ask if Democrats are too soft on crime. So tune in on Wednesday for that. And on Thursday, I'm going on a Gibbs show about the political violence stuff. Next week, so not this week, but next week, I want to do stuff on the right's call to civil war. Bad actors on the right calling to civil war. And the rise of cancel culture on the right. I want to make those two separate shows. How do you get on a panel? You join my Discord and you DM me on Discord or Twitter, and you tell me what you want to talk about, and if I can fit you in, I fit you in. Yeah. You got to have a cam though. It makes it way, way better. Y'all are coping politics girl. Jesse, Gender, Vaush, and so many others are saying Charlie Kirk deserved it. It's not one-sided. Okay, Jesse, Gender, Vaush, politics girl. They're all extremist left. Okay, they do not represent the left. Okay, as much as the right would wish that they did, they are not representative of the Democratic Party. Not okay, old Scotty. Charlie as in our Charlie, the lady Charlie, okay? I don't know how else that's her name. I don't know how else to describe the Lord of the Rings Charlie. Yeah, Charlie, the cute bot Charlie. Cute bot Charlie. We like Charlie. Core says, I like you, Wick. You're very reasonable. I like your message a lot. Your chat is quite unhinged, though. But I wish you success. Well, thank you. My chat is my chat, okay? I have a love-hate relationship with my chat. And my chat has a love-hate relationship with me. But we do this on purpose. And do you know why we do this, okay? Do you know why I have cultivated an audience that disagrees with me and isn't afraid to do so? It's because I value free speech and I value what they have to say, even if they're dumb and retarded. Okay? Even if they are, gay and retarded. I want people in my audience to not believe just everything I say. I want you, dear audience, to have your own thoughts and beliefs. I don't want you to take my word for it. But what I would ask, the only thing I do ask of you, dear viewers, is that you at least consider my point of view and my philosophy. Okay? You at least consider it and adopt it if you feel it's appropriate. I think it's good, frankly. I think that my way is the best way. And it will lead to better outcomes, not just electorally, but for you in your personal life. Okay. Oh, Wick, my shining light in the darkness. I am a city on a hill, okay, shining a beacon. I will not hide my light under a bushel, okay, but I will let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. You're a little gayer because of Wick? I don't know. I don't know if I want that, man. I don't know if I'm down for that, buddy. Okay. Anything else? Anything else from anyone else before I call it a day? Okay, I love you all. I'm going to end my stream. Thank you for the money. Thank you for the views. Thank you for watching me, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.